I'm a bit concerned that my honourable friend doesn't share the enthusiasm that I have for free ports and investment zones. I think the example from the past in Wales, when inspirational Secretaries of State like the late Lord Crickhowell, Peter Walker and the Lord Hunter Wirral demonstrated that through enterprise zones and the Development Bay Corporation, for example, in Cardiff, that the economy was transformed and regenerated. I am confident that in our approach to investment zones, we will make sure that Wales shares in the growing prosperity that we want to see right across our United Kingdom. And I believe that it will generate more investment and to grow that economic pie that is the aspiration of this government.
Liz Roberts.
His government has been forced to U-turn on its fundamental ideology that slashing taxes magically leads to economic growth. That same ideology underpins free ports and investment zones. Both will shrink the UK government's tax revenue and, in turn, the Welsh government's budget, which is already facing a £4 billion shortfall. With inflation now over 10%, what's he doing in Cabinet to protect Wales's budget?
Well, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady, and I yield to no one in my admiration of her, but she has now laid bare Plaid Cymru's ideological approach to things. They believe that it should be an ever-shrinking share of wealth that means that our public services will decline. We on this side of the House believe that the way to pay for public services is to grow our economy, and it's through initiatives like the free ports and investment zones that we will do just that. And I do hope the Welsh public note Plaid Cymru's ideological opposition to growth.
Roberts.
The Secretary of State is on record as saying he believes it's right to make cuts to public spending. And that was before last week's multiple U-turns. Now, according to the Glasgow Centre for Population Health, the last Tory austerity experiment led to 335,000 excess deaths. How many excess deaths is he prepared to justify this time round?
I'm sorry, hyperbole from the Right Honourable Lady does not at all help her case. And we are not talking about so-called austerity, but we're talking about making sure that the public spending round that was agreed last year will be efficiently and wisely spent. And I said that it was right for each department to look carefully at its priorities to make sure that frontline services, the sort of services that I know she and I believe in, are maintained for the benefit of the citizens we serve.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Number 2, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with permission, I will answer questions 2, 5, 11 and 15 together. We have taken action to support households and businesses across Great Britain, including Wales, through schemes such as the Energy Bill Relief Scheme and the £400 Energy Bill Rebate. The Welsh Government has been very well funded to deliver their devolved responsibilities, with the largest ever block grant of £18 billion in the 2021 spending review.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State's U-turn during the Tory leadership election was indeed truly eye-catching. But the U-turn most concerning people in Wales just now is the government's U-turn on properly protecting benefits and pensions against skyrocketing inflation. Is the Minister going to be U-turning on that commitment too, or will he fight a good fight in favour of proper uprating?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government will always be committed to supporting the least well-off, and that is, of course, why we have come forward with schemes such as this £650 payment for those who are on benefits, £300 for pensioner households and £150 for those who are disabled. If the honourable gentleman is really worried about the cost of living, perhaps it's time that he got his government to start supporting the new nuclear, the new oil and gas bills that we so desperately need for that energy that people want.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've just come from chairing the APPG on poverty, where we've heard that the cost of living crisis will exacerbate the digital divides that is experienced by so many people in poorer communities. Will the Minister agree to meet with the APPG on poverty to look at how that impacts people in Carmarthenshire, in Carmyle and right across these islands?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I meet with stakeholders who are dealing with poverty all of the time, but if the honourable gentleman is interested in dealing with poverty, perhaps he'll be able to find out from his own SNP government why poverty levels in Scotland are growing and why it is that even the Labour Party in Wales are doing a better job of dealing with child poverty than the honourable gentleman's government.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State does love to tell a good story, doesn't he? But the UK government has already slashed devolved budgets by billions this financial year, and on Monday, the Chancellor announced plans for millions of pounds supposed to come to devolved nations for cost of living support now to be abandoned. How does the Secretary of State think that slashing devolved budgets supports the supposed levelling up agenda?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, the honourable lady gave me a bit of a promotion there. I am actually the Minister, not the Secretary of State. But Mr. Speaker, I'm not telling stories, Mr. Speaker. The figures about child poverty in Scotland come from Audit Scotland, which is responsible to the Scottish Government. So, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that the honourable lady takes a look at the other figures, which show that far from cutting the devolved budget, the UK Government has increased it every single year to Wales by £2 billion in the last financial year.
Martin Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of thousands will find themselves in fuel poverty should average energy costs rise to the estimated £4,347 a year in April next year as a result of the government rolling back on its own proposals. So how does the Minister claim that his party is fighting the cost of living crisis when his government is cutting back on the few measures it has announced before they are even implemented?
Minister.
I'm afraid I didn't hear all of the question, but I believe the honourable gentleman mentioned fuel poverty, and I would just remind him once again that this government is doing absolutely everything possible to make sure that people in this country can get access to the cheap gas, the cheap electricity and the cheap petrol which they need. And it is members of the honourable gentleman's government in Scotland which are doing their best to prevent that from happening.
Even Crown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In welcoming the contributions from our friends from the Scottish National Party to this Wales office question, can I just politely remind them that this is a government that in March 2020 stepped in to save thousands of businesses in every single one of our constituencies, protecting hundreds of thousands of jobs. And doesn't that, Mr. Speaker, demonstrate that the value of staying part of a strong United Kingdom, and it demonstrates that this is a government that doesn't walk away from serious challenges but meets them head on?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman, makes an excellent point. I couldn't put it better than myself. This government will stand for the union, but also stand for the least well-off in society.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nearly 60% of my constituents on Ynysmore rely on off-grid energy for heating. The average cost of filling an oil tank has almost doubled in the last year. On behalf of my Ynysmore constituents, will the Minister look at more targeted support for those on off-grid heating and LPG gas?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady makes a very important point. The government have obviously already come through with a £100 payment for those who are off-grid, but I believe that there are genuine issues there, and she makes a very good point, and I'm sure that our colleagues in Bays and the Treasury will be looking carefully at what the honourable lady has said today.
Alan Kern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has referred to the significant increases in the Welsh block grant over the last 10 years. And this equates to £120 for every £100 that is spent in England. Now, in spite of this very fair settlement, accepted and recognised by the Welsh Government, health waiting lists are longer, education standards are falling compared to the rest of the United Kingdom, and the economy is growing much, much slower pace. Does my honourable friend agree that the Welsh Government need to focus on the right priorities, investing in public services and getting value for money?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman, my right honourable friend, was actually responsible for making sure that the Welsh Government got a more generous package than they had previously, £1.20 for every pound that is spent in England. And therefore it is very hard to understand why it is that under a Welsh Labour government the health service waiting lists have got longer, ambulance response times have got longer, people have lower standards of healthcare in Wales than they do under a Conservative-run NHS in England, and Welsh Labour need to take responsibility for that.
Derek Green.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State and I regularly engage with Cabinet Ministers on a range of transport measures. Over £340 million has already been provided for rail enhancements in Wales, including at Cardiff Central Station and for the electrification of the Severn Tunnel.
Sir Green.
Thank you,
Minister for his response. Can the Minister explain why Wales is not receiving the £5 billion worth of consequential funding from HS2 that it's entitled to under the Barnett formula? And will he review this decision, something the Welsh Conservative Party is also calling for?
Well, Mr. Speaker, HS2, of course, is a UK-wide project which is partly being brought forward in order to enable the maximum number of people to get out of their cars and get onto the trains and use public transport, something which I would have hoped that the Liberal Democrats would be fully supportive of. At the same time, the UK government has not only been spending money improving the rail service in Wales, but improving the rail services for travellers who go from Wales into England, such as through the Severn-tunnel electrification. The UK government has an extremely good record on supporting railways in Wales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Avanti trains sometimes trundle along the rail infrastructure of North Wales, but these days it's an increasingly infrequent occurrence. Avanti have provided a shockingly poor service to the people of North Wales, and many of my constituents were deeply unhappy when the Department for Transport decided to extend their franchise for a further 6 months. It was to give them a further chance. Can my honourable friend please urge his counterpart in the Department of Transport to make sure it is their last chance?
Well, Mr. Speaker, a number of colleagues from North Wales have discussed Avanti's performance in sort of colourful terms, and I'm sure that they will have listened to what the Right Honourable Gentleman has had to say, as will the Department for Transport, who I can confirm will be assessing their performance before any further contracts are given out.
Shadow Minister Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems, Mr. Speaker, that rewarding failure is this government's guiding principle. Even members on his own side agree. Avanti West Coast is the worst performing operator on the rail network, but ministers spent an eye-watering £4 million of taxpayers' money on bonuses to company executives for, quote, customer experience and acting as a good operator. Does the Minister agree that this is simply not good enough for the businesses and the people of North Wales?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've already said that I accept that there have been many concerns raised about Avanti's performance, but of course it all goes to show why it is important to modernise the rail network across the whole of Wales, and that is exactly what the UK government are doing at the moment.
Chris Elmore.
Number 4, sir.
Tuesday.
Mr. Speaker, I have regular discussions with Cabinet colleagues on a range of topics, and of course interest rates are rightly a matter for the Independent Bank of England, and we've announced unprecedented support for households and businesses, and through our cuts to stamp duty the Welsh Government are expected to receive £70 million, enabling them to follow suit with cuts to land transaction tax in Wales.
Chris Elmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the weekend, I met a young couple in their early 30s who are coming out of a 5-year fixed mortgage rate. Their mortgage is going up by more than £300 a month, and they squarely blame the government and the Prime Minister's poor mismanagement of our economy. It was the Conservative government that has U-turned that has caused the economic chaos. It's the Conservatives who have caused the mortgage rates to go through the roof. And it's the Conservative government that is causing mortgage firms to withdraw all their support. Will the Secretary of State now apologise to my constituents and people across the land who are being crippled by huge mortgage increases every single month? This is Conservative failure.
And it is a Conservative government that, through Help to Buy, has helped over 361,000 people as first-time buyers onto the housing ladder. It is a Conservative government that has led to unemployment at record lows, Mr. Speaker. It is a Conservative government that has increased the national living wage to £9.50 per hour. And it is a Conservative government that will lead to interest rates being controlled, which will also help mortgage holders too. The Honourable Gentleman's hyperbole does not serve him well.
Question number 6.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most recent data demonstrates that households in Wales pay a price broadly on par with the average across Great Britain. On average, variable unit costs and standing charges for gas and electricity. And our energy price guarantee will save households hundreds of pounds this winter compared to current wholesale cost projections.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent, Mr. Evans, in the town of Kidwelly, cannot benefit from a lower tariff for electricity he uses in off-peak times because, as the engineers have explained to him, the smart meter he needs will not function owing to the almost non-existent mobile phone signal in the area. That's a failure of this UK government both to roll out mobile phone technology and to have allowed smart meters which only work on mobile phone signal. So will the Secretary now have urgent talks with ministerial colleagues to put this right and to end this discrimination?
Well, I'd be interested to take up that case in more detail with the Honourable Lady, but I think it's right to say that the government, in acting radically on energy price intervention, and indeed with its energy prices bill that seeks to break the link between electricity and gas prices, is taking the sort of action that is absolutely necessary to help households like the Honourable Lady's constituents. And I, of course, will be happy to talk further about the particular disadvantage that her constituents face.
Honourable Edmonds.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have frequent discussions with my ministerial colleagues on a range of matters, including the cost of living, and as I've previously said today, we're supporting households and businesses across Wales with cost of living challenges, including on energy costs.
Diolch, Mr. Speaker. People in Carmarthenshire have seen huge increases in heating costs if they're off the gas grid in oil, LPG and solid fuels. The alternative fuel payment of £100 doesn't seem to be equivalent to the cap on gas. Will you write to Welsh MPs outlining the methodology used by the British Government to calculate the AFP rate?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure my colleagues in Treasury will be able to help with that. But there is one thing that the honourable gentleman could do as well if he wants to support people with cost of living challenges in Wales, and that is to persuade his colleagues in Plaid Cymru to vote against Welsh Labour's proposals to revalue council tax bands in Wales, which are going to be absolutely catastrophic for the finances of hundreds of thousands of people across Wales.
Wayne David.
Mr. Speaker.
5 minutes.
Minister.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the 4 Welsh police forces are adequately funded and will receive combined funding of up to £826.7 million in 2022-23, an increase of up to £45.1 million when compared to the previous financial year. Gwent's funding will be up £159.1 million, an increase of £9.1 million on the previous financial year.
Wayne David.
Mr. Speaker, South Wales Police has within its area Cardiff, the capital city of Wales, and yet it gets no extra resources for the extra responsibilities which comes with it. So will the Secretary of State make representation to his colleagues in the government to address this situation and this anomaly?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, South Wales funding will be up to £352.5 million in 2022-23, an increase of £19 million on the previous financial year. But if the honourable gentleman wants to do something to support police forces in Wales, may I suggest that he talks to the Welsh Labour government about their failure to hand over the apprenticeship levy, which is being held back by them and should be passed on to police forces so that...
Order! Just a sec. By the way, when somebody's answering the question, can you please wait till it's been completed? Mr David was asking the question. Slane Saxby.
Question 10, please, Mr Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, floating offshore wind projects in the Celtic Sea will contribute to our net zero ambitions, our energy security, and generate economic growth and create highly skilled jobs in our coastal communities. And I regularly meet the Crown Estate to discuss progress on bringing forward the ambition of 4 gigawatts of projects by 2035.
Lane Saxby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To realise the full potential of the Celtic Sea, we need a timely consenting process from the Welsh Government. What discussions has my right honourable friend had with his Welsh counterparts on the consenting process for the development of floating offshore wind sites?
I congratulate my honourable friend for consistent advocacy for projects in the Celtic Sea as chair of the APPG, and indeed the necessity for securing timely consents is an imperative. I will continue working with the Welsh Government and with all stakeholders to ensure that we can make sure that the huge opportunity that this presents is capitalised upon.
Sir James Davies.
Number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Wales office has been fully supporting the North Wales growth deal as it begins to deliver projects on the ground, and my officials will work closely with all partners in North Wales to ensure that the deal continues to deliver growth and investment across the region.
Dr. James Davies.
Thank my honourable friend for that answer. Perhaps inevitably, not all projects initially identified for delivery through the North Wales growth deal can be progressed, and that applies to the Bodlewithen key strategic site. So will my honourable friend encourage a flexible approach to diverting the £10 million of funds that had been earmarked to Bodlewithen to other economic development projects within Denbighshire?
Here.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's obviously a matter for Ambition North Wales to bring forward projects for the UK Government and the Welsh Government to approve, but obviously we have taken a very flexible view towards the whole thing, and I can assure the honourable gentleman that despite the international financial problems which all countries are facing at the moment, this government remains absolutely committed to supporting jobs, driving growth and levelling up across the whole of the United Kingdom, including in the honourable gentleman's constituency.
Bob Blackman.
Question 13, Mr. Speaker.
James Day.
Mr. Speaker, investment zones will be created right across the UK, and our intention in Wales is to design and deliver the policy in working with the Welsh Government and local agencies to increase growth.
Thank my right honourable friend for the answer. And is it incumbent on the Welsh Government to cooperate fully with the Government to ensure the success for all the people of Wales?
My honourable friend puts it extremely well. We have a good example with Freeport. I very much hope the Welsh Government steps up to the plate on investment zones.
Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I would like to point out the British Sign Language interpretation proceedings is available to watch on Parliament Live TV. We start Prime Minister's questions with Justin Mathers.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Justin Mathers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the penny dropped for the Prime Minister on Monday and she realised that her budget was responsible for crashing the economy, she should have come to this House to explain herself and to apologise to the millions of people who will now be paying hundreds of pounds extra a month on their mortgages because of her mistakes. But now she's here, can she tell us, given the absolute chaos her government has created, why the Chancellor lost his job but she kept hers?
Mr. Speaker, I have been very clear that I am sorry and that I have made mistakes. But the right thing to do in those circumstances is to make changes, which I've made, and to get on with the job and deliver for the British people. And Mr. Speaker, we've delivered the energy price guarantee, we've helped people this winter, and I will continue to do that.
Lawrence Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that local people and local councils are best placed to decide how many houses they need and where those houses should go? And if she does, will she end the top-down approach to housing targets and reduce or preferably remove the powers of the planning inspectorate?
Prime Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. We will abolish the top-down housing targets. We want decisions about homes, about infrastructure, driven by local people, not driven by Whitehall. And that's why we're setting up new, locally driven investment zones.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A book is being written about the Prime Minister's time in office. Apparently, it's going to be out by Christmas. Is that the release date or the title?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have been in office for just under 2 months, and I have delivered the energy price guarantee, making sure that people aren't paying £6,000 bills this winter. I've reversed the national insurance increase, and I've also taken steps, and we will be taking steps, to crack down on the militant unions. Now, what, Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker, Speaker, that is more of a record of action than the honourable gentleman in his 2.5 years in the job.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister ignored every question put to her. Instead, she repeatedly criticised Labour's plan for a 6-month freeze on energy bills. This week, the Chancellor made it her policy. How can she be held to account when she's not in charge?
Well, Mr. Speaker, our policy is to protect the most vulnerable for 2 years. But I had to take the decision, because of the economic situation, to adjust our policies. I am somebody who's prepared to front up. I'm prepared to take the tough decisions. Unlike the honourable gentleman, who hasn't done anything on businesses, he's done nothing to say he'll protect people after 1 year. He's got no plan.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister stood there and promised absolutely no spending reductions. They all cheered. This week, the Chancellor announced a new wave of cuts. What's the point of a Prime Minister whose promises don't even last a week?
Prime Minister.
Well, I can assure the right honourable gentleman that spending will go up next year and it will go up the year after. But of course, we need to get value for taxpayers' money. The Labour Party has pledged hundreds of billions of spending pledges, none of which they've retracted. The honourable gentleman needs to reflect the economic reality in his policies.
Mr. Speaker, those spending cuts are on the table for one reason and one reason only, because they crashed the economy. And working people are going to have to pay £500 more a month on their mortgages. And what's the Prime Minister's response? To say she's sorry. What does she think people will think and say? That's all right, I don't mind financial ruin. At least she apologised.
Prime Minister.
I do think there has to be some reflection of economic reality from the party opposite. The fact is that interest rates are rising across the world, and the economic conditions have worsened. And we are being honest. We're levelling with the public, unlike the honourable gentleman who simply won't do it. And what is the honourable gentleman doing about the fact that train workers are again going on strike? The fact is he refuses to condemn the workers. We are bringing forward policies. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing forward policies that are going to make sure our railways are protected, people going to work are protected. He backs the strikers, we back the strivers.
Mr. Speaker, she's asking me questions because we're a government in waiting and they're an opposition in waiting. There's no getting away from this. Millions of people are facing horrendous mortgage repayments, and she's admitted it's her fault. She shouldn't have conducted an economic experiment on the British public. But it's not just her. They put her there. They're keeping her there. Why on earth would anyone trust the Tories with the economy ever again?
I notice, Mr. Speaker, he's not actually objecting to a single economic policy that the Chancellor announced on Monday. He's refusing to condemn the strikers. We're on the side of working people. We're going to legislate to make sure we keep our railways open. The honourable gentleman refuses to do anything.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the only mandate she's ever had is from members opposite. It was a mandate built on fantasy economics, and it ended in disaster. The country's got nothing to show for it except the destruction of the economy and the implosion of the Tory party. I've got the list here. 45p tax cut, gone. Corporation tax cut, gone. 20p tax cut, gone. 2-year energy freeze, gone. Tax-free shopping, gone. Economic credibility, gone. and her supposed best friend, the former Chancellor, he's gone as well. They're all gone. So why is she still here?
Mr. Speaker, I am a fighter and not a quitter. I have acted in the national interest to make sure that we have economic stability.
Prime Minister. Order. Order. I'm going to hear the Prime Minister. I suggest that all members need to hear the answer. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am a fighter and not a quitter. We have delivered on the energy price guarantee. We've delivered on the energy price guarantee. We've delivered on national insurance. We are going to deliver to stop the militant trade unions disrupting our railways. The honourable gentleman has no idea, he has no plan, and he has no alternative.
James Grundy. Just sit down. Sit. Can I just say, he's obviously the more popular choice. Come on, James Grundy. You've got a future.
Lee Centurion's Rugby League team on their recent promotion to Super League, bringing millions to the local economy, and furthermore, would she also guarantee that our excellent women's Euros team, including Ella Toon from my constituency, Tilsley, will receive the number 10 reception that they so deserve?
Prime Minister.
Well, I join my honourable friend in congratulating the Lee Centurions on their return to the Super League. I had the huge privilege of meeting the Lionesses last week, a fantastic team who won a major tournament for us. We will host the Downing Street reception as soon as their training programme makes them available.
I look forward to Rugby League invite as well. Let's now come to the leader of the SNP, Ian Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 10 U-turns in 2 weeks, we're left with a Prime Minister in office, but not in power, and families are paying through the teeth for her mistakes. Her latest broken promise has put pensioners in the front line of Tory cuts. So, can the Prime Minister perhaps turn to her Chancellor right now, get permission to make another U-turn, and commit to raising the state pension at the rate of inflation?
Prime Minister.
I honestly don't know what the honourable gentleman is talking about, because we have been clear in our manifesto that we will maintain the triple lock, and I am completely committed to it. So is the Chancellor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's no surprising that the Prime Minister's approval ratings are collapsing with an answer like that. The worst polling result for any Prime Minister in history. She's just thrown 12 million pensioners under the Tory bus. And it's not just pensioners feeling the pain. In the last week alone...
I also want to hear Mr. Blackford.
Mr. Speaker, it's not just pensioners feeling the pain. In the last week alone, inflation has risen to a 40-year high. Mortgage rates are at the highest level since the financial crash. And people's energy bills are about to rise to more than £5,000. Can the Prime Minister answer one simple question? Why does she expect everyone else to pay the price for her failure?
Prime Minister.
I don't think the honourable gentleman can take yes for an answer. I've been clear we are protecting the triple lock on pensions. And if the honourable gentleman is concerned about the economy, why does he continue to advocate for separatism, which would plunge the Scottish economy into chaos?
Gary Sambrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Over the last couple of years, thousands of homes have been proposed or built in Birmingham Northfield constituency, which puts a huge strain on GP and dentist appointments. Would my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, agree with me that more needs to be done in the planning process to make sure that when we have large-scale developments, we have more capacity in those vital services?
Prime Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. When we build new houses, we need to make sure there are GP surgeries, schools, infrastructure, and that's why we're introducing a new infrastructure levy to make sure more of the money from developers goes on supporting local communities.
Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, millions of family carers have been forced to cut back on food and heating. One told Carers UK, "My son is incontinent. If we don't wash him in warm water several times a day, this will cause him to physically decline." So how do we pay for the gas to heat the water if we are currently at max budget? Vulnerable people and carers are struggling enough already in this cost of living crisis, Mr. Speaker. So will the Prime Minister guarantee that support for the vulnerable, including carers allowance, will rise by at least today's inflation rate of 10.1%?
Prime Minister.
People are struggling. It is difficult at the moment. That's why we put in place the energy price guarantee to make sure the typical household isn't paying more than £2,500. It's why we've supplied an extra £1,200 of support to the most vulnerable. And I can assure the right honourable gentleman we will always support the most vulnerable. They will be our priority.
Hey, Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brecon and Radnorshire has a proud military footprint. Not least the Cambrian Patrol exercise, which I visited last week. It is considered the Olympic gold medal in infantry training, attracting teams from across the world to compete in a 60-kilometre march over 2 days in the Brecon Beacons. Will the Prime Minister join me in congratulating all those who took part, not least the team of Gurkha soldiers from the Infantry Battle School in Brecon who took home a coveted gold medal, further cementing Brecon's special place in the UK Armed Forces?
I join my honourable friend in thanking everybody at Brecon Barracks who organises the exercise Cambrian Patrol each year. It is a world-class training exercise, and I congratulate Brecon's Gurkha soldiers for their fantastic achievement of a gold medal. Well done.
Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It took just 5 working days for the Prime Minister to crash the pound, damage pension funds and send people's mortgage costs spiralling. Her new Chancellor may have reversed almost all of her policies, but the damage has been done, and we now face yet another round of Tory cuts and austerity. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister and those sitting behind her, why is she still at the dispatch box, and when will voters get their say on this disastrous government?
Prime Minister.
We are facing very, very difficult economic times. I took the decision I had to in the interest of economic stability. And what is important is we work together, including with the SNP, to get through this winter and grow the economy.
David Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is to be commended for securing the passage of the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill through this House without amendment before the summer recess. Can she confirm that it's the government's intention that the bill should remain unamended, and in particular that the European Court of Justice should have no jurisdiction in any part of the United Kingdom?
Prime Minister.
I am completely committed to the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill. It deals with the very specific issues we face in Northern Ireland, the free flow of trade, and also making sure that the people of Northern Ireland are able to benefit from being part of the United Kingdom. And I can tell my honourable friend that any negotiations will reflect the same position that is in the Protocol Bill.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that this afternoon's vote on fracking is deemed a confidence vote in the Prime Minister. Can she give us any reason why her own backbenchers or anyone in this country can have confidence in her after her policies have caused chaos in the markets and wrecked the economy?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we do face very difficult economic times. I have been honest about the mistakes I have made. But what I don't apologise for is the fact that we have helped households through this winter, through the energy price guarantee, the fact that we've reversed the national insurance rise, and the fact we are taking action to get our railways running rather than being disrupted by the militant trade unions she supports.
John Barrow.
Mr. Speaker, there's been a number of low points recently, including the Republic of Ireland's football team singing pro-IRA songs in the changing room. We should never forget the sacrifice of those who paid the price to maintain the peace during the Troubles. Closer to home, recent events meant that spending is going to be more constrained than originally thought. May I encourage the Prime Minister to ensure that we retain compassion in politics in these decisions, including maintaining the link between benefits and inflation? Will she do that?
Minister.
We are compassionate Conservatives. We will always work to protect the most vulnerable, and that is what we did with the energy price guarantee. We are going to make sure the most vulnerable are protected into year 2, and I'm sure the Chancellor has heard my honourable friend's representations on the contents of the medium-term fiscal plan.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like the public at large, I've supported the government in terms of the actions it has taken to support Ukraine, not least because of what's at stake there. But right now, in order to maintain that support, as the public deals with rising prices, inflation, mortgage costs and much else, Ukraine fatigue is a real and present danger. And I'm afraid to say to the Prime Minister, she is now an active driver against that public support that has so unified many of us, many of us to do what needs to be done. So in a time where resolve in support of Ukraine needs to be steeled, will she make sure that she commits from the dispatch box that the economic and military and political support won't be another casualty under this Prime Minister?
It was one of my first acts in office to make sure the military support we give to Ukraine is equal to the military support we gave this year. We must make sure Ukraine win. They can win, they will win, and they must win.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Prime Minister for sticking by her words and giving communities in Fylde the final say on fracking. But as always, the devil is in the detail. Can the Prime Minister assure me that local consent will be measured independently and transparently, and under no circumstances will fracking companies be directly engaged in assessing local consent? And if people in Fylde say no, that view and that decision will be respected and acted upon by this government?
Well, I very strongly agree with my honourable friend. I know this is something he cares deeply about. I can assure him that we will consult on the robust system of local consent, give clear advice on seismic limits and safety before any fracking takes place. And the consultation will consider all of the relevant people, the regional mayors, the local authorities and parishes, as well as the concerns of those directly affected. And my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, will be saying more about this later today.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privatisation does not work. It doesn't work for our NHS. We have another Amber Alert in the NHS Blood Service, a service that this week's Chancellor sold when he was Health Secretary. And it doesn't work for our postal service, with Royal Mail Group taking £758 million in profit last year, yet our universal service obligation is at risk. Workers' pay conditions and 10,000 jobs are at threat. Will the Prime Minister continue to let obscene amounts of profit be made while services are cut and stamp prices rise, or will she launch an inquiry into the gross mismanagement of Royal Mail?
Prime Minister.
What we need is an efficient postal service that delivers for people across this country, and that's what I'm focused on, not making ideological points.
Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was in business, it was a real privilege to employ very many talented, bright young people. I always found that when you believed in somebody, when you gave them the opportunity, they went on to thrive in their career. That's why tomorrow, in North Norfolk, I'll be launching my new scheme, the 100 Apprenticeship Challenge, to drive 100 new apprenticeships all over a rural constituency. Would the Prime Minister please thank not just my DWP office and Julia Nix, who's been fantastic, the district councils, the county councils and an awful lot of stakeholders who worked for over 6 months to deliver this fantastic scheme to drive growth and jobs for young people across my constituency.
Well, I do want to thank Julia and her team for the fantastic job they're doing, and also you as the local member of, my right honourable friend as the local member of Parliament. Apprenticeships are a fantastic way for people to learn and gain experience, and I'm proud that we've created 5.1 million apprenticeships since 2010.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff is in hot water after lobbying on behalf of a Libyan warlord and big tobacco. It turns out he's also lobbied for PPE giants Sante Global. Is it wise to have a lobbyist at the centre of Downing Street?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all appointments in Downing Street are properly checked through the propriety and ethics process, and that is the way that we do it, in a completely impartial way.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When my right honourable friend was Foreign Secretary, I know that she was acutely aware of the importance of British soft power acting in our national interest. Will she confirm today the promise we both made in 2010 when this government first came into office, that she will not balance the books on the backs of the poorest people in the world?
Minister.
Well, can I pay tribute to my right honourable friend for the fantastic work he did as International Development Secretary, and I am proud that we have rebalanced our international development budget to focus more on humanitarian aid and more on women and girls, and no doubt more details will be set out in due course.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last Tory Prime Minister was forced out after a series of dodgy dealings and failing to take responsibility for any of it. So what's this Prime Minister getting the boot for? Her plan that crashed the economy, forcing fracking on communities who don't want it? Or will she do the decent thing and go and call a general election?
I have taken responsibility, and I have made the right decision in the interests of the country's economic stability.
Steve Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every single member in this House will have constituents waiting for treatment within the COVID backlog. The Health Secretary's priorities are absolutely right, including her B for tackling the backlogs. Can the Prime Minister reassure me that the government is committed to the series of elective hubs that we've promised, including at the Royal Hampshire County Hospital in my Winchester constituency?
Prime Minister.
Well, my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, has set out her plans to deliver on dealing with the COVID backlog, and she will continue to work on that and make sure we deal with what was a massive pandemic, creating a backlog. We will deal with it.
Bernie Gardner.
Since the mini-budget, thousands of my constituents have been in mental anguish and despair. I recognise that the Honourable Lady has faced a week of mental anguish and despair herself. She has had people angry with her, she's had people who have mocked her. But having had that experience, what will she now do to improve the health care, the mental health care for people in this country, so that the anguish that they face in the coming months is properly responded to and dealt with?
I could say
My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, has set out a very clear plan of how we're going to deal with the backlog created by COVID, how we're going to make sure people get timely GP appointments, and how we're going to improve on the services in our hospitals, including mental health services.
Waitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is facing tough choices, but people living with dementia face unlimited care costs, and that is not a choice. Can my right honourable friend assure me that she is committed to social care reform to end that worry and relieve pressure on the NHS?
Prime Minister.
Yes, we are committed to social care reform. We do need to deal with those issues.
Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always better to see a Prime Minister at her desk rather than underneath it. And now that she's here, I wonder if she could tell us why next week this House will be discussing legislation that will abolish vital protections on pension payouts. It will abolish our right to watch the Olympics free of charge and airline consumer laws. How is any of the retained law bill in the British interest?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we have yet another example of somebody who doesn't want to support the British public's decision to leave the European Union in 2016. Isn't it quite incredible, Mr. Speaker, that 6 years after people voted to leave the European Union, there are people who object to taking EU law off our statute books. Now, I'm a Democrat. I respect what British people voted for. I suggest the Right Honourable Lady does the same.
Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, 30 years ago, the Westminster Foundation for Democracy was created out of the war in Bosnia so that democracies could flourish and freedom and prosperity come with it. This evening, in your rooms, we celebrate that anniversary by hearing directly from our country representative in Ukraine, from the chair of the Taiwanese Foreign Affairs Committee and the leader of the opposition in Uganda, a good example of the range of contacts that this great cross-party body funded by government is working with. Can I ask the Prime Minister if she agrees that this is a vital contribution by our government and our people to democracy around the world, and will she encourage members around the House to join us this evening?
Prime Minister.
Well, the Westminster Foundation for Democracy does a fantastic job, and I think we know from what has happened in Ukraine, the appalling war perpetrated by Vladimir Putin, just how precious democracy is and how much we need to do to work with our friends and allies to protect democracy around the world. And I do encourage colleagues from all sides of the House to attend the event tonight.
That now completes Prime Minister's questions. I'll let the House clear. Just let them go. Right, point of order, Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to catch your eye on this, and I seek your guidance. Yesterday, the Foreign Office Minister was in a way dragged to the House to answer a question about what the government would do over these brutal attacks that took place in Manchester, inside a city, which the Chinese representatives were assaulting an individual and also tearing down and creating vandalism outside. The Minister said that the officials would be called to the Foreign Office to meet a Minister of the Crown, instead of which today we discover they met an official who simply rap them over the knuckles by saying they should stand by the freedoms that we have in this country. Can I ask, therefore, is it feasible for us to get the Minister back to the dispatch box to ask why were they not told that if they do not follow our rules, they get expelled, and to say that all those responsible for the assault in Manchester will be expelled from this country?
Obviously, it's not a direct matter for me, but what I would say, and I think there are many avenues that could be pursued, and I'm sure that a UQ could possibly and likely be submitted. I'm not saying it will be accepted, but it could be looked on favourably, because I think we were all appalled by those images, and quite rightly, action needs to be taken. Right. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, the Transport Select Committee heard from the Transport Secretary that the government will axe its commitment to create Great British Railways in this parliamentary session. There has been no written statement to announce this decision, and I am not aware that application has been made to you, Mr. Speaker, for an oral statement either by the Secretary of State. We were expecting a transport bill in this session to facilitate the transition of the operations of rail to Great British Railways and to create a controlling mind for the railways out of the chaos which has existed since the Conservative government fragmented and privatised rail in 1993. As part of this process, the former Transport Secretary launched a competition with huge fanfare for a future headquarters of the railway. 42 locations applied, 6 were shortlisted, and have expended huge amounts in order to win this. Yep.
I'm just going to... No, please. The point is, a point of order is meant to be a point of order, not a full statement about government policy and everything. So I'm sure you're going to come to the end quickly. Thank you.
Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Speaker. Thousands of jobs could be at stake as a result of this. So could you please advise me how I can take this matter forward, since the Secretary of State seems to have failed to write either a written statement or bring forward an oral statement to this House?
Can I first of all say I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving me notice of a point of order. The honourable member has put a point on the record, and I recognise this is a very important issue to other members as well. As there is an important policy development on this issue, I would expect it to be announced in this House first, and I'm sure the government benches will have heard this exchange, and I'm sure the honourable member will pursue this matter in different avenues that are available to her. Now then, Gregory Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a procedural matter, yesterday morning I was successful in having a debate in Westminster Hall that was entitled that this House has considered British passport ownership by Northern Ireland residents. This is a matter I've taken up over many years, and Mr. Speaker, it remains unresolved. But on every other occasion that I took the matter up, it was Home Office ministers that responded, and I had hoped that the word British passport ownership might have given a clue to the Home Office to ensure that a Home Office minister actually replied. While I was glad to have a Northern Ireland Office minister to reply, can you, Mr. Speaker, ensure that the appropriate ministerial department responds to debates such as this one in the future?
What I would say is I'm also grateful to the honourable member giving notice of a point of order. The decision about which the minister should respond to a debate is unfortunately a matter for the government rather than for the chair. However, I am sure the government benches will have heard the comments and will bear them in mind and regard to, and I know the honourable member will also pursue through the different avenues. Tim Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, you may be aware, sir, that today the Right Honourable Member for Calder Valley, the Government Deputy Chief Whip, has written to Conservative members telling them regarding the debate this afternoon on fracking, and I quote, "This is not a motion on fracking, this is a confidence motion in the government." Would he give guidance to all sides of the House, but in particular to the Prime Minister, what would happen in the event that the government was to lose that vote this afternoon? If the government has lost the confidence of the House, surely, and I would be grateful for your guidance, that would mean that the Prime Minister must then go to the Palace, see His Majesty the King, and ask for a dissolution of Parliament and a general election. Am I right? Would he give clarity?
First of all, I'm not going to enter into a debate on internal communications, and I've no doubt that he'll have had some of his own communications, which happens within all parties, and if it doesn't, I will be shocked. What I would say is, let's not prejudge the decision what may take place later. And as you know, you asked the question because you knew the answer. Dr. Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In her response to some of the questions today, the Prime Minister claimed that no household would pay more than £2,500 a year. The £2,500 is an average, and therefore almost half of households will pay more. So how do we go about getting the Prime Minister to correct that in the record? She said no one would pay more, and that is incorrect.
I'm not going to continue the debate. It's not for me to answer, but you certainly put it on the record. Now then, let's come to... No, hang on, with one more important one here. Angus Brendan McNeill.
Mr. Speaker. Clearly, UK politics now more resembles Germany, with the Chancellor effectively in charge. So why was a member for South West Norfolk answering for the government at the last question time, when in fact the member for South West Surrey is in charge?
Not a point of order, as you well know. That was a poor effort. You're better than that normally. Come on, Chris Brown.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker. This is further to the point of order from the former leader of the Liberal Democrats earlier. You're quite right, of course. It's not for you to comment on internal communications amongst Conservative MPs. However, by tradition, when a motion is being declared a motion of no confidence or of confidence by the government, the Prime Minister makes that announcement at some point during the debate. Is there any means whereby she could do so today? That is certainly, as I understand it, I look across the faces over there, they all seem to think it is now a motion of confidence. And historically, in every situation, lots of different things have been made, have been made confidence motions in the past, including the conduct of war, including various different bills. Traditionally, every single time that has happened in the past and the government has lost, it has led to a general election. Is that not just factually correct?
And you've certainly put on the record, but I would say once again, let's wait and see what this afternoon unfolds, and we will see where we go from there. Right, no further points of order. I now come to a 10-minute rule bill from Kenny McCaskill.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to abolish higher standing charges for customers with prepayment meters, to require energy companies to provide social tariffs for low-income customers and for connected purposes. Energy costs are the social and economic issue of our time, yet the steps taken to mitigate the pain of rises is far from adequate. Fuel poverty is soaring and winter is nearing. That Scotland, which is energy rich, should find over half its people fuel poor is absurd, and the pain is likewise felt south of the border, even if the climate is less severe and the natural bounty less kind. Additional action is therefore required across the country and urgently, especially for those most desperate and most vulnerable. The additional £2,500 isn't a cap, but the average cost. Past support has provided modest finance, but which has been inadequate for most to keep pace with soaring costs. Fear is turning to horror as bills escalate in the knowledge that even this support is only there until April. Beyond the government's soundbites, hardship remains, and the cost of energy will bite many severely, if not devour them. Anomalies and injustices remain which must cease. The most appalling is the perversity of prepayment meters having higher standing charges. A social tariff for those poorest and most vulnerable, as exists in many other countries, must also be introduced. That is what lies at the heart of this bill. It's supported by Energy Action Scotland and National Energy Action, who know the fuel poverty faced by those whose interests they represent, as well as by Age Scotland, who advocate on behalf of older people. I'm grateful for their endorsement. Scotland is disproportionately affected, with some 500,000 prepayment meters, but across Britain it's still significant, with 4 million households having higher costs imposed by PPMs. Action to address these injustices is both right and necessary, as fuel and energy costs are not luxuries but necessities. Their implications in our modern society go far beyond heating your home. Power and energy are required for so many basic aspects of our life. The inability to provide them undermines the ability to function in our society or to maintain dignity and self-respect. Of course, a new euphemism has entered our lexicon. That's a phrase of self-disconnection. It's misleading. It's insidious. It's akin to those other phrases that are meant to hide horror or injustice, such as collateral damage, when what's meant is the killing of innocent civilians. What does self-disconnection mean in reality? It isn't someone who simply chooses not to switch on the heating, nor is it referring to the past generational, though no doubt fast returning, parental demands to switch off lights or turn off the shower. Instead, it's a situation which many now find themselves in, where they simply cannot afford to switch on, either through buying a power card or simply turning on the heating or any other powered appliance. It's not voluntary. It may not be imposed through any law or enforced at the barrel of a gun, but it's forced upon them through circumstances over which they have no control. And it's why this bill and the actions it requires is necessary. For disconnection, or more likely self-disconnection, has widespread implications which are horrific, yet masked by benign euphemisms. It's not simply the horror of choosing between heating and eating this winter. That alone is bad enough. But the implications of being unable to access power go far beyond that. It's the mother who wishes to wash her children's clothes for school so she can keep them clean and smart. It's the youngster that needs to charge their phone to access employment opportunities that they desperately seek. It's the parent who wants to power up the iPad given by the school so that their child can improve their education and hence their life chances. It's the dialysis patient who requires to switch on the machine they require for life itself, never mind others suffering from cancer or sick from other illnesses and who feel the cold more, yet are unable to provide or even denied that modest comfort during convalescence or even shamefully at end of life. Compounding that injustice are accrued standing charges, even when users have been sparing in their consumption. Many will find that their power card or savings are immediately consumed by paying debt before they even get a modicum of power. As I said, fuel and energy costs are about more than just heating or eating. They're about dignity, they're about opportunity, they're about life itself. This has not come about through some climatic disaster, as has tragically afflicted Pakistan, nor can it be blamed solely on Putin and the war in Ukraine. These are policy issues overseen by the UK government and where injustice and iniquity has been allowed to take root. Much of that can be addressed by the ending of higher standing charges for prepayment meters and through the implementation of a social tariff for those with least and most vulnerable. After all, it is not just unjust but perverse that those with least should pay most for energy, especially when those with most are paying least in their tax burden. I accept that some have found prepayment meters helpful for budgeting, although the strength of that argument has been sapped, if not ended, by the arrival of smart meters. There's also the situation of private landlords who wish to ensure that they avoid costs if a tenant should depart without paying their bill. Again, smart meters offer some solution, but again the issue isn't the meter itself, but the tariff charged. 13% of smart meters are on prepayment tariffs. Mr. Speaker, technology is meant to liberate us, not perpetuate injustice. Prepayment meters, whether smart or otherwise, can remain, but what must end are the higher standing charges and tariffs. They are simply unacceptable any time, but most especially now. Both Ofgem and energy suppliers testify to the technical capacity to make that change. What is required is the political will, which is why I proposed this bill, and it has widespread support within and without Parliament. It would of course require a very modest tariff increase for those paying on credit, but the numbers involved and the amount of energy consumed through PPMs make it a very small burden upon those of us more fortunate. Likewise, a social tariff is a concept whose time has come, ending the burden on those poorest and most vulnerable through changes to PPM tariffs must be matched by the availability of a social tariff, one where those poorest and most vulnerable can access energy and at affordable rates. It is a concept that has the support of those organisations I mentioned earlier with regard to action on prepayment meters, Energy Action Scotland, Aid Scotland and National Energy Action, but it's also a concept argued for by the Fuel Bank Foundation and by Fair by Design. Again, organisations working at the heart of those whom the fuel and energy crisis is hitting hardest. It's not impossible, let alone unheard of. Even before the current energy crisis and emergency measures being invoked, other countries provided for the poorest and most vulnerable. A federal law in Belgium protected residential consumers with low income or precarious situation. That social tariff saw almost 10% of electricity users pay 34% less, and a similar figure of users for gas pay between 38 and 48% less. Those were the poorest and most vulnerable, and certainly those facing the most acute need and difficulties. There, the social tariff covers people receiving minimum income benefits, people receiving an income replacement benefit, people with disabilities receiving integrated support, and people in receipt of an income guarantee benefit. Who would quibble with those priorities or dispute that those people have additional need for fuel and energy, which requires that they be charged on a tariff that recognises that? Belgium isn't alone in operating a social tariff. Again, even before this crisis, Spain provided a social bonus scheme whereby a 25% discount was available on electricity bills for vulnerable energy customers, including disabled customers, with a 40% discount for severely disabled customers. Other countries also take the appropriate action, even if criteria, eligibility and amount may vary. But the urgent need remains that in this time of crisis, those poorest and most vulnerable require most support and should pay the lowest tariffs. That and the injustice of higher charges being imposed them must end. It's why this bill is necessary. Energy, fuel and power are fundamental.
Order. I'm just saying, it is a 10-minute rule bill. You've gone beyond the 10 minutes. I hope you can quickly sum up. Kenny McCaskill.
Indeed. I simply say, Mr Speaker, that Scotland is energy rich, that Scots are fuel poor. It's absurd that it should be replicated across the UK as shameful. Worse than that is the perversity that those poorest and most vulnerable pay most. That must end, and this bill will ensure that. I beg leave to move.
Right. That the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question... One of us is going to have to sit down. Might be better if I stand for this bit. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Neil Hanvey, Richard Burgon, Angus Brendan McNeill, Alistair Carmichael, Liz Saville-Roberts, Margaret Ferrier, Alison Thewlis and myself.
Kenny McCaskill.
Thank you. Energy costs, prepayment meters and social tariffs bill. Second reading what day?
Friday, 24th March 2023.
Friday the 24th of March 2023. You're right. Right. We now come to the Opposition Day motion on economic responsibility and plan for growth. Inform the House that I have not selected the amendments, so I now call Rachel Reeves to move.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are here because of a Tory crisis made in Downing Street but paid for by ordinary working people. Exactly. The Conservative mini-budget of the 23rd of September will go down in history as the day that the British government chose to sabotage its own economy. We saw the Conservatives hurl unfunded tax cuts towards the wealthiest, with excessive borrowing and yet more government debt. This government set our economy ablaze, and as a direct result, in the last 4 weeks, we have experienced chaos in financial markets, repeated emergency interventions from the Bank of England, warnings from the ratings agencies, and rebukes from the International Monetary Fund. And these costs are passed directly on to working people. I'll give way.
For being so generous, giving way so early. Would she join me in welcoming the employment statistics last week, the highest since 1974, and in my constituency alone, 920 extra people were in work compared to 12 months ago.
Very good.
The truth is, 1 million people are missing from the labour market. Half of those with long-term health conditions. We need to do much more to get those people back to work. And one of the reasons why unemployment is low, because so many people aren't even looking for work because they're waiting for NHS operations that are at an all-time high. Today we learn that inflation has gone above 10% again. Food inflation at more than 14%. Electricity prices up 45% in the last year alone. Gas prices having doubled in the last year. And despite all the extraordinary and unprecedented U-turns in recent days, the damage has been done. This Conservative government has wrecked people's finances and snuffed out the dreams of home ownership for millions. 1.8 million people across the UK will be paying higher mortgage bills by the end of next year, on average £580 extra every single month, because of the reckless actions by this government. In my own constituency, in Yorkshire, £360 extra a month. In the Honourable Gentleman, the Minister's constituency, who's just about to respond to me, £640 extra every single month in higher mortgage payments. Families cannot afford to pay these higher mortgage costs, and they certainly can't pay them with apologies from the Prime Minister. The public won't accept that the arsonists who inflicted this damage can put out the fire. The Tories can never be trusted with our economy again. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to my Rumble friend for giving way, and I congratulate her on the motion that she's brought today. It seems to me utterly unarguable that the crisis that is now being wrought upon our constituents lays squarely at the feet of the government. It would appear that they agree with that because, according to briefings on Twitter, they're not intending to vote against it. So does she agree with me that the fact that the Chancellor hasn't even turned up to defend the record, and that the party opposite don't even seem to disagree with the motion, means that we can all agree that it's the fault of the government?
I agree with my honourable friend that it is a shame that October's Chancellor is not in his place today. This crisis has been co-written by every single member of the Cabinet and every single member of the government. The Armed Forces Minister was crystal clear yesterday in pointing out that all Cabinet Ministers had approved and are responsible for government decisions, including the disastrous mini-budget. There is no credibility or stability with this government, just a shambles. And all the time, businesses are looking at the state of this government and deciding where and whether to invest. The Tories' recklessness and enduring incompetence will cost jobs and investment here in Britain. The Conservatives should not be put in charge of a tombola, let alone the British economy. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Can I commend the honourable lady for what she's saying, and just to back up the issue on economic growth and the honourable lady referred to. We need SMEs to be able to survive this, to get through. I've just, in my own constituency, Mr Speaker, and to the Shadow Minister, had a business that opened some 2 months ago. It's a Japanese restaurant. They're doing really well. They employ staff, but their bills have went up from £900 to £3,000. It's quite clear, unless something happens for businesses that are productive, create jobs, if it doesn't happen soon, that they will no longer be there. Does the honourable lady agree that within this we need to have a process that helps businesses?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. Small businesses, like the restaurant that he mentions in his constituency, are the backbone of all of our constituencies and of our economy more widely. And an energy bill increase from £900 to £3,000 is just not affordable for small businesses. The government need to do more to help. I'll give way and then I'll make a bit of progress.
Honourable Member for giving way. I know she takes economic issues very seriously. Protecting pensioners is obviously going to be a key priority going forward. Will she join me in welcoming the Prime Minister confirming that the triple block will be protected? And can she set out what Labour's policy is on that vital area?
Well, on Monday, the Chancellor said that he couldn't rule out breaking the triple lock, and on Wednesday, the Prime Minister, and we don't know which one speaks for the government, but Labour are clear, we support the triple lock, it was in our manifesto, and unlike the party opposite, we would stick by what we promised in government. Now, strong and independent economic institutions are essential for making Britain a great place to invest. That's why undermining the Bank of England, sacking the respected Permanent Secretary at the Treasury and gagging the Office for Budget Responsibility have all added to borrowing costs for Britain, for government and for families. But yet again on Monday, we had the ridiculous spectacle of a Conservative Chancellor coming to the House of Commons to announce huge changes in government economic policy without any sort of independent forecast. Failing to publish a forecast was a significant contribution to the lack of market confidence when the government unleashed their mini-budget 3.5 weeks ago. And yet no lessons have been learned. The government cannot build confidence in Britain by flying blind. That is why we are asking all MPs to vote today to publish the current assessments and forecasts from the Office for Budget Responsibility immediately. For the sake of our economic stability, they must not remain hidden for a further 2 weeks. And if the Chancellor refuses to do so, the country is right to ask, what have they got to hide?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. She touched on one point, the fact that I think one of the very first decisions that new Prime Minister made was to sack the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury. I wonder if she can shed any light on why that decision was made. Was it because, as appears very likely, because he was set to warn the new Chancellor of the consequences of the policies he wanted to announce?
I thank my right honourable friend for that intervention, and as a former Treasury Minister, he knows how things are supposed to be done. Now, we can't ask September's Chancellor why he sacked the respected Permanent Secretary, because he is no longer in his place. But a Labour government would respect the Bank of England, respect the independent civil servants and remove the gag on the Office for Budget Responsibility. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the inflation numbers today show the impact that higher gas and electricity bills are having on family finances. The government's mistake when announcing their package a month ago was putting the entire cost of that package onto government borrowing. Labour's plans would have ensured that energy producers, including the oil and gas industries, who themselves have said that they've got more money than they know what to do with, would have asked them to pay their fair share. Our plan did what a responsible government should do, and put forward a fully costed and a fully funded package to freeze bills this autumn and winter. The Conservatives have left tens of billions of pounds on the table and pushed all of the costs onto current and future taxpayers for years to come. And now, because of their irresponsible and reckless approach, they've gone back on their word. And according to the Resolution Foundation, this could mean a typical bill rising to at least £4,000 from next April. I'll happily give way.
Lady, she's very generous in giving way. Can she confirm, though, that whatever her policy on a windfall tax, the overwhelming majority of her energy support package would have been paid for by borrowing?
The point is that this government is leaving billions of pounds on the table of unneeded and unnecessary borrowing. Why leave that money on the table when even the energy giants are saying they've got more money than they know what to do with? All of that money put on borrowing, put on debt, to be paid back by current and future taxpayers. Tens of billions of pounds left on the table by this Tory government. It has always been a question of who pays for support with bills. The Conservatives always put it on the never-never.
Exactly.
But in the end, it is working people who pay that price. In August, Bloomberg reported that government estimates of energy company windfall profits in the UK over the next 2 years could be £170 billion. Now, the previous Chancellor disputed that, the last one and the one before that, but neither confirmed how much the actual figure was. Why not? Now, Labour's fiscal rules, which would protect the economy and protect families, we shouldn't borrow a penny more than is absolutely necessary. And that is why today's motion calls on the government to publish its estimates of expected windfall profits from energy giants in the UK over the next 2 years. It's in the public interest to do so, and the refusal to publish will only confirm that the government is again putting the profits of the energy giants ahead of sky-high bills for families, pensioners and businesses. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to her for giving way. Does she agree with me that the government has still not learned a single thing? If they had learned anything from their mismanagement, the Prime Minister would have, with the new Chancellor, committed to and should be committing to using the profits of energy companies, as she says, who want to be taxed, to pay for the government's failures, rather than cutting public services and hiking mortgage interest. Does she agree that the government needs to get its priorities straight and get rid of also the cap on bankers' bonuses?
I thank my honourable friend, and as a member of the Treasury Select Committee, she understands these issues well. The Chief Executive of BP says that his company is like a cash machine at the moment. We should be ensuring that companies pay their fair share. The war in Ukraine, the illegal invasion of Ukraine, means that those companies are making windfall profits that they could never have dreamed of. But those windfall profits also mean the highest bills ever for families and pensioners. Those energy companies should pay their fair share. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. She's making an excellent speech in this debate. And the author of the Institute of Health Equity report on fuel poverty, Professor Sinha, said there is no doubt that children will die this winter. And in July alone, 12,000 more people phoned the Samaritans. These are the dire consequences of these political actions, yet our energy companies are taking the profits. Would she agree?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. I'm going to come on now to that important issue that she speaks about public services, because the Chancellor has been quick to put public services in his sights. This week, the respected Institute for Government gave their assessment of the state of public services after 12 years of Conservative governments. They say, and I quote, "Public services are in a fragile state. Patients waiting half a day in A&E, weeks for GP appointments, and a year or more for elective treatments. Few crimes result in charges. Pupils have lost months of learning." What an absolutely devastating verdict on this government's stewardship of our public services. Even the Home Secretary, when she's not arguing with tofu, admitted that the police force is so stretched that they cannot respond to the victims of crime. They are living on another planet if these Tories think that after a decade of imposing austerity, they can come back with season 2, wildly swinging the axe on the country's already struggling public services. I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she is making an absolutely spot-on speech that the other side should listen to, because we have seen 12 years of cuts to our public services and our facilities. But one small glimmer of hope for the people in my city was a successful levelling up bid for a leisure centre in the outer west of Newcastle. However, that project is now being undermined because of this disastrous economic outlook and soaring inflation costs, part of which is a result of the mini-budget. So does my right honourable friend agree that the government must not backtrack on its promises and must support these projects to be delivered despite the rising inflation costs that are now undermining the ability for local government to deliver on them?
Levelling up has truly been replaced by trickle-down, and my honourable friends' constituents are paying the price for that. We need strong public services focused on early intervention and prevention, reducing greater demand with better outcomes for people. We need the government to stick to those manifesto commitments that they made, including uprating benefits and pensions in line with inflation. It should not be working families, pensioners and the most vulnerable who pay the price for these Tory mistakes. Now, we'll make a bit more progress. Labour will get value for money for every pound of taxpayers' money spent. That's why I announced last year that a Labour government will introduce an Office for Value for Money, tackling the endemic waste we've seen under these Tories. Under the Conservatives, £11.8 billion of public money was handed to fraudsters and organised criminals because of a refusal to include the very most basic security checks for COVID support. And that's before you get to the £7 billion spent on unusable PPE, or the £13 billion that was wasted on failed defence procurements, or the millions and millions flushed down the drain by this government's outsourced Serco test and trace system. And now, this week, we read reports that the Treasury is shutting down the Taxpayer Protection Task Force that it belatedly set up in March to try and retrieve the money that the government gave to the fraudsters. This task force shouldn't be shut down, it should be empowered to get taxpayers' money back. Exactly. And as for the £3.5 billion handed out to friends and donors of the Conservative Party, many of whom failed to deliver on those contracts. In business, if you award a contract and it doesn't deliver, you claw that money back. Yeah. The government must now stretch every sinew to get that money back because taxpayers demand it, and that comes before the cuts and the austerity that this government is about to unleash. Now, the government says that working people now have to put up with eye-wateringly difficult decisions. But there are so many easy decisions that the government could make to stop families from feeling the pain. Why keep in place an outdated and unjustifiable non-dom tax status loophole, which means some of the wealthiest pay no tax on their incomes, while ordinary working people face the highest tax burden in 70 years in this low-growth, high-tax economy? Labour's principle is clear. If you make Britain your home, you should pay your taxes here. And research from the LSE and Warwick University has shown that the UK's non-dom system costs us £3.2 billion a year. And look at the tax break for private equity managers, which was cooked up in the 1980s by a Conservative government, giving a tax break of almost £200,000 each to 2,000 private equity bosses every single year. It's not right that bosses pay a lower rate of tax on their bonuses than workers do on their wages. Yeah. It is indefensible, and so Labour will abolish it. And right now, private schools enjoy charitable status, which means that they are exempt from both business rates and VAT at a cost of £1.7 billion every year. But here's the truth, Madam Deputy Speaker. Private schools are not charities, and so we will end that exemption and put that money back into our state schools. That is what a fair tax system looks like, and that is what Britain will get with a Labour government. Fiscal responsibility and a fair tax system that puts working people first.
Finally, you care about something.
Labour will stabilise the economy by being responsible with public finances through our fiscal rules. It is on this foundation that our Green Prosperity Plan will invest in the jobs and industries of tomorrow as we meet our climate obligations and secure our energy supply here in Britain. There are great opportunities for the industries of the future, for government to partner with industry and invest. In domestic renewables such as wind, hydrogen, carbon capture and in nuclear too. Labour will create a national wealth fund so that when we build British industry, the public has a stake and gets a return on that investment. The next Labour government will buy, make and sell more here in Britain with an industrial strategy that is pro-worker and pro-business. We will breathe new life into our high streets by calling time on the outdated model of business rates. That's a real plan for the future, not lurching from crisis to crisis like the Conservatives. So much damage has been done to our economy by the Conservatives' reckless mini-budget. But I've almost run out of time. It's been 20 minutes and I have taken a lot. I have taken a lot of interventions. So much damage has been done by the reckless mini-budget. But the government can stop things from becoming even worse. Today they can show that they have listened and publish the Office for Budget Responsibility forecasts and assessments that they are sitting on, so that we know the true state of our public finances and of our economy. The government should publish their assessments that they already have on the windfall profits of the energy giants in the next 2 years, and then set out clear steps to introduce a proper windfall tax. Yep. It is a sign of how far this Conservative government is off the road on competence and responsibility that they have not already done these basic things. People can no longer afford the cost of Tory failure. We need a stronger and fairer economy from a government committed to financial responsibility and a serious plan for growth that puts working people first. The very least that they can do is publish the numbers, and I urge all honourable members to support this motion today to do exactly that.
Question is, as on the order paper, Financial Secretary to the Treasury, Andrew Griffin.
Very much. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our constituents are worried about what the current global turbulence in the economy means for their jobs, their prospects and their families. They want to know that they can afford to get by, and that once the economic storm clouds have passed, which they will, that they can thrive. And it's these concerns, those of our constituents, that we're thinking about, rather than, and I say this in all due seriousness to the Honourable Lady, rather than misrepresenting, because I think she knows better, misrepresenting global trends, we are focused on protecting the most vulnerable and looking after our economy. And the most... Happily give way.
I just wonder if my honourable friend noticed, like I did, how little was mentioned of the real cause of the issues at the moment in global markets. Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, driving energy prices up across the globe, driving inflation up across the globe, and driving interest rates. And no mention of that from the opposition. Whose side are they on? Whose side are they on when it comes to these situations? Because it's quite clear to me that they're not actually listening to the real issues underlying the global markets, and they don't understand what's going on.
Well, I thank my honourable member for North West Durham, and he makes a very important point. And I think that the whole of this House will want to acknowledge both the impact on our economy of COVID and the measures that both sides of this House supported, but also Putin's invasion in Ukraine. And it does us a great disservice to try and be overly partisan about the impacts on global trends that are happening in every Western economy. I'll give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for giving way. And the Minister has a strong track record, knowledgeable about finance in the private sector. So will he acknowledge that the mini-budget caused huge chaos in the markets, and notwithstanding the international issues which are a backdrop to this, this government has scored an own goal by making it a hell of a lot worse. Surely he, with his financial background, will acknowledge that. Yes.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the chair of the Select Committee, the Public Accounts Committee, does make some fair points, and we have acknowledged that mistakes have been made. The Prime Minister herself has said that, and I'm happy to say that in the spirit that the Honourable Lady acknowledges that there are wider factors at work in the economy, and it ill behoves this House to make those overly partisan points when our constituents are looking to us collectively as to what we can do. I'll make a little progress, and then we'll make a little progress and then come back, if I may. The most important thing we can do now in the national interest is to cement that financial and economic stability. That's what's vital, and that's what's vital for all of those who are concerned about their jobs, who have to pay their mortgages, those saving for retirement. And it's essential for businesses investing for the future and for society as we get through the current bout of rising prices. Bringing stability... I'll give way.
Minister for giving way.
Last month, the Bank of England had to step in with a promise to buy up to £65 billion of government debt after pension funds, managing huge sums of money on behalf of retired people across the country, came close to collapse amidst an unprecedented meltdown in UK government bond markets following the government's mini-budget. Last week, the bank had to step in again. Now, BT's pension scheme has revealed the value of its assets plummeted by an estimated £11 billion in recent weeks. So will the Minister apologise for the chaos that his party has brought to the pension sector? And what can he say to my constituents to reassure them that their pensions are actually safe?
I thank the Honourable Lady for Wirral West, and I think all of us have constituents who are rightly worried in these times of global turbulence and increasing rates and increasing interest rates in every part of the world. She will forgive me, I hope, if I don't comment on the specific operations of the Bank of England. I think that would be inappropriate for me to do, other than to thank hard-working officials for their intervention that they've made over the last couple of weeks. I'll give way one more time, and then, if you'll forgive me, I'll make some progress.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. Of course, there are global factors that meant the situation was dangerous. Will he acknowledge that it's precisely because of those global factors that the new Prime Minister and Chancellor had to tread very, very carefully? And that's why what they did was so reckless and so damaging.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure I can fully accept what the honourable member for Chesterfield will say, but what I will say is that on this side of the House, we are committed to the independence of our institutions. It's very important that people understand that. They have a valuable role to play, both the Bank of England and the Office for Budget Responsibility, which is why the Chancellor, when he presents his forecast to this House in just 8 parliamentary days' time, will ensure that those have been fully presented and signed off by the Office of Budget Responsibility.
I'm grateful, and I recognise the value of stability and predictability. Given the changes to the corporation tax rate, and given that the previous administration, my right honourable friend, the member for Richmond, was going to reduce the bank corporation tax surcharge from 8% to 3%, could my honourable friend confirm the government's intentions with respect to that and the assessment made on the effect of competitiveness in financial services for banks?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for Salisbury and pay tribute to my right honourable friend for Richmond for all that he did to put this economy in a strong position and to navigate the very difficult shoals of the unprecedented COVID pandemic. I'd like to make a little bit of progress, and I'll make a little bit of progress and then give way. As the Chancellor has said, all measures at this point remain on the table. He will indulge me if I don't make that policy at the dispatch box today. His point is well understood, and it is a point that others have also made to me as Financial Secretary. I hope.
Can I just simply point out that if the rate is retained as an 8% surcharge, banks will be paying 33%, and when added to the employment costs for national insurance, may have issues in terms of competitiveness. If that is necessary, please could he make clear to banks and the markets so that they can plan for the future?
Well, as I said to this House a moment ago, we have just 8 sitting days now. Part of my role is to stay in very close touch with our very valued banking community and to continue to drive the competitiveness of the United Kingdom as a place for the financial services sector to make the prodigious contribution to the economy that we, particularly on this side of the House, value. Now, as the Chancellor has said, we will continue to prioritise fiscal stability, and the United Kingdom will always pay its way. We will fund our promises, and we remain, Madam Deputy Speaker, committed to fiscal discipline. And that means we will do whatever is necessary to ensure that debt as a share of the economy comes down in the medium term. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Minister. I know he's relatively new to the job, and I hope he lasts longer than some of his predecessors. The Bank of England has made clear the mini-budget has caused a material risk to UK's financial stability. The fact is that, as has been said already, our constituents' mortgages have gone up and will be going up for £500 and up to £900 in London and the South East. Can he tell us what his government's going to do to bring down those mortgage rates, that many of them are going to be directly as a consequence of the mini-budget failures and fiasco?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank the Honourable Lady for my apologies, sorry, I am new to this role. I was in the process actually of telling the Honourable Lady in the House exactly what this government will do. No one should trivialise the impact of rising global interest rates on mortgages. The last time mortgages were at this level were under her government, and not after the backdrop of a global pandemic and a war on European soil. No, I think I've been relatively generous, Madam Deputy Speaker, in taking interventions from the opposition. I'm going to make some progress because I'm sure you've got many people who would like to speak. So, as the House knows, we will publish the medium-term fiscal plan, which will be fully reported on by the OBR, which will set out our approach to fiscal responsibility, which is the controllable variable we can do in government to help reduce the rates of interest going forward. We remain committed to pursuing growth as the driver of prosperity for all. The creation of investment zones. I'll give way. And then
would my right honourable friend agree that this government's policy of creating investment zones is going to boost business and create jobs for hard-working people in Southend West, I hope, and across the country? It's the essence of financial responsibility that's going to put us on the path to long-term growth and long-term financial health.
Well, the new member for Southend makes a very important point. We are absolutely committed to investment zone. I wish her well with her campaign to attract one to Southend-on-Sea. And as the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities has noted, this will be a transformational programme for the whole United Kingdom, and I hope many members opposite get behind this programme and seek to attract them to their own constituencies. We are continuing to deliver support for families by cutting national insurance, and we will save an average of £330 for 28 million hard-working people. We'll deliver reforms to boost housing supply, accelerate infrastructure projects across the country, enabling growth where it is needed most. I'll give way.
Extremely grateful to him. Last week we had the repeal of the Health and Social Care Levy Bill. I spoke in that debate and I said that I hoped that that repeal would not lead to the cap on social care being watered down. As I understand, the cap may now be delayed or even not come into force at all. I think we should all be very concerned about that. The previous Prime Minister, one of his great achievements, I thought, was finally bringing a tangible policy to social care. Does he accept that in many ways, when we repealed the bill, it would have been better to know then that that repeal would have had a material impact on social care policy?
Well, my honourable friend for Suffolk South makes his point typically strongly, and he, like me, will look forward to hearing the medium-term fiscal strategy in short term. The decisions, the Honourable Lady earlier asked what we will do to protect households with their interest rates and mortgages. And the decisions that were taken by the Chancellor earlier this week, difficult decisions, I won't give way at the moment, will ensure that we continue to grow the economy. Those decisions will raise around £32 billion every year, about which, Madam Deputy Speaker, to date, and perhaps they'll use the opportunity of this debate to enlighten the House, the opposition has said very little about how they would find the money to do that. That brings me to our energy price guarantee, which is a landmark policy which will help millions of people get through this most difficult winter. Independent and external forecasts expect this to reduce inflation by around 5 percentage points. It's one of the most generous schemes in the world, and was the biggest single expense in the growth plan, with an estimated cost of around 60 billion between now and the end of March. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I think the energy price guarantee and the support scheme is something that this whole House can support, as well as many of our constituents. But in constituencies like mine in Edinburgh, many of my households are off-grid. And although there is a separate scheme, there's also an issue of dual use on a single site. To make sure there's parity and equity through the rolling through of that scheme, will he undertake to make sure that there is an ongoing review to ensure that none of my constituents miss out on the support from the government, the generous support from the government that's already forthcoming?
Just like the constituents of Arundel and South Downs, I don't want to see any prejudice to the constituents of Edinburgh. The honourable gentleman makes his point well, and I'm sure that the Energy Minister will be listening. Okay.
I thank him for giving way. So if the so-called energy price guarantee, he said, is going to reduce inflation by 4 or 5%, what's inflation going to go to in April 23 when they remove the energy price guarantee?
Good question.
Yeah, well, I've learned not to make forecasts in life. The honourable I was citing external forecasts rather than making forecasts of where energy prices in an unprecedented moment of global volatility will be 6 months hence. Maybe the honourable gentleman has a greater insight into that. No. Beyond April, the Treasury will lead a review, Treasury officials will lead a review as to the appropriate measures of supporting households and businesses with their energy needs beyond that, but without the taxpayer picking up an inappropriate share of the burden.
Very grateful for the energy plan that's brought forward that means that the most vulnerable get up to £1,200 support. When it comes to review in April, will you be making sure that it is the most vulnerable people again at the forefront of getting that support?
Yes. No, I'm going to make some progress. I've talked, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the measures that we're taking to support growth. I've also talked about the tough decisions that the Chancellor came to this House on Monday and talked about. And I want to reiterate that we must not sugarcoat it. In common with every other major economy, we do face economic challenges at this time. That's for 3 reasons. The cost of COVID. Through the first 2 years of the pandemic, the government borrowed over 300 billion more than had been forecast in March 2020, by about 260 billion in 2021 and another 70 billion in 21-22. And that was to fund emergency COVID support that had support on both sides of the House. And the interest rates are rising around the world on the back of increased costs and Putin's war in Ukraine. I'll give way. Fine.
I'm very grateful for the Minister for giving way. We heard recently that inflation in this country has risen to 10.1%. But is the Minister aware that the European Union reported its inflation figures just today, this morning, and the Eurozone has now risen to 10.9%?
Thank you very much. Well, the member of Broadland is absolutely right. In truth, I was aware of that, together with the fact that interest rates in Germany are 11%, and in the Netherlands 17%. And I say to the member opposite, the honourable member for Leeds West, that I hope that she is also listening to that, because it is indeed a phenomenon that we're seeing in all major developed economies. The honourable member has a background in economics, and I hope that she can devote some of her energy to sharing her wisdom and insight with colleagues. When it comes to interest rates, as we know, the Fed Reserve has implemented 3 consecutive 3/4 of a basis point increase, while the ECB has increased rates at both of its last 2 meetings, including its largest ever single rate hike in September. And I hope that as we hear contributions from the honourable members opposite, we will hear a little bit more about the broader context that we're in, and a little bit less trying to attribute it to this side of the House. I'll give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way and for being generous with his time. If it's all the fault of the global sphere, then why was the 38-day Chancellor sacked?
I think, in fairness, and he was generous in his comments, that is not the position that it's all the fault, and that is why the Prime Minister has apologised. The Prime Minister has changed her Chancellor, and different decisions, difficult decisions, have been made. So I hope, in the spirit of having a proper debate about these matters, the honourable gentleman will accept that that wasn't what I was saying, but I was introducing, and I will continue to do so, the very important broader context, around these economic issues. No, I'm going to finish as quickly as I can, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've already said that difficult decisions will have to be made. Those decisions will never be made at the expense of the most vulnerable. And I welcome the fact that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has reconfirmed at the dispatch box today our commitment to protect the triple lock, something that was noticeably not forthcoming from the front bench of the opposition earlier today. The fact is, Madam Deputy Speaker, since the 2008 financial crisis, we've all been held back by weak economic growth. For 14 years, people's living standards, especially the most vulnerable that the opposition claim to talk about, have not been rising as quickly as they should. And the bottom line is that without any action at all, by accepting the status quo, we condemn ourselves and to future generations in Britain to decline. So we face challenges, but we should address these from a place of optimism. I want to remind members that the fundamentals of the UK economy remain resilient, with unemployment at its lowest level in nearly 50 years, and the UK forecast to have the fastest growth in the G7 in 2022. We have incredible strengths. I was meeting, Madam Deputy Speaker, investors this morning, talking about the capital that they want to put to work in the United Kingdom. In science, in research, in technology, we have some of the world's best universities. And don't forget, for those who would underestimate and talk down our prospects, we have one wonderful thing, which is the British people. With credibility and conviction, we're going to deliver the roads, railway, the broadband we need. We'll recruit the best doctors, empower the best teachers, and back the bravest soldiers. And when conditions allow, when it's consistent with sound public finances, we will continue to cut taxes to further unleash economic growth. Madam Deputy Speaker, a few weeks ago, the government took a bold approach to resetting our ambition for the growth rate of the economy, to protect our public services and to deliver sustainably low taxes. That remains the most important challenge of our time. The question earlier this week was whether we would take action to protect the economy or whether we would not. Our response should leave nobody in any doubt that we, on this side of the House, in government, are a government that chooses action in the national interest.
Now, colleagues will obviously be aware that there's a great deal of interest in this debate. So after the SNP spokesperson, I will introduce a time limit of 6 minutes, just to warn the next speakers. SNP spokesperson Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A report out today shows that 60% of people across the nations of the UK are worried about their household financial prospects. The same report showed that 9 out of 10 people are delaying putting their heating on due to concerns about the costs. Members across this House will have received emails and calls from people never before moved to contact their MP, who are now feeling those concerns for themselves. When those who have felt relatively comfortable start really feeling the pinch, imagine what this means for those on the rungs of the ladder below. Then imagine what this means for those who weren't getting by at all, who were already suffering from poverty, those who had £20 a week cut from their universal credit. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's crushing them. It's destroying families. It's clearing out food banks. It's moving third sector and support service staff to tears with a feeling of futility. and it is destroying the health of children. The actions of this Westminster government have left vulnerable households abandoned, betrayed and cast aside. This government laid bare, during the chaotic period of the so-called mini-budget, its ideology. But make no mistake, while it was doing that damage, it simply pulled back the curtains on its core ideology. Their error was being so obvious, so blunt, that political spin couldn't cover it. Their focus has always been about making the rich richer when the key policies result in poverty, but £40,000 extra per year for those earning £1 million a year. It's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it? Only for those in the mini-budget who were earning over £155,000 a year were net beneficiaries of that budget. Of course, this month's Chancellor has had to scrap this unfunded giveaway to the most well-off, not through genuine contrition, but because they were forced to. Limp and clearly insincere apologies don't fool anyone. The parachute Chancellor has dropped in to try and close the curtains, to return to the drip of chronic austerity that is the usual modus operandi. People see that, and they now see through that. With inflation above 10% and the poor are facing the hardest choices, and food inflation is higher than 10%, and that means that they've got really tough choices. Now, the Chancellor's taken away the 2-year energy price cap, which, although welcome, still meant a doubling of prices from last year, and ominously set it up for a review in 6 months. No certainty for the increasingly desperate people, while rich bankers will still be able to see their wages rocket up as the cap on their bonuses has been removed. I will give way.
On the subject of banking, can you confirm that SNP policy currently is this, that were they to be independent, they would have a currency with no lender of last resort? Can you confirm that?
What's that to do with bankers' bonuses?
Let me deal with two issues. Let me deal with two issues here. First of all, no amount of deflection from the benches opposite will take away from the fact that they are punishing the poor and they have trashed the economy in recent weeks. Now, in terms of the prospectus for independence, people in Scotland should have a choice to have those questions answered and vote on them. It's his government. It's his government that are denying democracy in that case. Now, I'm going to make some progress. The Chancellor has ominously set that up for a review in 6 months. No certainty for increasingly desperate people, while rich bankers will still be able to see their wages rocket up, as I said, with a cap on their bonuses removed. The energy crisis is even more galling for my constituents, Madam Deputy Speaker, and many more across Scotland. They see their energy being produced from their backyards. Yet folk in this colder climate in the Highlands pay more per unit for electricity than anywhere else in the UK. Renewable energy suppliers are charged more to connect to the grid than anywhere else in the UK. And the picture is particularly bleak for those who are off the gas grid.
Give way on that point.
I will give way on that point.
Off gas, yes. So thank you for being friend for giving way. You'll be aware that even by the government's own estimates, that heating oil has gone up by 147% since January, and constituencies like ours, it's costing over £1,200 to fill a tank, sometimes with a minimum delivery of 500 litres. And does it share my concern that in these colder, rural, more economically fragile areas of the UK, not everyone has £500 to replenish their oil tank, and it won't be a choice of turning their heating on or not. They simply won't have the choice because they won't have the oil or the means to replenish the tank when they need it. This is a crisis.
My honourable friend is absolutely, completely right, and he represents a constituency with many, like I do, many off-gas grid constituents. And he makes a telling point about the cost of that. And what support are the UK government giving to these people who face twice the bills that other people will? A measly £100. I will give way on that point.
I thank the honourable gentleman. And does he accept, even today, the Minister refuses to give us figures on the expected windfall revenue? And the simple fact remains that this government always sides with the energy giants as opposed to ordinary British people.
The honourable gentleman makes a fair point, and as I said in the opening remarks in my speech, their ideology is that the rich will get richer while the poor will suffer. And I think that's underlined over the past few weeks like no other time in this place. The scales have fallen away. I will give way. Yep.
On the broad points, it's right to intervene on the Minister on this. Both he, the Minister, and his friends refer continually to growth. But I don't think I had heard any indication from him this afternoon or elsewhere, in fact, how that growth will be spread beyond London and the South East. Is that not a gaping gap in their policy and will certainly affect his constituents and mine in Wales and in the north of England and in Scotland?
Again, my honourable friend makes a fantastic point. And of course, the growth that we are seeing from this government is the growth in poverty and the growth in inequality. That continues to rise, and it's something they're very good at driving forward. As I was saying, for those off-gas grid customers, consumers, £100. Now, Scotland is a rich, energy-rich, and it is a net exporter of energy. Renewable energy is 6 to 9 times cheaper than the gas-fired power our prices are linked to. We have in Scotland the energy, but until we have the power, our people will continue to be ignored over their basic needs and their potential. After the Chancellor's statement, the SNP, through my honourable friend, the member for Kilmarnock and Loudon, tried to introduce some certainty for households, terrified by the rising energy prices, by putting forward an amendment to the Energy Prices Bill that would have required ministers to outline new house support after April would be provided to households within 28 days. Labour failed to support that amendment, by the way, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Chancellor says more difficult decisions will have to be made, which incidentally means cutting the funding for things ordinary families and the most vulnerable rely on. And note that the threat for those struggling by, many of them working people relying on universal credit, has not been lifted, of further reductions on top of the fact that inflation has been 3 times higher than the last increase. Common decency demands that benefits must be fully uprated. Are they capable of that? Remember, too, that this is a government that still haven't reversed the pernicious £20 a week cut to universal credit. Yet the Chancellor had the cheek to say that, and it's been repeated again today, to say that their government's priority will always be the most vulnerable. Does that include pensioners? This week, the Chancellor was briefing journalists, including Robert Peston, who said this today, that it was abandoning the triple lock. With inflation rampant, today's figure at 10.1%, this means further hardship for Scotland's older people. Today, the Prime Minister says no. Now, is this another U-turn, or is it like when she says that the energy cap would mean no family would pay more than £2,500 per year? Is it indeed just, well, let me find some parliamentary language, is it just questionable, Madam Deputy Speaker? If they really mean that they care, they'd reinstate the £20 a week to universal credit, they'd scrap the bedroom tax, they'd get rid of the odious rape clause, and they'd upgrade benefits in line with inflation. They could choose to follow the progressive lead of the Scottish Government, which has brought in, amongst a wide packet, oh, there's laughing from the Minister on the front bench. In Scotland, the Scottish Government have brought in the Scottish Child Payment, which has risen now to £25 a week. That is helping to mitigate the callous cut made by his government, Madam Deputy Speaker. So he could choose to follow that progressive lead, and he could choose to follow what the Scottish Government has done in doubling the December bridging payment from £130 to £260 at a time when families will need it most at the depth of winter and at Christmas. He could pay for much of this by taxing the excess profit on companies that are clearly making them. I will give way.
I thank him for giving way. He was talking about the Tories not keeping their pledge of protecting the most vulnerable, and he's highlighted some real awful policies that are actually making people more vulnerable. And isn't it the case that on top of that, fuel poverty under this government has increased by over 50%. It's now standing at 6.7 million households. So to say they're protecting the vulnerable is unfortunately a sick joke.
Yeah, the honourable friend has said it all there. I think it is absolutely clear. And to hear laughter from the front bench, from the Minister on the front bench over measures to mitigate poverty, I think is shameful this afternoon. Now, they could have taxed some of the excess profits. Companies are daring them. Sometimes, like the boss of Shell, they're asking them to do it. They could, but they won't, because protecting the vulnerable is not what Tories do. And it gets worse. Now the Bank of England will react with further interest rate rises, pushing mortgages to unaffordable heights for some homeowners and prospective buyers. Now, they, of course, and we've heard it again today, they want to lay all the blame on the illegal war in Ukraine. They want to lay the blame on global conditions. But everybody knows that much of this is Tory-inflicted. And a big part of that is Brexit. It has hamstrung business through starving them of vital staff. It has pushed inflation higher through import prices, while the UK's shocking balance of trade has been exposed. And it has also ushered in a raft of new tax costs for businesses across the nations of the UK. As the former Bank of England Governor Mark Carney pointed out, and I quote, in 2016, Britain's economy was 90% the size of Germany's. It is now 70%. And that was before the cluster burach of the mini-budget. And Labour, with all the backbone of a squid, joined at the tentacles of this Tory ideology, trying to pretend, Madam Deputy Speaker, that somehow they'll make Brexit work. Yeah. Most of them don't believe that, in the face of all the logic and informed opinion. All of this chaos, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a timely reminder for the people of Scotland about why they should choose a different path. Yeah. And I say to people back home, look at what they are doing to you, to your communities, to your businesses, to your families, to your children's futures. Compared to the UK, other countries similar to Scotland are wealthier, more equal, have higher productivity, lower poverty, lower child poverty and lower pensioner poverty. Democracy can and will triumph. Scotland has the right to choose a very different path from this one, to build a better future as an independent nature, as an equal partner in the EU, one that seeks to lift people up, not keep them down, and live by the values of a welcoming, diverse and compassionate nation.
William Ragg.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much for calling me so early in this debate. And if I may, to strike a conciliatory tone in the outset of my remarks, thank everybody in this House who sent me remarkable support in the course of the summer recess. There is nothing unique for me to have had issues with my mental health, but what perhaps is more unique than most in the country is having the platform and the opportunity to highlight that and to speak empathetically, and I'm very grateful indeed. And indeed, in making this speech, there are a number of things in my life which at the moment I'm struggling with, but bizarrely, Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems that making a speech in the House of Commons isn't one of them. So whether that's attuned to my state of mind, I'm not entirely sure, and no doubt my honourable friends on the government bench will tell me afterwards. But I want to speak on this important matter because I haven't said a word to my constituents about the events of the last month or so. And I watched on from home when the Chancellor gave his so-called mini-budget, which should have been delivered as a full budget with the proper procedures of this House duly followed. And as the time passed from that, I grew increasingly concerned by its nature. Now, I'm quite an old-fashioned person, and in respect of this House, I like to look at what the word of the motion is, and believing also in speaking one's mind. And I can only say that today is the centenary, the exact centenary of a meeting in 1922, during which Conservative backbenchers met to decide that they would stand on their own ticket in the 1922 general election, thereby depriving David Lloyd George of that opportunity to continue as Prime Minister. And so, as Vice Chairman of the 1922 committee, from which the events of that afternoon and evening led to the foundation of that committee, I think it's quite important to speak my mind. And I realise there are some in my party who lament that state of affairs, but I hope they'll indulge me as I have indulged them listening over time. But there are many things that have been said that are very true by the front bench. There's an international situation, there's an illegal invasion of Ukraine, there's a spike in the international cost of energy, and the government has many things to be proud of, the employment record, not least. But there's no escaping the fact that the measures contained within that financial statement caused directly the situation to be made worse. Now, that wasn't intentional, I'm quite sure. But the lack of foresight by senior members of the government, I cannot easily forgive. And my forgiveness is not something that the government should seek at all, but our constituents, who are in a difficult enough situation as it is. And so to see it as a question of international turbulence, inexplicably increasing the mortgage rates, inexplicably necessitating further cuts to public expenditure, I can't easily forgive that, Madam Deputy Speaker. I found increasingly, in the course of the summer particularly, the trashing of the reputations of independent organisations in this country, such as the Bank of England and the Office for Budget Responsibility, to be near Maoist in its nature. Orthodoxy, Treasury orthodoxy, came under attack. I am a Conservative. I suppose orthodoxy goes hand in hand with that. That is Conservative orthodoxy. Conservative orthodoxy is sound financial management and a balanced budget. Not stick some pamphlets into a test tube, shake it up and see what happens. Yep. That is not the way the Conservative Party should ever govern. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, apparently I can be a little difficult to handle.
Never.
And my honourable friend for Workington must have wondered what he'd done in a previous life to find me in his flock as my whip. I always commiserate with my whip when they're appointed, and indeed a number of them I've been round the block with so that I get round to them all over again. But there's a serious point to all of this. What occurred with that financial statement, I am personally ashamed, because I cannot go and face my constituents, look them in the eye, and say that they should support our great party, and the polls would seem to bear that out. The next debate is apparently a confidence issue. Well, I'm not going to fall into that trap. I've opposed fracking. I thought we'd come to a considered position on it, but there we go. So I will vote with the government whip, because I'm not, if the Honourable Lady would allow me, she's kind, I will give way happily, of course, if she wishes to now. Will she? Of course, yes.
Will he be lending the Prime Minister his confidence vote in the next debate?
Well, she's very charitable in giving me a further minute for my peroration, which it seems a shame to extend it too long, but she's very grateful in that. But you should allow me, the fracking debate that follows has been made a confidence vote. Yeah. If I vote as I would wish, then I would lose the whip. I would no longer be Vice Chair of the 1922 committee. I would no longer maintain my position as a Chair of one of the select committees of the House. And indeed, because of that, my letter lodged with my honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale West, would fall. And I wish to maintain that letter with my honourable friend.
Oh. Point of order, Grant Davis.
Is it in order for a member to say that he's in support, he's against fracking, and yet he's going to vote in the opposite direction? Because there is a rule of this House that says if one speaks...
It's not a point of order. Not a point of order. Each member is accountable for their own decisions on voting, and I'm sure he would not want me interfering with that. Sir Stephen Timms.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to follow the honourable member for Hazel Grove, and I pay tribute to the frankness of the personal remarks which he opened his speech. And I must say, the whole speech contained a great deal of good sense, which I hope his honourable friends on his front bench will have heard and paid attention to. Christians on the left organises a church service each year. On the Sunday morning, the Labour Party conference begins, and the preacher this year was the Archbishop of York. And in a very fine address he gave on that occasion, he said this, and I quote, "Increasingly, the safety net in our nation is a food bank, where more and more people have to go to get what our economy itself fails to provide." And he's absolutely right. Something fundamental has gone wrong in our economy. For many people, the economy doesn't work, including people who are in employment. More and more are turning to a food bank to survive. 61,000 food banks distributed by Trussell Trust Food Banks in 2010-11, 2.5 million in 2020-21, a 40-fold increase in a decade. The Prime Minister acknowledged in the leadership election campaign in the summer her party's failure on economic growth. She was absolutely right to do so. The new Chancellor told us on Monday that the record on growth had been very good, and that is one of many things which he and the Prime Minister seem to disagree about. But on this one, I'm definitely with the Prime Minister. As my right honourable friend on the front bench often points out, we are a high-tax economy because we've been a low-growth economy. Last April, social security benefits were raised by 3.1%, even though inflation was nearly 10%. And that was justified on the basis that the regular formula for uprating benefits uses the figure for inflation in the previous September. That formula has on several occasions been disapplied since 2010, but never in the interests of the poorest families in the country, only ever to their disadvantage. This year, the formula was applied, piling on yet another real terms cut in benefits, reducing them to the lowest real terms level for over 30 years. The then Chancellor and the then Prime Minister implicitly recognised that unfairness and promised to use the same formula next April, delivering, we've learnt today, a 10.1% rise then. Now the current Chancellor must decide whether to keep that promise to the poorest families in the country during a cost of living crisis. The Minister, in his opening remarks, referred to protecting the vulnerable. I really hope that he meant that, because those families have so often had a kicking from this government over the last 12 years. And if it happens again, food bank dependence is going to get yet another large boost as thousands more people have to turn to those food banks to survive, on top of the 700,000 households who did so in 2019-20. The food banks themselves are struggling now because donors can't afford to give as much. Mass food bank dependence is a potent symptom of the economic failure of the past 12 years. Yesterday, Muscular Dystrophy UK came to Parliament to spell out the hardship from rising prices for the people they support, because, for example, they depend on machinery, ventilators, which have to be permanently switched on and powered. The Chancellor on Monday spoke of compassionate conservatism. If that isn't just a vacuous slogan, their needs must be recognised in the benefit uprating decision that will be announced on Monday week. The benefit cap was introduced 10 years ago and was supposed to reflect median earnings. It was changed once in 2016 when it was cut. It's never ever been increased. This time, surely it must be. Because if it isn't, at a time when inflation is over 10%, thousands more people are going to crash into the cap next April and be forced to depend on food banks, heaping yet another failure, another economic failure on the catastrophic errors that we've seen, as the Honourable Member for Hazel Grove rightly pointed out, catastrophic blunders of the last few weeks.
Steve Double.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we all knew that whoever was Prime Minister or Chancellor and in government at this particular time was going to face some really difficult, tough decisions. The fallout from the pandemic, the invasion of Ukraine and a number of other domestic and global factors were going to mean there were some really difficult decisions to be made around our economy and our fiscal policy. But I think the one thing we should all be able to depend on is, no matter how difficult times are, that the government won't make those decisions even harder. And sadly, that is what has happened as a result of the rushed mini-budget. The fallout from that has been a loss of confidence in the markets, but also my experience was talking to many local businesses in my constituency in the 2 weeks immediately after the mini-budget, a great loss of confidence within the business community. And I think, growth is a hard-won thing. You do not achieve growth simply by saying we're going to get growth loudly and passionately as possible. It needs to be nurtured with the right policies that actually instill confidence in the business community. And it is therefore incredibly welcome, and I'm incredibly thankful that the new Chancellor, has stepped up and taken a grip of this situation. I'm also delighted to see my very good friend in the seat of the Chief Secretary of the Treasury. And between the two of them, I have great confidence that they will bring the grip and the leadership that we need to the Treasury to provide the stability and the leadership that we now need to address this very, very difficult situation. As a result of that, many of the elements that were in that original mini-budget have now been dropped, and we await further details in the near future of exactly how the government are now going to balance the books and lay out the government's policy going forward. But I would just say we really do need to know what the Prime Minister's policies are. She made a number of very bold statements in her leadership campaign when she won the election for the leadership of our party and became Prime Minister, most of which have now had to be dropped. And it's very important that we have confidence that number 10 and number 11 are in lockstep at this particular challenging time, and that they have the same policy. So we need confirmation from the Prime Minister exactly what her policies are. We are aware there are still going to be some very, very difficult decisions lying ahead. But in making those decisions, it is absolutely vital that we protect the most vulnerable in our society, and that those who are least able to shoulder the burden because of the damage that's been caused are not required to pay the price for it. Therefore, it was incredibly welcome that at the dispatch box the Prime Minister gave a very clear statement that triple lock will be remaining for pensions. That's going to be welcomed by pensioners in my constituency and across the country, that they have that reassurance that that triple lock will be in place and they will get a rise in their pension in line with prices. But we must do a similar thing for benefits now. It's absolutely vital, I believe. The government has done a lot of work in reforming benefits over many years, and universal credit is it pays people to be in work. I know from first-hand experience of talking to people that it's very popular, but it's absolutely right that those benefits keep pace with the increase in prices, and that those on benefits are not the ones that pay the price to balance the books. There's one other measure I want to refer to that I think has survived the cull from the mini-budget, and that is the cut in stamp duty. Now, naturally, I'm someone who welcomes a cut in stamp duty. However, we are currently in the middle of a major housing crisis in Cornwall. And our experience from the last cut in stamp duty during the pandemic is that what that actually did was fuel demand for second homes and investment properties. And what that did was inflated prices in Cornwall way higher than the national increase in house prices, and means even more local people are unable to afford to buy a house. So if the government is going to continue to press ahead with the stamp duty cut, can I make a request that it only applies to primary residences, and that those who seek to buy second homes and investment properties for holiday lets are not able to attract the cut in stamp duty that's being proposed? Because all that will happen again is, if that cut does go ahead, is we will once again fuel second homes and investment property purchases in tourist areas like Cornwall, and mean that our housing crisis gets even worse, when what we need the government to do is help us address it so that local people can get the housing they need. So I would just ask the ministers on the front bench if they would take that particular point away and look at that policy to make sure that, yes, it's welcome to help people buying their home, particularly their first home, are able to benefit from the stamp duty cut, but it doesn't go to those who are buying second and subsequent homes. So, all in all, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, after a very, very difficult time, I am in a much better place of being confident that the new team in the Treasury have got a grip of this, are going to provide the stability and leadership we need, and I look forward to hearing more details in due course of exactly what the policies are going to be going forward.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government benches should not think for 1 second that we on this side will relent from holding them to account for the dog's dinner entirely of their own making. Like a broken record, the lame duck Prime Minister cites global economic headwinds, refusing to take any responsibility for the decisions that brought the British economy to the edge of disaster. We have a Prime Minister in office, but not in power, humiliated and bereft of ideas. Her manifesto, drawn up by the Libertarian Right and the Institute of Economic Affairs, cut to ribbons. The dogma espoused in the book Britannia Unchained must never again be allowed to reign supreme in Whitehall. In fact, the ideas must be consigned to the dustbin of history. And now the Prime Minister has brought back an old foe, who for years underfunded our NHS to implement austerity 2.0. And once again, it will be communities like mine in Liverpool Wavertree that suffer. This is a Tory crisis, and the damage has been done. An estimated 14,344 people in Liverpool will be paying higher mortgage bills next year as a result of the irresponsible actions of this government. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor now admit that the mini-budget caused mortgage rates to go up and borrowing costs to surge. A Tory cost that we will be living with for years. Working people have gone through enough, and now they are told that to re-establish market stability, the responsibility is being shifted from the government to them, onto households, our communities and working people. It all feels very 2011, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some are even saying that a previous Chancellor, the former member for Tatton, is pulling the strings. The new Chancellor embodies a very different type of dogma to the Prime Minister, but dogma nevertheless. A school of economics that saw us enter the coronavirus pandemic with public services under-resourced, underprepared.
Give way on that point.
I will give way on that point.
Thank you for my friend for giving way on that point. Well, she agreed with me that it's not just public services, but local councils as well, like mine in Enfield, who are facing a £100 million budget gap due to spiralling inflation, that are paying the price for this government's mismanagement of the economy.
Yeah. I thank my honourable friend, and she makes an absolutely pivotal point. Local authorities have been significantly cut to the bone.
They provide valuable resources out in our communities, frontline services, and they are being decimated yet again by this government. And our public sector workforce is demoralised after decades of, a decade of pay restraint and cuts to the frontline services. And if this government thinks for one moment that our people will now put up with more of the same, as bankers' bonuses remain uncapped, as millionaire bosses continue to rake in profits and dividends, then they are sadly mistaken. The British people have woken up to the con. No longer does the promise ring true that each succeeding generation will have it better than the last. A promise forged in the fire of the post-war consensus, now firmly in ruins after decades of short-termism and the dominance of capital over Labour. We are not all in this together. Never once since 2010 have we all been in this together. And despite the empty rhetoric of a strong economy and levelling up, the party opposite have always sought to look after their own class interests at the expense of the rest of us. Young people in my Liverpool Wavertree constituency now face their life being put on hold because of this government's incompetence. They've done the right thing. They've gone out, they've worked hard and served only to be cheated and denied the opportunity of home ownership. Working people up against real-term cuts to their pay and our elderly anxious about heating their homes in the run-up to winter. Small businesses and charities even more uncertain, like the amazing Love Wavertree in my constituency that do incredible work and who today announced that the increase in their energy bills will mean they have to consider if they can actually continue to run their community shop, which is a lifeline for many people in my constituency. History will not be kind to this government, nor anyone that has participated over the last 12 years. The party opposite is lost. Thankfully, change is coming, which, as the leader of the opposition so eloquently said at Prime Minister's questions today, we are the government in waiting. The benches opposite are the opposition in waiting, and quite frankly, it can't come quick enough.
Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If we've learnt one thing from the experience of the last few weeks, it is that there really is no magic money tree, and the government has got to pay its way. But I think some of us, including myself, had started to doubt that essential economic truth because of the government's heroic response to the crisis of COVID. I had been intending to say that we'd supported the families and the businesses of this country to the tune of £400 billion. But I was listening to the Minister when he was at the dispatch box. And when you add up all the unplanned support, unplanned borrowing as a result of COVID, very substantially as a result of COVID, the total is actually £630 billion. And it's because of that enormous intervention to support families, to support business by this government, that we did not have the thousands of bankruptcies and the millions of people cast out of work, because that was the expectation. Honourable and Right Honourable members will recall that there was a forecast that we would have 12% unemployment. But because of the work of this government, the economic management by this government, that impact was cushioned and the economy was protected from that enormous external shock, and the government was quite right to do that. But why were they able to? It was because of the decade of prudent economic management that repaired the enormous economic damage left by Labour in 2010. The prudent decisions that Labour fought tooth and nail. The Labour motion before us calls for a plan to make the economy work for working people. But Labour doesn't stand up for working people. Every single Labour government in history has left office with more people out of work than before, without exception. Their policies, again and again, are not the policies for working people. They're the policies of unemployment. Now compare that record to that of the government. Despite suffering the biggest economic shock to the world economy for a century or perhaps longer, unemployment hasn't gone up, as it always does under Labour. It has in fact gone down most recently to 3.5%, the lowest level since I was a tiny boy in 1974. And in my constituency of Broadland, its rate is even lower. This economic management is forcing employers to offer higher wages for staff, exactly the kind of economic conditions that helps workers, particularly those who are the lowest paid. And it also, Madam Deputy Speaker, serves to increase productivity, as local employers invest to limit the number of staff needed to produce. This is what's going to pay for the wage increases of the future, not Labour meddling. Now, I recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, as does the Prime Minister, that the mini-budget went too fast and it went too far, and she has rightly apologised for it. But this government has got the right economic policies for growth. As one of the few entrepreneurs in this place who has actually helped to create hundreds of jobs, hundreds of worthwhile and well-rewarded jobs and careers, I know the truth of the business saying that time kills deals. Speeding up the ability of businesses to get projects up and running will have a huge impact on the future growth and prosperity of this country. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government is absolutely right to launch investment zones. These do not just corral investment into a particular area, but by speeding up the process of business, it will grow the size of the pie as well. And I also hope that the results will be so striking that over time they will become a beacon for wider economic policy, showing the way for the rest of the economy. The government is also right to accelerate productivity-enhancing infrastructure projects right across Britain, helping with levelling up, including the building of the Western Link Road in my constituency, which will shorten ambulance times by 20 minutes, opening up a swathe of Norfolk businesses to improve market access, and relieving the residents of Western Longville and others from terrible rat running. All opposed by Labour, I might add. And as for the Lib Dems locally, half of them, and this is literally true, half of them have said they want it, and the other half have said they don't. That just says it all, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's the approach of the Liberal Democrats, say whatever they like to the local constituents because they think it'll sound good then, and they don't. There's no consistency there at all. Now, the government is right to speed up the review of EU-inspired regulations to make them bespoke for the United Kingdom economy. This is going to help British businesses and British workers. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has an economic record to be proud of, and I would back it to the hilt over Labour any day.
Mike Amesbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This economic crisis has been manufactured in Downing Street, and as we approach Halloween, the little shop of horrors on the government benches adds 10.1% to inflation. This horrendous inflation figure brings more anxiety to my constituents in Weaver Vale and across Britain, as evidenced and documented across the chamber today. This nightmare made in Downing Street is being experienced day to day by everyday people just trying to make ends meet during this economic crisis. Mortgages up, energy bills up, the weekly shop bill up, rents up, while wages, benefits and pensions are down. I mean, my God, the Bank of England having to intervene with £65 billion to save our pension funds. People across on the government benches should be ashamed of themselves. Ashamed of themselves for supporting that. Ashamed of themselves actually for voting that. Ashamed of themselves for that horror show right across the summer and inflicting this upon us. It's all been driven by Captain Chaos herself, the Prime Minister unchained as a free marketeer ultra. Who knew that the failed trickle-down economics, unfunded tax cuts for the wealthiest, and the borrowing on the never would fail? Well, the Shadow Chancellor knew, the Bank of England knew, the IFS knew, the OBR knew, the Financial Times knew, in fact, the Honourable Member for Hazel Grove knew, as eloquently put across in the chamber today. In fact, it was a huge coalition of the economically sensible that forewarned that the free marketeer ultras would ultimately fail and crash the economy off the cliff. So now we have the lady who is for U-turning by the hour, trying to deflect the blame of this chaos to the 38-day former Chancellor, while appointing the former architect, and let's not forget this, of NHS austerity Mark I, a Tory Prime Minister in name only, chained to the passenger seat while Chancellor Hunt tries to swerve off another cliff of chaos. But the damage is already done. Madam Deputy Speaker, who knows how long this Prime Minister in title only will have to try and attempt to deal with this utter mess of her own making. Almost certainly not as long as our constituents. They'll be paying for years to come for this economic chaos, and we will ensure that actually that is not forgotten. 4,800 households in Halton and 13,900 in Cheshire West and Chester will now be paying higher mortgage rates, thanks to that experiment, that mini budget that the Prime Minister and the former Chancellor now admit caused interest rates to increase. A budget that, of course, the Cabinet signed up to. I know they're now in denial, but they signed up to it. That extra £500 a month on average will mean homes will inevitably be repossessed, a situation that's going to be turbocharged by the new Chancellor of Doom, who has just decided to gift households with energy bills of up to £5,000 next April. Complete and utter madness. While the oil and gas companies actually rake in £170 billion worth of excess profits. The answer's there, staring people in the face. That's the people that you need to tackle. And in fact, the likes of Shell are expecting it. They built it into the business plan. Crazy. Madam Deputy Speaker, the long road to recovery we face cannot see a Conservative government remain in the driving seat, even if the Prime Minister is not at the wheel. We now have the fourth Chancellor in 4 months, and we're certainly not going to get confidence and stability with that approach. In fact, we've had 12 years of this government, 12 years of austerity, now with austerity Mark II to come. The new Chancellor of Doom hasn't got a strategy for growth. As I've said, when we have the Halloween budget, he will outline austerity Mark II. It's now time to wake up from this nightmare. Step aside and let's have a Labour government.
James Cartledge.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman Weaver Vale in his little shop of horrors. It is a pleasure to be called to speak on this. There's one thing missing from the Labour motion, which they actually do normally have, which is they normally want an impact assessment. And one thing I've concluded about politics is that on all measures we miss one particular impact assessment. And it is the impact assessment of all our measures on those who have least of all. And when I say least of all, I mean those who have literally nothing, no money, no assets, but above all no voice, because they haven't been born yet. I am talking about the impact of the decisions we take in government today on those who are coming in the future. In other words, the national debt. For me, as a Conservative, it goes to the core of everything I believe in, that like the environment, we leave the public finances in a better condition for our grandchildren. So it's fair to say, in the summer, I did warn that unfunded measures that were being proposed were a high-risk strategy, and I was dismayed when they were announced and not surprised at their impact. But delighted by the new appointments to Treasury, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, who I had the great privilege to be PPS to, both as Health Secretary and Foreign Secretary, and my right honourable friend, the member for a constituency in Leicestershire. Charnwood. I do apologise to my right honourable friend. But he's an excellent appointment. But I just want to reflect very briefly on the wider issue of this idea of unfunded tax cuts or spending. There are those opposite who've said it's sort of libertarianism. It's certainly not conservatism, in my view. It's not libertarianism because they weren't matched by spending reductions, in other words, a smaller state. They were simply borrowed. In my view, there's an argument it's socialism. It's certainly what you'd have expected from the Honourable Gentleman for Islington North. But actually what it really is, when you promise stuff without saying how you'd pay for it or making any difficult decisions, it's populism. And this isn't new. And where we are now with the economy has implications for all of us on all sides. Because now going forward, whatever steps we take, whatever measures we announce, we're going to have to say how they're going to be paid for. We're going to have to level with the British people. You know, I had the great privilege to be PPS to the Right Member for Richmond when he was Chancellor throughout the pandemic. I never got a single email from a single colleague, no matter how left or right-wing they were, throughout the pandemic calling for less support. Only calls for more spending, more tax cuts, more generous support, more debt. And many would argue, including those on this side, well, you can borrow because it creates growth. But the beauty of that position is you don't have to say who loses out. And that's the hard thing in politics. And I think that's where we have now got to all face up to the reality of our position. And that will have massive implications for parties on both sides. Because we've had announcements, even from the SNP. I remember they announced a policy on WASPI, which would be paid for by the surplus in the National Insurance Fund. It doesn't exist. It's an accounting reality, but it is not money at the end of the year in the surplus of the government accounts that you can commit for years to come. So we've all had those sorts of commitments. And there is one key area where that's been particularly true. I'll give away the Honourable Lady and then I'll resume that point.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and he's talking about accounting and balancing the books. Perhaps he and his colleagues would like to come up to Scotland and take lessons from our government, who's having to fill the black holes that his government have created, because we actually have to balance the books in Scotland. And forget trickle-down economics, it's trickle-down tragedy that I'm seeing in my Livingston constituency from constituents of mine who are being pushed under by the absolute chaos at the heart of this Tory government.
Well, I am grateful for the Honourable Lady. She obviously wasn't here earlier when I intervened on her front bench spokesman and asked if it was true that were Scotland to be independent, their policy would be a currency with no lender of last resort. He didn't deny it. It is the most extraordinary proposition, exceeded only in its stupidity by the idea of a no-fly zone over Ukraine to be enforced at the same time as having unilateral nuclear disarmament. In other words, making nuclear conflict more likely whilst denuding ourselves of the ability to deter it. Quite an extraordinary proposition. But Madam, I was going to turn to the issue of social care, which I care about very passionately. I think that the social care workforce do one of the toughest jobs in the country. I never take them for granted. They are caring for the most vulnerable, I think, particularly those with dementia and so on. I think they are facing a difficult period. I think we all know that. The Chancellor of the Exchequer certainly knows that. But I turned to last week. I spoke in the debate, I was one of only two speakers on this side, on the bill to repeal the health and social care levy. And I just say to my honourable friend for Charnwood that his predecessor, the former Chief Secretary of Member for, I think, Croydon South, he said that several times that there'd be not a penny less for health and social care despite the repeal. We now know that the social care cap may be delayed or even may not happen. I sincerely hope that is not the case. Had I known that last week, would I have changed the way I might have voted? Now, there was no division called. But I think my honourable friend who's been a health minister, he knows the importance of social care, needs to reflect on the commitment that was given. Because I can tell him now, I would have been sorely tempted to vote against had that been the case. Because the whole point of the levy was to deliver a solution to social care, but also to help fund the NHS through these difficult times. And I think it's one of the great achievements of the previous Prime Minister that after all these years of social care green papers and white papers and not taking a decision, and yes, commitments to spend with no explanation of where the money would come from, maybe a wealth tax, but it wouldn't get the revenue. Eventually, we got a policy, and it was credibly funded. Not perfect, the way of funding it, arguably not perfect, but it would have delivered a cap for those who otherwise face no limit to the cost that they could incur if, for example, a loved one has dementia in their senior years, and at a time when I think the priority for policy must be that we ensure the dignity of our most senior citizens at a time it will be the toughest in their life and the toughest for their dependents. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it gives me no satisfaction to make the points I did about the importance of sound fiscal policy, about balancing the books, and having regard to future generations to come. That's been the core of every Conservative government I've served in. I know it's back at the core of our new Chancellor, and I know he will deliver confidence in the markets, but we all need to understand the era of making unfunded pledges is over, and that will have implications for us on all sides, and all of us will face greater accountability as a result. But for my grandchildren, if I ever get them, that's a good thing.
Yeah. Toby Perkins.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm rise to support the motion, and I'm glad to hear that it seems to be enjoying a lot of support, and I hope we will see those OBR forecasts coming out immediately after the motion is carried. I have to say that I have always opposed Tory governments. I've long been of the view that a bad Labour government's better than a good Tory one. I know what the Tories are about, and I never expected that they would do anything other than make life more difficult for the most vulnerable. In fact, if that wasn't the way that the Tory party operated, we would never have had a need to invent the Labour Party in the first place. But I have to say that whilst I've opposed many Conservative governments, never before have I seen one so inept, yet so arrogant as the one that we have in front of us, so damaging, yet so casual about the impacts that they have on people's lives. And we must remember, when the revisionism comes, as it undoubtedly will in the weeks and months to come, that this didn't fall out of a clear blue sky. There was a clear mandate for this. The Prime Minister was very clear during that leadership contest what she was going to do, and it was Tory MPs who put her into the final two. Now, we're hearing now that they're all saying, oh, we never must let the members choose the leader again. But they chose to put her in the final two, knowing full well what the policies were that she was going to support. And so, as I say, we know there's huge revisionism going on, so that Tory MPs, when it comes to the next generation, will be able to turn and say, well, this was just a rogue Chancellor, a long ago deposed Prime Minister. Try and forget about that. We changed after that. But there was a mandate that she won from her party to pursue these policies. And I recall at the time of the mini-budget statement, and I confess there were some voices of disquiet, but I recall the support heard from many members opposite. And it was when I heard how happy the mini-budget had made the Honourable Member for Wokingham that I knew how bad it was going to be for the British people. But I remember the Honourable Member from Don Valley, who was in his place a few moments ago, claiming the whole of Doncaster would be supporting this budget. Now, I don't hear him saying that today, but there were hawks across the right-wing press, and as they circle on the PM, let's not forget, they were the biggest cheerleaders for this budget. The Daily Mail proclaiming the day after the budget, at last a true Tory budget. The Daily Express equally triumphant, big tax cuts to herald the new era, and will do.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would my honourable friend agree with me that the then Chancellor was carrying out what the Prime Minister had said that she would do? And actually, in making sure that he lost his job, it should be her that should be taking responsibility and indeed resigning.
Well, I couldn't agree more. He's the first politician in history to have to resign for doing what he said he was going to do. Yeah. And indeed doing precisely what the Prime Minister said she was going to do. And it was born of the recklessness of having pursued so much, so confidently, with so little evidence under the previous Prime Minister before that. So make no mistake, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will spend every day between now and the general election, making sure the people of Chesterfield know that the higher interest rates, the tax rises, the cuts to our threadbare public services, and even, shamefully, the prospect that disabled people on benefits and impoverished pensioners could see further cuts to their real terms income are all as a result of this arrogant recklessness. This did not need to happen, and the damage is done. Yes, there are global issues, but the central bank did not have to bail out pension funds in America or Germany. Of course, we welcome the fact that they have undone some of these measures, and it's bizarre to see the Chancellor on Monday saying, oh, I'm pleased that Labour are supporting my plans. There were our plans a few weeks ago, and now they sort of see as some kind of success The fact that they've put the fire out, or attempted to put the fire out, that they have originally lit. But of course, the damage has been done. And of course, the logical call made by my right honourable friend from Leeds West for a windfall tax continues to be rejected. What is the objection that this government has to asking the energy generators to contribute some of those vast excess profits to help with funding the cost of helping people stay warm this winter and allowing businesses to keep their doors open? I will do.
Does the honourable member agree with me that even when the CEO of Shell has come out and advocated for a windfall tax, we truly have gone through the looking glass, and it's time for the government benches opposite to do the right thing?
Well, it absolutely is. And I suspect ultimately they will, because I'm a great student of history. I can remember right back to January of this year when the Labour Party were calling for a windfall tax. And I remember the Prime Minister standing there mocking us and saying Labour always want to raise taxes, and the Chancellor was saying the same thing. Of course, a few months later, reluctantly, they had to announce precisely that. And the Prime Minister actually, the Prime Minister at the time, honourable member from Uxbridge and South Ruislip, used to stand there criticising the policy of ours that he had then adopted. That's how bizarre this government's behaviour has been. And now, of course, we go through the same damaging charade again. Of course, ultimately, this government will adopt Labour's policy of a windfall tax. But in the meantime, they will cost our country and our people dear. Then just a week ago, we had the Prime Minister boasting that she guaranteed people's energy bills for the next 2 years. Why are Labour only guaranteeing it for 6 months? We're guaranteeing it for 2 years. And then the Chancellor comes back on Monday and says, all right, 6 months. And this is the way that this government is running our economy. You would not run a work stall like that. The government policies change at such a bewildering rate. And this is one of the things they don't seem to understand. It's not just that the policies are wrong, but the clear demonstration they haven't got a clue what they're doing that is unsettling the market so much. In Chesterfield, 3,352 households will face a hike in their mortgage payments next year. It is quite unbelievable. A honourable friend from Liverpool Wavertree said that this is 2011 all over again. Not at all. In 2011, we were coming on the back of 13 years of Labour investment in our public services. There was a chance our health services, our schools, our Sure Start could withstand the cuts that were being put there. Not now. Not now. Our public services cannot tolerate the sort of cuts that the Chancellor was warning us might be coming our way. The idea that this government can restore confidence in our nation's finances by having 2 more years of the ineptitude that got us here in the last 12 years would be laughable if it was not so serious. There is no mandate for the approach that they are now pursuing. And if the Tories think that they can quietly euthanise the career of the latest Prime Minister and have another go, they are further removed from reality than even I believe that they are. We need a government truly committed to growth, to a green recovery and to rebuilding our public services. We need a government whose policies last beyond the ink drying on the growth document they've just printed. We need a government whose plans are robust and whose leader is strong. And we need a government willing to lead in the national interest and not just the narrow interests of their party. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, means we need a Labour government led by my right honourable friend from Holborn and St Pancras, and we need that general election now.
James Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's inflation figures underline once again the very real pressures that my constituents and people across the country are facing with higher bills and the cost of living. So I welcome the action that my honourable friend the Chancellor has taken to change major elements of the growth plan and to settle the markets. Because it's only with economic stability and fiscal responsibility that we can create a platform for growth and help protect our constituents from higher inflation and higher interest rates. And the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have been candid in accepting the mistakes that were made, and they've rightly apologised for them. And now we need to focus on setting out a plan that sees debt falling over the medium term while delivering growth and higher living standards. But listening to the debate, I didn't recognise much of the criticism of this government's record on growth, investment or jobs. Of course, as we've said, we want to see the trend growth rate higher, but it's also the case that since 2010 we've had the 3rd highest growth rate of the G7. Quite right. And the UK continues to attract high levels of foreign direct investment, as we have over that period. And the opposition motion makes no mention of the government's record on jobs. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because the latest figures show that unemployment is at its lowest level for nearly 50 years. In my North West Norfolk constituency, more than 500 people have moved from unemployment benefits into work in the last year. And when I talk to employers in my constituency, the biggest challenge that they're facing is labour shortage. And given the high level of vacancies that there are, and people also looking for work, I endorse the great work of my local Job Centre Plus team to help match people to those jobs to move into the security of a job and their own wage. And perhaps the reason the party opposite didn't refer to jobs is, as my honourable friend for Broadland mentioned, but I think it bears repeating as often as possible, no Labour government has left office with unemployment lower than when they came into power. An issue that the motion does refer to is the profits of energy companies. And due to Putin's illegal war, companies have been making exceptional profits. And it's right that they should help to fund the energy price guarantee for my constituents and businesses and other support for people, given the very real cost of living pressures. But contrary to many of the contributions, including the one we just heard from the Honourable Member for Chesterfield, they are. Over the next 4 years, the Energy Profits Levy is expected to generate £26 billion of revenue, £26 billion in a windfall tax. So I also welcome the comments from our honourable friend the Chancellor earlier this week that nothing is off the table in regard to further steps potentially on those excess profits, whilst being mindful of the need to continue to encourage investment in clean and other technologies. And as the Chancellor prepares his medium-term fiscal plan, I return to an issue that I've raised most frequently in this House since I was elected, and one that's familiar to my honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, namely the need for investment in a new Queen Elizabeth Hospital in King's Lynn. It's the most propped up hospital in the country, with 2,500 timber and steel supports holding up the concrete cancer roof. My honourable friend, the Prime Minister, and I, along with colleagues, including my honourable friend for Broadland, have campaigned for this capital investment. Indeed, I raised it when I met with her yesterday morning. I've pressed the case with the new Health Minister, who understands the real safety issues involved, and I look forward to the new Health Secretary visiting soon to talk to patients and staff about the impact that this is having on care. And given the pressing need and the value for money of this case, I urge the Government to confirm QEH will be one of the new hospital schemes and part of the planned capital investment programme for the new hospitals programme. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government has demonstrated over the past decade its commitment to delivering economic stability, to growing our economy, to boosting employment and attracting investment. And as we move forward, we must maintain that focus to drive growth whilst protecting the most vulnerable in our society.
Lambos, Chair Lambos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's less than a month now since the former Chancellor delivered his, let's call it a fiscal event budget. The so-called mini-budget turned out to be a full-on, unmitigated, colossal disaster. To say that this horror show of incompetence spooked investors in the financial markets would be an understatement. The government's unexpected and impulsive tax cut for the richest, withheld from even senior ministers, plus promises of more reductions to come, were breathtaking in their unfairness and recklessness. Most importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, none of these creative plans were costed by the Office for Budget Responsibility, who were also kept in the dark, along with most of us, and they left a huge, uncosted hole in the nation's finances. No wonder they tipped the city into total panic. It beggars belief that they didn't stop to consider for just 1 minute the consequences of their actions on the global markets and beyond. The Prime Minister, despite her hero worship of Margaret Thatcher, clearly paid no heed to her aphorism, "You can't buck the markets." What has added insult to injury, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the way that the Prime Minister and her government have repeatedly tried to insist that the chaos they caused has been due to global factors. In fact, clear data provided by the Bank of England Deputy Governor Sir John Cunliffe shows the direct relationship between the crisis and the then Chancellor's common statement on September the 23rd. The data shows that the cost of government borrowing spiked in the immediate aftermath of the mini-budget and only started to come down again after the bank made a £65 billion available bailout to the UK pensions industry. By contrast, the cost of government borrowing in America and the EU markets remained relatively flat, while Britain's financial markets went into meltdown. So let's be completely clear, Madam Speaker. This is a Tory crisis made in Downing Street. They created it, they own it, but it will be paid for by working people paying higher mortgages and borrowing costs for years to come. And that is the worst aspect of this mess, the very real harm it will do to real people and real lives. People's life choices have been shredded in the blink of an eye by a kamikaze budget. An ideological fixation with failed trickle-down economics has caused the Prime Minister to wreck people's hopes and aspirations. I've heard from young couples no longer able to buy their first homes, from pensioners worried about putting heating on, and parents panicking about how to make ends meet. Rents are soaring and landlords are hastily selling, creating an even greater shortage of rented accommodation. In my constituency of Enfield Southgate, pollsters' surveyation have found that in the aftermath of the mini-budget, 60% of people are cutting back on their essential groceries, and 57% are worried about not being able to pay energy bills. Approximately 11,000 people will also be seeking to refinance their mortgages in Enfield in 2023. They will face hundreds of pounds in increased costs thanks to the irresponsible ideology of the Prime Minister and her government. Even now, Madam Deputy Speaker, even with the new Chancellor, we're still flying blind with no OBR forecasts. We're still left in the dark about much of what the latest Chancellor is proposing and its impact. Exactly a week ago at Prime Minister's questions, the Prime Minister said there would be absolutely no public spending reductions. Yet that seems to be another broken promise, with signs that every single public service appears again at risk. Public services and local government are already on their knees. My constituents tell me frequently how they cannot get GP appointments for as long as 4 weeks and how their hospital appointments are regularly cancelled. Not only have the ex-Chancellor and the Prime Minister trashed the economy, but they've also managed to trash the UK's international reputation. With no less than the President of the United States, Joe Biden, declaring that the mini-budget was a mistake and its imposition and its implosion as predictable, we know that the damage has been done. The government's economic credibility has been ruined and the lasting damage has been done to the economy and to our international reputation. The same set of people simply U-turning will not fix it. The Prime Minister has made much of the anti-growth coalition in her speech at her Celtic Party conference. Madam Deputy Speaker, if the government want to understand who the anti-growth coalition truly are, then they only need to look in the mirror. The effects of the rashness and cult-like following of failed economic dogma over the last 7 weeks will be felt for many years to come by ordinary people across the country. We, on this side, will make sure that the public don't forget who caused this chaos and that the blame is placed squarely on the Prime Minister and the government.
Paul Bristow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to just bring us back to the macro side of what we're talking about, the big picture here, because I think very few honourable members would disagree that economic growth in itself is a good thing. That's what any government should be looking to pursue. Economic growth creates jobs, it increases livelihoods, and makes us a wealthier country. And so having a growth plan is in itself a good thing. But I just want to really highlight three sort of challenges which I think we may be looking to face in the future. The first one of which is low pay. Unfortunately, in this country, we've got too many low productive, low paid, low skilled jobs, and too few high skilled, highly productive, highly paid jobs. And a city like Peterborough is really symbolic of that. And I think this is what this government have been trying to address very much with the levelling up agenda that was the focus of the previous Prime Minister. And if you look at somewhere like Peterborough, this is going to involve significant investment in R&D, it's going to involve significant investment in retraining. And as I say, I think that's what this government was trying to do. In Peterborough, we've just built ourselves a university, a brand new university. And it's not any old university. This is a university which focuses on manufacturing, on engineering, and really creating an environment for all those highly paid jobs of the future. And thanks to the £25 million Living Up Fund that Peterborough has received, we're going to build ourselves a living lab next to that university, which will act as a magnet for future investment, future companies coming, and lead to those highly paid jobs of the future. It's decisions like that, Madam Deputy Speaker, that will increase the health, wealth and happiness of my city. The second challenge, I think, as a country and as an economy we face is tax. Because quite frankly, I don't think tax is going to come down. Hopefully it's an ambition, and I confidently predict that we will be able to bring tax down in the medium term. But we're going to continue to have big spending commitments in the future. We're an ageing population. We're going to rely more on public services. And I think we find ourselves exposed to challenges such as the cost of fuel. And I think that's absolutely right, that this government has invested, has brought out the package, and is going to reduce fuel bills faced by my constituents significantly. That's fuel bills that could have been £6,500, and for a typical household it now will only be £2,500. And it was absolutely the right thing to do. I think this government also has a strong track record, of course.
Does the honourable member agree with me that the £2,500 that his constituents will now be paying, that's not a cap, and there is some sort of, misnomer around that? Does the honourable member agree with that?
Well, what I do agree with is the fact if it wasn't for this government intervening, we would have seen prices of up to £6,000 for a typical household. Surely the honourable lady, will welcome that in her constituency like mine, because of the actions of this government, families are going to save themselves a great deal of money. But I think this government has a strong track record on taking people out of tax. If you remember, the personal allowance at the start in 2010 was of such a level, it's now over 12,000. That's millions of people taken out of tax altogether, 100,000 taken out of tax altogether, and millions of families supported. That's a good thing. I think the universal credit taper, where it was reduced from 63 to 55, has been a huge lifeline for constituents and families in my constituency. It makes work pay. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that should be the focus when it comes to jobs and work. We want to reward those who take on extra hours, reward those who work, reward those who put in the effort. But as I say, the solution to tax that is higher than we would like to, and this is a challenge, the spending is going to be economic growth, because we can only make those spending commitments in the long term if we grow the economy. And it's absolutely right that we have a growth strategy and that we follow it in the way that we are. The third challenge I just wanted to mention is about positivity, because I think sometimes, especially when you're away from this place, or especially when you're away from this place, or sometimes when you're in your office, you get this kind of, I suppose, temptation to glance at your phone, to glance at Twitter, and it's all doom and gloom. And I think there's a real worry that sometimes one can scare themselves into economic difficulties. I think we need to be more positive as a country, positive about the long-term prospects of the UK economy. Last week I took what I call my heroes, the Peterborough heroes, to Westminster. I organised a reception down at Westminster. And of course, lots of people who came there were charity workers, people who've worked for particular businesses or charities or causes for a number of years. But I very deliberately, Madam Deputy Speaker, didn't just take those people who'd volunteered for their communities, as welcome and as heroic as their efforts were. I also took entrepreneurs too, because entrepreneurs create jobs. Entrepreneurs pay people. Entrepreneurs grow our economy. And I think they are just as much worth saying thank you, saying well done to, than anybody else. Business, as repeated by members opposite, I forget the honourable member's name who said this, business is not the enemy. In fact, entrepreneurs and businesses are our friends in creating economic growth. I meet people so many times in my constituency of Peterborough through the virtue of having this job as a Member of Parliament. People who are truly heroic for taking a risk, truly heroic for having an idea, truly heroic for employing people and doing the right thing. They, Madam Deputy Speaker, are my heroes just as much as any charity worker in my constituency. So those are the three challenges I would put to ministers. First, we need to solve the problem of having a low-skill, low-paid economy and turn that into a high-skill, high-paid economy. Secondly, about tax, I don't think public spending is going to decrease in the near future. We have a challenge there, but the government has a strong track record. And also, third challenge about being positive, about recognising the efforts that businessmen and businesswomen make, entrepreneurs make, that the foundations of the British economy are strong, and that we've got hard-working, talented people in this country. That should all feature in a growth plan, and that's why I support this government.
Yeah. Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Less than 4 weeks ago, we were sitting here listening to the Conservatives proudly announcing their plan for growth, which amounted to nothing more than a package of unfunded tax cuts for the wealthy. Since then, we've witnessed the pound crash to a record low against the dollar, a run on pension funds, and a crisis in the mortgage market. And now we're back here, but this time we are significantly poorer and with no plan for growth. The only growth that millions of struggling families and pensioners will experience as a result of the mini-budget is in the increased price they will pay at the checkouts and in their monthly mortgage bills. And now the Conservatives are proposing cuts that will break our public services and deliver further pain to millions of people across the country. It was good to hear the Prime Minister commit to increasing pensions in line with inflation at PMQs earlier today, but I note that this does contradict what the other Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, said on Monday. And I note what the MP for Broadlands, who is sadly no longer in his place, how outrageous it is that a few Liberal Democrats in Norfolk can't decide on a road, but I think that's pretty ironic under the circumstances. What we need to hear now is also that benefits are going to be increased in line with inflation also. And the news that these could also be undercut is the latest Conservative betrayal of the most vulnerable in society. These cuts were not inevitable, as the Chancellor may like us to believe. They're a result of choices by this Conservative government, choices which have trashed the UK's financial credibility and added billions to the cost of government borrowing. And meanwhile, the government refuses to tax the eye-watering excess profits of oil and gas companies, which could bring in up to 60 billion more to the public finances. And it's not just households and international markets that have lost faith in the Conservative government. Business confidence across the UK is falling at an alarming rate after already tough market conditions were made worse by the botched mini-budget. Small businesses are the engine of our economy, and business owners need a government that they can trust to deliver for them and support their recovery from the pandemic. But now businesses are facing higher borrowing and refinancing costs due to market volatility at a time when SME debt has reached a staggering £204 billion. This leaves thousands of businesses at risk of going bust. A real plan for growth is needed to secure future prosperity. The IMF recently downgraded the UK's growth forecast for 2023 to 0.3%, and the outlook from the OECD is even bleaker, predicting complete stagnation. A Liberal Democrat plan would focus on tackling chronic labour and skills shortages by investing in our young people and delivering higher wages. We would also drive green investment and focus on rebuilding trade after Brexit, which is a major barrier to economic growth. According to the OBR, the UK has become a less trading-intensive economy, and trade as a share of our GDP has fallen by around 12% since 2019, which is 2.5 times more than any other country in the G7. Global economic conditions are tough, but domestic conditions have been exacerbated by Conservative chaos. This economic crisis is a self-inflicted national humiliation, which has put markets in the driving seat of UK fiscal policy. The UK is the only country in the G7 that's had to reverse policy, enacted just 3.5 weeks ago, and the only country where the central bank has had to step in to stabilise the economy and secure people's pensions. After weeks of denial, the Prime Minister has now finally accepted responsibility for the economic pain of the mini-budget. But after years of Conservative chaos culminating in 4 different Chancellors in the last 4 months, the Conservatives have lost all financial credibility and their time is up. The new Chancellor may like us to believe that he can wipe the slate clean by tearing up the plans of his colleagues, but the damage has already been done by these Conservatives, and millions of families and pensioners will suffer from increased cost of living and reduced public services as a result. Nobody has voted for this new economic strategy,
And this government no longer has the legitimacy or the mandate to push it through. The public must be given the opportunity to decide what they are willing to accept. It's time for the people to have their say in a general election. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Tahir Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me go back 12 years. The start of 12 consecutive years of reckless Tory government. 12 years, consider that. It is an incredible amount of time, or rather a depressing amount of time. And what have they done with their time in charge? They have cut our public services, they have slashed our essential infrastructure, they have decimated our communities. They originally asked we do this in the name of austerity, that we all must tighten our belts and pinch our pennies so that the rich mates could be bailed out. We paid for the mistakes of their friends in the financial sector at great cost. Now here we see it all happening again. The economic plan has backfired on us all, sending the economy into freefall, and the gains that are asking you to pick up the tags once again. Inflation is sky high, 10.1%, and set to rise higher. Energy prices are through the roof. Rents are rising across the country, and property prices are unsustainable. Wages have been kept low and benefits have been cut. People are struggling and they are scared. And are they right to be worried? I am worried too. There is simply no way people can thrive in these circumstances. In my own constituency of Birmingham Hall Green, we see the worst of Tory failures. Child poverty in Hall Green is at staggering high of 52.9%. For every 100,000 children in Birmingham, 4,500 require assistance from food banks to ensure they are fed. Almost 10% of families in Birmingham Hall Green receive support from Universal Credit, while Birmingham suffers from 11.4% unemployment rate. Average annual take-home pay salaries sit just under £21,000. These all fall far short of the national average. It is clear from this that enough is enough. The causes of these problems are clear. The cost of living is too high. Cost of living, a Tory-made crisis, made in Downing Street, paid for by by ordinary working people. Wages are low. Too much of our meagre paychecks are going to pay dividends and bonuses of the big energy barons and exorbitant rents of private landlords. Too much of our national infrastructure, such as the post and the rail, has been put into the hands of careless private owners. They underinvest and push wages down. I know this all too well as a proud CWU member who once worked for Royal Mail. Meanwhile, the Royal Mail Group profits have gone up to £758 million. Do they take us for fools? Do they think we won't notice this blatant rip-off of hard-working people? How is this just? How is this fair? Yet this is what the workers face across the country. It is clear from this that this is just not an economic crisis, it is a moral crisis, it is a crisis of greed. The resources that we built together, the homes, the infrastructure, the profits are being sold off for the benefit of the rich. The fruits of our collective labour are going to the select few, which the Tories are only too happy to accommodate. Dear, oh dear, where have we heard this before? Not so long ago, it was mentioned when the Prime Minister went to see His Majesty the King. Right? The economic mismanagement that we have seen play out in front of our eyes over the last few weeks has been nothing short of outstanding. The disastrous mini-budget pushed by the Prime Minister brought the country to the brink of collapse and left our leadership in tatters. Even with the U-turns, we are left with a government that is clueless, out of touch, and intent of running our country into the ground. However, with all the U-turns and the cock-ups, there is a risk that we lose sight of the fundamental problems facing millions of people across the country, problems that this government still has no solutions for. The new Chancellor may have brought back an ounce of credibility for this failing government, but it does so at the expense of working people across the country. His agenda is clear. Bankers get to keep the huge bonuses, while the support for people facing unprecedented energy bills is to be scaled back. No tax cuts, but the promise of yet another round of austerity that will hit the poorest the hardest. No announcement whether the universal credit will rise in line with inflation, no solution to low growth and low wages. The mini budget may have gone, but we are all left with the same old Tories and the dismal future that they offer.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have had over 12 years of a failing Conservative government, and I will outline some of those failures. There's been a drastic rise on the dependence of food banks, and it appears as if the government thinks this is acceptable, something that should be existent and should continue to exist in our society. And I say no, that should not happen. And I know members on this side of the room agree with that. Child poverty is very prevalent. Children in my constituency are going hungry, some of them in the mornings and at lunchtime, because their parents just don't have enough money to feed them for breakfast and to give them lunch. Universal credit does not go far enough, and indeed, at the very least the government could do is make sure this increases in line with inflation. There has been cuts after cuts to our public services that has to be carried out by the government, and this affects everyday people's lives. It affects the quality of their life because those services are no longer in existence, and those charities really do not have the support that they need to carry out those vital services. Even under the last Prime Minister, although the rollout of the vaccine is to be commended, and I will again just say how great the NHS was in rolling out the vaccine and continues to do so, as well as to acknowledge our key workers. But under the last Prime Minister, the economy was mismanaged. Many self-employed people were left to fend for themselves during the pandemic, and even billions was written off by the government. And the UK has recovered slower than any other G7 country. Now, in terms of the recent Prime Minister and her government, it's even harder to know where to begin. In light of what is happening globally, the mini-budget was supposed to help, but indeed it was an act of economic self-sabotage. And why on earth did the Prime Minister and her then Chancellor fail to see the large unfunded tax cuts wouldn't work? What we did see was high inflation. We saw the devaluing of the pound, pension funds plummeting and mortgage rates hiking. The consequences of this crisis was made entirely in Downing Street. In years to come, it will be paid by millions of working people. But the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have now admitted that the mini-budget caused mortgage rates to go up and borrowing costs to surge. Nearly 10,000 households in the Borough of Lewisham will face higher mortgage rates in 2023. The situation for renters is no better. And I raised this case earlier this week of my constituent who was forced to leave an abusive marriage. She works, has children, and she can barely afford her private rent. She was already on universal credit, and to make matters worse, her rent has recently increased by £300. She simply can't afford this. Other constituents are experiencing similar things, and another constituent shares a house and has since had their rent rise by £600. They too can't afford this. Is the government saying that it is okay for people to fall into debt and that this is a situation that the everyday person has to now accept? It is not right. Indeed, many parents across the country are struggling to feed their children. In fact, 26% of households with children have experienced food insecurity even in the past month. And instead of the government focusing their efforts on helping struggling families, the government have instead lifted the cap on bankers' bonuses. How can the Conservatives say it is a party of fiscal responsibility when they hold the management of the economy in scant regard? The government has seen 4 chancellors in the last 107 days. It is time that they need to stand aside. Labour will restore the country's financial responsibility with a serious plan for growth that puts people.
We've got a situation where the numbers in food banks under the Labour Party in 2010 was 26,000. By 2021, it was 2.6 million, 100 times the level. And now it's far worse. 1 in 4 children are now in food poverty, 1 in 5 households. And what is the government doing about it? Very, very little. In Wales, where there's a Labour government, we've got free breakfast in schools. In Wales, where there's a Labour government, we have free lunches. Anyone can sign up because we recognise, as Winston Churchill recognised, that the health of the nation is its most important asset. And keeping people fed is critically important. And indeed, on Monday, the Financial Times said that for every £1 invested in the NHS, we get £4 back in growth. And when I put this to the Chancellor, he completely misunderstood the point, started talking about tech businesses or something. This is about having a healthy nation who can work and proper jobs in the NHS. The OECD found in 2014, in a massive study of many countries, that there's a direct relationship between inequality and growth. Namely, if you had less inequality, you had higher growth. So if the country wants higher growth, how do we have a mini budget which is all about giving the super rich more money and clobbering the poor and indexing benefits to wages instead of prices, which are rocketing? It's completely inept, it's completely unfair, it's completely immoral, and it's going on and on. They talk about productivity. We know from the ONS that we would increase productivity if we had more people working online, in particular older people who've got caring responsibilities, who'd want to have a more flexible life, a work-life balance. But we've got a minister in Bays now, hasn't even got a computer, as I understand it, and sort of poo-boos, you can't be working if you're at home. That's completely inept. We should have a situation where there's Wi-Fi for everyone equally by providing Wi-Fi clouds in towns and on all our trains. And when I go back to Swansea, we're just wasting hours because there isn't the proper Wi-Fi, because it's not a public service, it's a private service, and they can't be bothered to put it in. It's completely ridiculous. We've also got a situation where we know the austerity that we've been promised we'll go back to produced 300,000 excess deaths previously. We know trade is down. It's largely cocked up Brexit, we know. We know the Conservative MPs voted for the current Prime Minister, who endorsed this mini-budget that's created an even worse catastrophe. We know the Tory MPs didn't support the Chancellor, who's now getting us back to square one. And the reason that we've had a certain stability in market confidence is they know now from the polls that there's some prospect of a Labour government in 2 years who will put us back on track. So what we should do morally, what we should do economically and politically is give the people the choice, give them a general election now so we can sort out this economy, give it to a party that really can deliver growth, that has delivered growth, will deliver a better, stronger, fairer, greener Britain, and kick this lot out.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Swansea West. I would like to speak in support of the points made by the Shadow Chancellor and by a number of other MPs from across the House, and to really cover 3 brief points in the time that's available to me. First of all, to reflect on the seriousness of the crisis of the last few weeks, which is, quite frankly, unprecedented. Secondly, to consider the very serious effects on families and pensioners across the country. And thirdly, to also consider the very pressing and serious problems facing businesses, whether they're large or small. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, to just start with the first point, just putting the last few weeks into some sort of context, this truly is a crisis made in Downing Street, one which is absolutely dreadful for this country on so many levels. I'm utterly staggered that a Prime Minister and Chancellor can have taken the steps that have been taken, and I cannot understand why they've made such serious mistakes. The unfunded, reckless tax cuts leading to significant increases in mortgage costs and other business costs are absolutely dreadful for the whole country. And my feeling really after these weeks, and at certain points during the journey that we've been on, the zigzag of U-turns and mismanagement really has been one of, quite frankly, disbelief. I'm sick and tired of waking up to the Today programme telling me of some dramatic change in government policy leading to awful effects on the country. And I'm fed up with the evening news reporting on the latest rumours and difficulties facing the government. I would like to see a period of stability. I think we all would. Certainly our businesses would, and families and pensioners would. And moreover, this actually deeply saddens me, because what the government has done in its inept mismanagement is to deeply damage the long-held reputation of this country. I think it's absolutely dreadful that the former Chancellor was at the IMF in Washington at the very time when senior figures within that organisation were actually criticising British policy. We had the completely unprecedented experience of the US President commenting on UK economic policy and the mismanagement by the government, and indeed the former Governor of the Bank of England criticising government policy. I wish to move on from all of this, but I would like to, in the time that I have, draw members' attention to the very real effects on working people who will now be paying the cost of this very serious crisis for months and years to come. And I just wanted to explain some of the work I've been doing in my own constituency, which covers Reading and Woodley, and visits to local centres to see the effects for myself and to see quite how awful it has been. I'm lucky to represent a relatively prosperous area in the southeast of England, but we do have serious poverty, and that is being made dramatically worse. We have a number of families and pensioners, a large number of families and pensioners, who are struggling and who are very concerned about mortgage and rental costs. And I visited the Weller Centre in the last few days, which is a wonderful community centre in Caversham in my constituency. Amazing work being done to support people on so many different levels by a charity. And it was really quite worrying to see the way that many people are having to rely on food banks now. This has been a constant for some time, but it's getting much, much worse. And in addition, to make things worse even still, the supplies that are being donated are now fewer because of the pressure on retailers and on households who've generously donated. So the community fridge at this centre isn't as full as it was. The boxes of fruit and veg and other produce and dry goods aren't as full as they were. And there are very real impacts on people in desperate need. This centre is trying to provide cheap hot food to pensioners, often things like baked potatoes and basic food, to make ends meet. It's also offering a warm bank. All of this is to be commended, but the scale of support wouldn't be needed if it wasn't for the government's mismanagement. And you can also, in Reading Town Centre and Woodley Centre and other local centres across the constituency, see very clearly the effects of this government mismanagement, and other colleagues have mentioned this as well. The empty shops, the empty units, empty business units, now because of the effects of this mismanagement, and in particular in an area like mine, which is actually the regional hub for business and for shopping in the south of England, in the central part of southern England. It's really quite disturbing to see that level of empty property. And I strongly suspect that many small businesses, I've had businesses contact me in real concern about their energy bills, also concerned about the rising price of borrowing and of other business costs, that they are putting off vital investment and vital decisions because of the government's mismanagement. And that has a very real effect on employment and on business growth across the country. And it shows the scale of the mistakes being made by the government. I also found some solace, but also I think it's a very salutary warning to ministers in the fact that business leaders are increasingly looking to our side and to leadership, hopefully from what will be an incoming Labour government in a not too distant period of time. And I thought it was particularly interesting that the CEO of Tesco praised Labour's economic plan. And in fact, he said, I think only Labour had an economic plan to take us out of the current difficulties. So to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have seen today that the government has made very serious mistakes which working people will be paying for months and years to come. There needs to be a completely new approach, and we need ultimately a new government to take things forward for this country.
Sam Terry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a pleasure to follow my honourable friend for Reading East. Last month, this government engaged in one of the worst acts of economic self-destruction in living memory. Overnight, they plunged the pound to historic lows, mortgage interest rates skyrocketed out of control, and 6 major pension funds faced total collapse. In just 5 weeks, they've imploded the economy, destroyed our global reputation further, and thrown countless more families into debt and destitution. One former US Treasury Secretary even described it as the worst macroeconomic decision ever been taken, suggesting that the UK is behaving a bit like an emerging market, turning itself into a submerging market. Research by the New Economics Foundation found this trickle-down budget pushed the income of the poorest 10% a further £900 under the cost of basic living supplies, whilst boosting the incomes of the richest £5,000 above cost. A move totally divorced from reality. And now, once the damage has already been done, they've announced their most embarrassing set of U-turns. They're already signalling a return to the savage and failed policies of austerity, which will decimate our infrastructure, public services, and they will make working people poorer the length and breadth of Britain. Madam Deputy Speaker, despite all this, the Prime Minister and the former Chancellor were right about one thing, that the economic policies of the past decade have utterly failed to address the biggest challenges faced in our society. Indeed, successive Tory governments have overseen the worst growth in GDP since records began, and according to figures by the ONS, in the UK, only G7 economy yet to recover above its pre-pandemic levels. That's 12 years of stagnant wages that have resulted in what the TUC have referred to as the worst pay crisis since Napoleonic times. The real income still well below levels in 2010 at the time of an outgoing Labour government. UK inflation is on course to rise to its highest peak in half a century, and 45 million people are about to be plunged into full poverty, and many will struggle to put food on the table and keep the lights on this winter. Low-income households will see the gap between income and the cost of living increase by 40% next April, with 3 in 4 households unable to cover rising costs. People in Ilford have borne the brunt of this economic crisis. My inbox this week was full of desperate cries for help from constituents who have no idea how they're going to make it through another grim winter, with so many forced into debt and further below the poverty line. The Chancellor's attempt to amend the damage that had been done by his predecessor is nothing more than a return to the age of austerity that damaged our economy so deeply, instead of the strategic, long-term investment that's so badly needed in the UK. Yet again, a Tory Chancellor has warned that more difficult decisions are yet to come to cope with the economic crisis that his own party has inflicted upon the country. The new advisory panel is entirely made up of members of the financial sector, including former Chancellor George Osborne's Chief of Staff, now a member of BlackRock, the designers of the LDI schemes that very nearly imploded the economy 2 weeks ago, as well as a representative from JP Morgan, hardly reflective of the needs and wants of a wider public. Where are the representatives of the rest of the economy, or the TUC, or low-paid workers that will be hit the hardest? The Chancellor has unsurprisingly already told us that cuts to vital services are seemingly inevitable. And again, it looks like working people up and down the country are going to be asked to tighten their belts even further. Why do these tough decisions always seem to fall on working class people when so many at the top have never had things so good? Indeed, energy giants are set to make up to £170 billion in excess profits during the crisis, while ordinary households struggle to pay the bills and may well be heading towards rolling blackouts. CEOs are now collecting an average of 109 times the pay of ordinary workers, with chief execs of the UK's 100 biggest companies seeing their pay increase by a staggering 39%, well above pre-pandemic levels. Isn't it about time, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the very richest and their oligarch allies who got us in this mess in the first place shoulder some of the burden? Because getting more cash in the hands of everyday people would lead exactly to the kind of high growth this government claims to want, a far better health and education outcomes as a result. Wages must rise, at the very least, in line with inflation across the board, and those bearing the brunt of the cost of living crisis need a pandemic-style bailout for their energy bills. The IMF has suggested it would cost about £30 billion to compensate the poorest 40% of households for price rises this year. Still a fraction of the furlough costs and £10 billion less than Shell and BP made in profit last year alone. The energy giants will continue to raise their markups as long as they are allowed to do so, and they cannot be trusted to keep bills at affordable levels. It's high time they're replaced by a single, publicly owned energy company run by workers and held to account by consumers. Because we need, Madam Deputy Speaker, a genuinely transformative Green New Deal, working hand in hand with a coherent, progressive industrial strategy to rebalance the economy away from the City of London and creating millions of high-skilled, well-paid, unionised jobs, forging a greener, more just society, and putting Britain at the heart of the fight internationally against climate change.
Beth Winter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak today in favour of the motion tabled by my friend, the member for Leeds West. As others have already outlined, interest rates are rising while inflation is now in excess of 10%. Mortgages and rents are increasing as real incomes fall. 12 years of austerity and the cost of living crisis is already making life a misery for people in my communities. And on top of that, the mini-budget of the Chancellor's predecessor has created long-term damage to the economy. And despite substantial U-turns in policy, energy producers and other monopolies continue to make huge windfall profits, and there remains economic chaos which the government are struggling to control. But that chaos is because the Conservatives defend they and their allies' incomes and their classes' interests. Madam Deputy Speaker, the mini-budget that caused such chaos was a huge ideological experiment in tax handouts to the wealthy. And that is why I support the motion that has been tabled today. And in particular, I believe it must work the economy for every single person in every part of the United Kingdom. Now, the people in my constituency of Cynon Valley and the people in Wales are living through a cost of living emergency. When I recently surveyed people in Cynon Valley, I found that nearly 90% of people felt worse off than they did 12 months previously. Over 2/3 said they will significantly cut down on heating. Almost half said they would not put the heating on at all. And the vast majority of people said it's having a detrimental impact on their mental health.
About the impact of inflation, about the impact of rising energy costs, about the pressures on business, about the UK's international reputation, and about the impact of rising mortgage rates. But if you forgive me, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to single out one speech, which was that made by the Honourable Member for Hazel Grove, who not only spoke about his own health issues, but added his voice to those on the benches opposite, calling on the Prime Minister to go. Now, this country has been through very significant economic damage in recent weeks. A run on the pound, a spike in gilt yields, increasing the cost of government borrowing, emergency interventions from the Bank of England to prop up the country's pension system, and a spike in mortgage rates that will continue to add to the household costs of millions of people for years to come. And all of it self-inflicted. Not an act of God, not the result of global conditions, instead the result of using the country as an ideological experiment. Now let me just deal with the argument that was put by the Minister at the beginning of the debate, which was essentially that this was all global. Now I'm going to quote from evidence that the Bank of England gave to the Treasury Select Committee. And if any member opposite wants to intervene on me to say that any of this is wrong, they can be my guest. Immediately after the mini-budget, there were 2 days with the biggest daily rises in gilt yields in 20 years. Over 4 days, the rise was twice as large as the biggest rise since the year 2000. The Bank of England said the scale and speed of repricing far exceeded historical moves. In fact, following the mini-budget, gilts moved more in one day than they had in 23 of the last 27 years. No such moves happened in gilts in dollars, euros or other major currencies. There were global factors before the mini-budget, but as my honourable friend, the member for Chesterfield, said, the point about the global context was that was a reason not to act in such a rash manner. It wasn't a reason to behave with all the restraint of a couple of trigger-happy pyromaniacs. This is a crisis not born just out of global conditions. It's a crisis made in Downing Street. It has destroyed the claims of the party opposite to be the party of economic competence or of sound money. And the real-life impact of what the government has done is to place a Tory risk premium on the country's borrowing costs and a Tory premium on people's mortgage rates. Sorry.
Very grateful for giving way. I intervened on the Shadow Minister earlier and asked her if it was correct that Labour's intervention in energy support would be almost primarily funded by borrowing, despite their pledges on a windfall tax. Is that correct?
We have never argued that there was no need for borrowing. The point that we made was that much more of this could be funded by a windfall tax. If the honourable gentleman thinks that's some sort of revelation, then I can only ask him where he's been living for the last few months. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor of September behaved like student pamphleteers. When the Prime Minister stood up at her conference and attacked vested interests dressed up as think tanks, it was an announcement worthy of the gold medal for lack of self-awareness. For never has there been a government more symbolic of the failure of think tanks on influential thinking than the one that she leads. The Prime Minister and her ideological soulmate got the keys to the Treasury Ferrari, took it for a joyride and crashed it into a ditch. And now, belatedly, by commissioning the OBR report and singing the praises of an independent Bank of England after spending all summer undermining it, they've signed themselves up for the speed awareness course. But it is too late, because people will continue to pay the price for what they've done. We have now had 2 fiscal events with no report from the OBR. This wasn't just about what was done, it's about how it was done. The whole country is paying a price for the party opposite's contempt for the institutions that safeguard our economic credibility. And where does it all leave the Prime Minister? The mini-budget wasn't a surprise to her. It wasn't imposed on her. She is 100% its co-author. It embodied her beliefs, her worldview, the central core of the campaign on which she fought and won the Conservative leadership contest. Now everything that she believes in has had to be burned in front of her to try to keep this zombie government carrying on. This isn't a case of too far, too fast, as she's claimed, or of a minor policy U-turn. It's not that. It's a repudiation of everything that she stands for. It's a total and utter reversal. The one surviving policy that she keeps praying in aid, the energy price guarantee, is the one policy that she campaigned against throughout her leadership campaign, saying that she was opposed to handouts. The question then is, what is her premiership now for? Is it for the policies that she really believes in, which were the ones in the mini-budget, now rejected and lying in ashes, or is it the revenge of the orthodoxy that she so disdains? Every dose of the medicine that she takes entails embracing that which she has so publicly rejected. Her argument, in effect, is, please keep me here so that I can be what I am not. Yes, I give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. It isn't the truth that what the Prime Minister's leadership is for the moment. She's here for a very short period of time until the Tories can find an excuse to get rid of her.
My honourable friend is right. In fact, the only discussion opposite is how to do precisely that. And we can't believe anything she says. Only 7 days ago, she stood at that dispatch box and promised there would be absolutely no spending cuts. And 5 days later, the new Chancellor, October's Chancellor, told us that the cuts had to be eye-watering. Mr Deputy Speaker, the members opposite know that this is an impossible basis for leadership and that it leaves her in an untenable position. They are remembering the words of the song that they played at party conference as she came onto the stage. You've done me wrong. Your time is up. There's no way back. You're moving on out. Mr Deputy Speaker, 3 cheers for M people. Not just a great band, but one with the political foresight of Nostradamus. And now the new Chancellor has been sent down from the mountain. Come among us, as he says, to restore confidence and stability. But who destroyed confidence in the UK? Who created the instability? Who fashioned the Tory risk premium? Mr Deputy Speaker, I am too polite to call it what they're calling it in the city. They're calling it the moron premium. Yep. It was the new Chancellor's own government. And let us be clear, no one was talking about spending cuts before the mini-budget of the 23rd of September. So these cuts are a result of what they have done. There has been no emergency central bank intervention to rescue pensions in the United States or in Germany or France. These global circumstances that they refer to were the reason not to take such reckless risks with the public finances. I have noticed one thing about the new Chancellor, though. He's not pretending it's year zero. He's owning the record, all 12 years of it. And he wants now to implement a version of what was done after 2010. We've gone from an economic policy which said we have to borrow from communities like mine in Wolverhampton South East to fund a tax cut for people earning over 150,000, to one which says that communities like mine and others like it will now have to pay for the chaos caused by the first policy. We can see what the plan is. Having crashed the economy, brought a new dimension of pity, bemusement and risk to the term Global Britain. They now want the acid test to be support for their public expenditure cuts. They've already made people pay once for their mismanagement through higher mortgage rates. Now they want to make people pay twice through public services cuts. It's the ultimate in governmental arrogance. They get to mess up the country through a giant ideological experiment and then ask everyone else to pay the price. Mr Deputy Speaker, that isn't a political virility test. It's a candid admission of failure. And the roots of this failure don't just lie in one or two policy areas. They lie in something deeper. They lie in the triumph of ideology over evidence. They lie in the view that all that's needed is blind faith, the test that you're a true believer, the view that anyone who questions or points out inconvenient truths is a doom-monger, part of the blob, not a proper patriot. This destructive ideology has done great harm to our politics. It has reduced the party opposite to its current abject state. It has served as the rationale for attacking one institution after another. Politics begins by wanting to change the world. But what has the government opposite been reduced to? Attacking tofu. What other forms of food are now going to be lined up in the culture war that is all that's left for them? The disaster of the past few months should not result in just a few policy U-turns, but a turn away from the politics that drove these decisions, the politics that's done such harm to the country. This country has great strengths. World-leading services, great high-value manufacturing, creative industries with global reach, some of the best universities in the world, and a fantastic workforce. Mr Deputy Speaker, it deserves much better than the government opposite. Thank you.
Minister. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think I was last at this dispatch box about 3 months ago, so it's a privilege to close this debate on behalf of the government. And I welcome the kind words from the Shadow Chief Secretary. I suspect, knowing him as I do, he will be tough in his challenges with as we've seen, a suitably dry delivery and sense of humour. But I have huge respect for him, as he knows. And I have yet to be treated to his singing voice, as sadly we weren't just then, but maybe on a future occasion he might be tempted. I want to thank all honourable and right honourable members for their contributions today. And let me begin by saying that it's no surprise that today's debate has understandably invited the expression of strong views on behalf of all honourable members who've spoken. And that's because economic stability in our economy is not just about abstract numbers and graphs. And as the Shadow Chief Secretary knows of me, I am nothing if not a pragmatist. This is about our constituents, our families, our friends, our neighbours, and it matters. As the Chancellor set out to the House on Monday, behind the decisions we take and the issues on which we vote are jobs families depend on, mortgages that have to be paid, savings for pensioners and businesses investing for the future. And sometimes those decisions are difficult, indeed very difficult, as he has acknowledged. We know that we need to do more to give certainty to the markets about our fiscal plans, and we have. And I am clear, as is my right honourable friend the Chancellor and indeed the Prime Minister, that we need to prioritise the needs of the most vulnerable, and we will. But we also know that the long-term economic well-being of this country relies on us achieving sustainable growth. In the coming weeks and months, responsibly and sustainably, we will continue that urgent mission. And indeed, the reason the United Kingdom has always succeeded is because at big and difficult moments, we have taken tough decisions in the long-term interests of the country. And when conditions allow, when it is consistent with sound public finances, we will seek to cut taxes to further support economic growth. But I would, if I may just finish my remarks, I will do, just in a minute. But I would remind the House that since 2010, the United Kingdom has seen the third highest real GDP growth rate in the G7, increasing by more than Germany, France, Japan and Italy. The UK is forecast to be the fastest growing economy in the G7 in 2022. We have a strong labour market with the lowest unemployment in almost 50 years, and that does give genuine grounds for optimism about our long-term prospects for growth. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Grateful to my both right honourable and my friend, and I welcome him warmly to his place. He's mentioned in his opening remarks, Mr Deputy Speaker, the word pragmatism. The Shadow Chief Secretary was on the money with regards to the folly of the application of ideology when the circumstances don't allow. Can he, from the dispatch box, give both the country and these benches the confidence that, now you can call it Treasury orthodoxy if you will, but good old-fashioned Tory pragmatism and common sense is back at the helm?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, but I think I have just set out in addressing where we are, what the Prime Minister has said, what the Chancellor has said, the approach we are adopting, but also my personal firm belief, the Chancellor's firm belief, that we wish to be a tax-cutting government, but that must be done from a basis of sustainability, because when you cut taxes in a sustainable way, you see behaviours change that then helps to generate that investment and that growth. And that is what this Prime Minister and this Chancellor are seeking to do. I'll turn, if I may, to some of the contributions. I will in a moment. I just want to make progress on addressing some of the contributions made by honourable and right honourable members. And I will address the honourable gentleman's contribution. He may then want to come back at me on it. But in listening to the spokesman for the SNP, I do have to say his concerns that he expressed about turmoil and what he cited in respect to the economy, I have to say, I find a little rich, given that his party seeks to impose the chaos and turmoil and economic cost of another referendum on Scotland, unable to accept the democratic decision by the Scottish people in the last one. I would, on the point of the most vulnerable, highlight to him, and indeed to other honourable and right honourable members, the £37 billion of support that has been made available across the United Kingdom to support people with the cost of living. But I do have to say that the prospectus set out by the Honourable Gentleman's party a few days ago as to what independence would mean is a recipe for chaos and turmoil for the people of Scotland. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend, the member for Hazel Grove, I am extremely pleased to see him in his place. I have to pay tribute to his courage for speaking out so openly about his own challenges, and in so doing a huge service to many, many people up and down this country. He is a man of great integrity and, as I say, great courage for doing that, and I pay tribute to him. While I don't always agree with my honourable friend, I do always believe that it is the case that this chamber is always wise to listen to him, and he represents his constituents passionately and well in this place. He touched on a number of things, but he specifically touched on institutions, as did the Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury about institutions, the Bank of England and the OBR. He knows me well. He knows I have huge respect for both those bodies. And indeed, before I knew that I would be occupying this post and that the Right Honourable Gentleman would be my shadow, he and I actually were on television. I paid tribute to him for his role in a previous Labour government for setting up the independence of the Bank of England, which I believe is important and needs to be respected. The Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for East Ham, is a distinguished former Chief Secretary to the Treasury. He highlighted a number of things, but he particularly highlighted the benefits question and the uprating of benefits. He will know, as did the Honourable Lady, I believe, the member for Richmond Park. They will both know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that there is an annual process by which this is done. That process requires the statistics that were made available for the first time today, the September statistics. And I think it's extremely important that that process is followed, and I do not intend, from the dispatch box, to preempt a process that should be followed properly. Turning to my right honourable friend, the member for St Austell and Newquay, I listened very carefully, as I always do, to the comments he made. He raised a particular point, which was about stamp duty land tax thresholds and second homes. The increase in stamp duty land tax threshold that was implemented on 23rd of September will remain, supporting first-time buyers and making home ownership more accessible. No one purchasing a second home or buy-to-let property will be taken out of paying stamp duty land tax entirely, following the government's changes. The higher rates for additional dwellings introduced by the government in April 2016 will continue to apply at 3% above the standard rate, but I know that the Chancellor will have listened carefully to the points my honourable friend made. In respect of the Honourable Lady Member for Liverpool Wavertree, she raised a number of points, but she did raise a particular point and touched on this about the NHS and my right honourable friend the Chancellor's role in this. I have to say, this government has invested record amounts in our NHS, and I was the minister who took through in early 2020 the legislation that increased by £33.9 billion the funding for the NHS. So this party has a strong track record of funding our NHS. The honourable member for Broadlands was right to highlight, as I think others have across this chamber, the broader context with which we are faced in the global economy. The legacy of COVID, the challenges in Ukraine. And during COVID, we did the right thing, supported by both sides of this House, to protect lives and livelihoods. But we should not pretend that did not come at a significant cost. I'm very conscious, I've only got about 2 minutes left, and there's a few other colleagues on his side of the House that I'd like to address the points they made. The honourable gentleman, the member for Weaver Vale, he knows I'm fond of him. I don't know whether that'll harm my career or his career, but nonetheless, he is someone of whom I'm fond. But I would just highlight to him the challenges that have driven the headline inflation rates we are seeing, higher in the Eurozone than here at the moment. But these are not government driven. These are energy costs. These are supply chain challenges. These are, if the honourable member looks at the ONS's analysis of these figures, particularly driven by food costs and supply chains around food. And of course, we've got to look more broadly at the geopolitical context. My honourable friend, the member for South Suffolk, is a gentleman who genuinely understands business and knows what it takes. He highlighted the need to support the most vulnerable. That is something my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has been very clear will be at the forefront of his announcements. He also touched on the social care levy and social care cap. And I know that my honourable friend has views on that. I know that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, will have heard that. I'm afraid my honourable friend will have to wait until the 31st of October for announcements from the Chancellor, which I won't pre-empt. Mr Deputy Speaker, there have been significant contributions made from both sides of this House. These are challenging times, and this government will take the difficult decisions necessary to ensure there is trust in our national finances. We will also remain completely committed to our mission to go for growth, rooted in economic stability and confidence. But let us not forget our economic foundations remain strong. We are a government with a record of action. We acted to support families and businesses on energy costs. We have acted to bring stability, and we will act to grow the economy. As the Chancellor said to the House on Monday, despite all the adversity and challenge we face, there is enormous potential in this country. Our job, now and always, is to fulfil that potential.
Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 223. The noes to the left, 0.
The ayes to the right were 223. The noes to the left were 0. So, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Goes without saying. Unlock. Point of order, Pat McFadden.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The motion that the House has just passed, with no opposition from the Government, calls on the Government to publish the Office for Budget Responsibility forecasts immediately, alongside Government estimates of windfall profits for the next 2 years from energy producers in the UK. Mr Deputy Speaker, both of these pieces of information are very important. The House has just called on the Government to publish them immediately. I seek your help in making sure that that happens.
I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Member for his point of order, and the Treasury bench will have heard what he has had to say. He's absolutely right that the Government must respond within a certain period of time as to how they are going to act now that motion has been passed. We're now going to move on to the second Opposition Day debate, and that is on the motion on the ban on fracking for shale gas. I inform the House that I have selected the amendment in the name of the Prime Minister, and I call Ed Miliband to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion standing in the name of my honourable and right honourable friends. Mr Deputy Speaker, we've called this debate to provide the House with the right that it should have to make the decision on whether fracking should be allowed to restart across our country. The Business Secretary made clear last week that he will not give the House a binding vote on the principle of the fracking ban, despite them overturning their manifesto promise to keep the ban in place, despite the concern on all sides of this House, despite the concerns of the public. If our motion is passed, it will mean that on the 29th of November, the House would debate a fracking bill in 6 weeks' time. We have done this today because we know what would have happened if we had a simple motion on fracking in the opposition day. The Government would simply have abstained and ignored the vote, as they have in votes on the windfall tax, fire and rehire, the cut to universal credit, and no doubt they will try and do so with the motion that was just passed. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is about faith in politics. The Government is seeking to break its manifesto promise without even getting the consent of this House. Today, we give all members a chance to make this crucial decision on fracking. Now let me go through the substantive arguments against fracking. There are 4 key questions for the House and the country. Will it make a difference to the price of energy? The answer is no. Is there categorical evidence that it is safe? The answer is no. Is it consistent with any remotely serious response to the climate crisis? The answer is no. And crucially, do people want it? The answer is no. I will give way here.
Would he also accept there's another question to be asked? Namely, since we require to have gas to at least 2050, £1 trillion worth of gas to be imported, well, a vital question is, where are we going to get that gas from?
Speaker, I do say to him, we can have a debate about North Sea oil and gas, for example. Fracking is in a wholly different category. It is dangerous, it is expensive, and it is not supported by the public. Now, first, price. Let me just make a bit more I will give way, yeah.
The honourable gentleman. He knows that I, like many of my colleagues, are not in favour of fracking and would like us to maintain a manifesto commitment. But he also knows that by playing party political games this afternoon, there is no way that we could vote for his motion. Is he more interested in genuinely opposing fracking, or is he actually more interested in playing party political games and trying to score points on this really important issue of great importance to our constituents?
Well, I'm glad we've got a member on the opposite side who wants to uphold their manifesto. It's a refreshing change, I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker. But here's the thing, he should be directing his point to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Secretary of State. He was explicitly asked on the radio last week, will he give the House a binding vote on this issue? And I think the case for it is massively strengthened by the fact that the party party opposite is breaking its manifesto promise. He said no. And we are forcing this debate because it is the only way we can give the House a binding vote on this issue. I will in a moment, but let me make some progress. I want to talk about price first of all. I know he's not exactly flavour of the month, but the recently departed Chancellor of the Exchequer said this in February. Even if we lifted the fracking moratorium tomorrow, no amount of shale gas from hundreds of wells dotted across rural England would be enough to lower the European price. Private companies are not going to sell the shale gas they produce to UK consumers below the market price. They are not charities, after all. The Climate Change Committee, Mr Deputy Speaker, says the same. Even the founder of Quadrilla, Chris Cornelius, says even if the UK were to generate significant gas, we are not likely to see lower gas prices, any more than living next to a farm would mean paying less for milk. And the reason, I will in a moment, and the reason is that prices are set in the European market. And the best evidence from the British Geological Survey says that fracking can meet less than 1% of European gas demand. And even that, I will in a moment, and even that in a number of years' time. Hence, it will make no difference to price. No amount of hand-waving from the Secretary of State will change that fact. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Right Honourable Gentleman giving way. Is it not true that he said at the Labour Party conference on the 24th of September 2013 that of course there could be a role for fracking if it can meet safety concerns?
Well, I'm very glad she's done her research about what I said on the 24th of September 2013, because so have I. This is what This is what I think she should listen. This is what I said. I believe when George Osborne says fracking is a panacea, he is totally misguided. The notion it can solve Britain's energy problems is just nonsense. And I went on to say it needed to meet safety concerns and the needs of local residents. Since then, no, I won't. Since then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's been shown it cannot meet safety concerns and it cannot meet the needs of local residents. Second, I want to come to the question of whether it is safe, because. Second, I want to come to the question of safety, because that has been the long-standing debate, a debate which we led in 2013 about fracking. Now, the Conservative manifesto said we will not support fracking unless the science shows categorically it can be done safely. It is very important to go back to what happened in 2019 and why the government introduced a moratorium. The then Business Secretary, the member for South Northamptonshire, hardly, Mr Deputy Speaker, a tofu-eating woke lefty, said this: it is clear we cannot rule out future unacceptable impacts on the local community. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not surprising she concluded that. I wonder if the Right Honourable Gentleman has read the official report from the Time. I have, because I'm a nerd, Mr Deputy Speaker. And they said they could not rule out an event of 4.5 on the Richter scale, having already seen a 2.9 Richter scale event at Preston New Road. I want to tell the House what the impact of such an event would be by reading from the report. Such a scenario would, and I quote, be widely felt. There could be widespread building damage in the study area, with cracked plasterwork affecting approximately 10% of buildings, more serious structural damage of varying degrees affecting 5.4% of buildings, including chimney failure. Some damage will be caused to buildings outside of the study area. Mr Deputy Speaker, that is why the government banned fracking and why they said they would not restart it unless the British Geological Survey said it was safe. In the words of the then Business Secretary in April of this year, unless the latest scientific evidence demonstrates that shale gas extraction is safe, sustainable, and of minimal disturbance to those living and working nearby, the pause in England will remain in place. No ifs, no buts. And I just want to make the progress on this point. And in their report published last month, the Geological Survey said they could not provide that assurance. Instead, they said hydraulic fracturing can trigger earthquakes large enough to cause structural damage. These events were not predicted in advance of operations. So here is the key point for the whole House. There certainly is not the compelling evidence about safety that the government promised would be the basis of any lifting of the ban. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is as clear an example of a broken manifesto promise as you're ever likely to see. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and he's making a compelling case against fracking, with which I fully agree. Would he also agree with me that for all of those potential downsides which he's referenced, there is absolutely no guarantee that any shale gas extracted would be sold in the national domestic market? It would go to the highest bidder. There could be real downsides for our communities with no obvious uplift in supply.
The gentleman puts it incredibly well. That is why this is such a nonsense idea that the government is coming up with. And so the government is not just breaking a manifesto promise, because no doubt they're going to say, yes, the manifesto was before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but a promise made in April of this year by government ministers. And his response, Mr Deputy Speaker, is not to abide by the promise, but to seek to shift the goalposts. In his immortal words, which I hope MPs will take back to their constituencies, tolerating a higher degree of risk and disturbance appears to be in the national interest. I think that could be a description of the government, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a matter of trust. How can communities across this country trust a government which says one categorical thing in its manifesto, repeats it in April, and then goes back on its word with no mandate from the British people? I have such a sort of fantastic choice. I think my honourable friend has been trying to get in.
For giving way. He talked about the government putting the ban on because of the risk of disturbance to local communities. There was a proposal to frack in Marsh Lane, which happens to be in the neighbouring constituency of North East Derbyshire, and I think the honourable member there is now the planning minister, perhaps dealing with fracking. The reality is there were going to be dozens, if not hundreds, of lorry movements a day down rural lanes. This is what the disturbance could be, and lots of wells drilled, which were going to despoil the local environment. Isn't this the reality of fracking, which every member there opposite ought to think about if they were prepared to accept in their local communities?
I think my honourable friend puts it incredibly well, and I do agree with him. So fracking will... Yes, I will give way.
He's very kind. I'm grateful. In terms of trust, he will know that the government set up this new consultation to determine what public consent is. Would you agree with me that it is a monstrous waste of time and money to try to determine something that doesn't exist? There is no local consent for this. The government itself, plenty of them don't actually want it. If he really wants to know what consent is, why doesn't he have a general election?
The honourable lady makes a point very well, and she anticipates the issue I'm going to come on to shortly. So fracking will not make a difference to bills, Mr Deputy Speaker. We cannot be assured of its safety, and is a disastrous response to the climate crisis. The decision, I won't give way for the moment. The decision on fracking is particularly environmentally damaging, with emissions from fracking up to 50% higher than from conventional gas. And here is the point, Mr Deputy Speaker. If every country follows the lead he suggests of extracting every last drop of their fossil fuel reserves, global temperatures to rise to over 3 degrees centigrade, spelling catastrophe for our children and grandchildren. I have to say, this should be patently obvious to anyone, not least the person in charge of fighting against the climate crisis. I won't give way. I want to make some progress because there are many people who want to speak. I want to come on to Mr Deputy Speaker, to the crucial issue of what the public think. I suggest that the Business Secretary looks at the surveys conducted by his own department. 78% of the public support onshore wind, 83% tidal and offshore wind, 87% solar, but just 17% of people support fracking. Now suddenly, in a sign of desperation about how grossly unpopular and unwanted this policy is, they say they want to design a system of local consent. I don't know, I'm not going to give way for the moment. I don't know why he wants further evidence about what communities think. We already have the answer from the public. Fracking is deeply unpopular and communities don't want it. Indeed, Fylde Council, controlled by his party, at the centre of the main UK experiment in fracking, just passed a unanimous motion saying the ban should remain and saying he should honour his manifesto commitment. I will give way, yeah.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. He knows how the planning system works as well as I do. Councils can refuse planning permission. They can support their local communities. But those fracking companies have the ability to appeal that decision to the planning inspectorate. And he knows Public opinion is not a material planning consideration for the planning inspectorate. Isn't this just a smoke and mirrors to get these unpopular proposals through the Tory benches when everybody knows the public opinion counts for nothing?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and you know, there's more sort of weasel words in relation to this issue of local consent. I think the honourable gentleman has been desperate to get in.
I find myself in strange agreement with many of the arguments being made from the opposition dispatch box. However, will he be clear that the vote that we're having tonight is not on banning fracking, but is on a procedural matter for the House of Commons? And will he square up to the public and be truthful to the public about what it is that we are voting on tonight?
We are voting on our proposal to bring in a bill to ban fracking. And I say to the honourable gentleman, of whom I have a large amount of respect, I do say to him, we are not going to get a vote on the principle of fracking, because the Business Secretary has said that in terms. This is his chance. I know he's against fracking. This is his chance to stand up for his constituents and say no to fracking. Now, I want to say something more about the issue of consent and their amendment. And to say something to the House as a whole, to his backbenchers, and it goes to the honourable gentleman. Don't fall for the government's weasel words in this debate. The way to stop fracking is to vote for our motion, and if they do not, their constituents will know they had the chance to stop fracking and refuse to do so. And I have to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we now discover this is not all they'll be voting for tonight, because the genius minds of the Government Whip's office are now seeking to turn a vote on this important issue into a vote of confidence in the current Prime Minister. Mr. Deputy Speaker, picture the scene. The Government Whip's office, confronted with a vote on fracking, one of the least popular causes in the country, the government falling apart around them. They could decide to retreat, but that will be yet another U-turn. They could concede a vote of this House on the fracking ban, but they would lose, and fracking would be dead. And then at the 11th hour, one galaxy brain says the way to force it through is to make it a vote not just on one of the most unpopular causes in the country, fracking, but the most unpopular cause in the country. The current Prime Minister. You might call it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the frack me or sack me strategy. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in normal times, such an idiotic idea would have been dismissed out of hands, but these are not normal times. They see it as their leaky life raft. But I say to the House, and I say to members opposite, they all know that the Prime Minister will be gone in a matter of weeks, if not days, if not hours. They know fracking will go with her. Why defend the indefensible? Why not be on the right side of history and their constituents? Just like this government, fracking is a dangerous, extreme idea which the British people do not support. And I appeal to all members of the House, particularly members opposite, to today have the courage of their convictions. Today is a day when they can put their constituents before their party and vote to give this House the decision on a fracking ban. It's time to consign fracking to the dustbin of history.
The question is, as on the order paper, and I now call Jacob Rees-Mogg to move the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the right honourable gentleman for raising this important topic. I recognise that many members and their constituents have concerns about shale gas, and that is why we will consult on the system of local consent and provide clear advice on seismicity and safety before any hydraulic fracturing for shale gas takes place. We are committed. Yes, of course I'll give way.
Sorry to intervene so soon in his speech, and I'm grateful to him. My right honourable friend will be aware of deep concerns in Sussex about fracking. They are concerns that I share, not least because our 2019 manifesto said we will not support fracking unless the science shows categorically it is safe, which I don't think it does. So can my right honourable friend assure me that in the government's consultation paper that he's just referred to on local consent, they will include an option for local referenda arranged by local authorities and overseen by the Electoral Commission?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend has preempted a couple of paragraphs of my speech because I was going to say that the consultation should consider the use of local referendums. I think that is one of the ways in which local consent could be indicated. We want to ensure that the consultation, not at the moment, consultation considers the views of regional mayors and local authorities, as well as the immediate concerns of those most directly affected. And I also want it to consider the views of MPs, as well as I said to my right honourable friend, local referendums. We will consult on the mechanism, but I can assure the House that any process of evidencing local support must be independent rather than directly by the companies themselves, and if evidence of the appropriate local support for any development is insufficient, that development should not proceed. Local communities will have a veto. So I can assure my honourable friend, the member for Rother Valley, that if people in his constituency do not want fracking, they will not have it. Once, of course I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friends for giving way. Could he just confirm, for clarity's sake, that the moratorium will remain in place whilst his process of consultation is agreed, and it will remain in place until it is approved by a positive vote in this place following a debate and a vote on the floor of the House? And can you also confirm that the government will indeed move its amendment today to a division if time allows and the circumstances are created?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I would like to make it absolutely clear that we need local consent before anything happens. Let me be clear to my honourable friend from Dorset that once the consultation on the mechanism for ascertaining a community's view has been completed, the results will be brought to the House for approval, which I think he was also asking. If the House does not approve, does not approve, fracking could not go ahead. Even if the House were to approve a mechanism, local communities would still have to consent in accordance with the mechanism. So I reiterate, local communities will have a veto, and I give way to my honourable friend.
Grateful to the Secretary of State. I want to take him back to the word unless in our manifesto, in where we said that we won't support fracking unless the science shows categorically it can be done safely. Will the Secretary of State confirm that the sense of that word is that we would need, at the very least, a new rapid evidence review about safety? So would the Secretary of State commit to that for the manifesto on which he and I were elected on?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I think his suggestion is an eminently sensible one, to have a rapid review of the evidence. And how can I not give way to my neighbour from Somerset? I give way.
I thank him for graciously giving way. And aside from the fact that my right honourable friend might want to clarify that actually this is a bit of a game, this debate, it's not exactly about fracking. If we are talking about fracking, to the previous point, scientific evidence and data is so critical. It's everything we base our policies on. And would he agree with me that the data shouldn't just be about seismic activity, but the effect on water will be critical? And I don't just mean the water that's put down the drilling space, is actually the effect on the hydrology in future years. And I think it's really critical as a government that we are seen to be very serious about the scientific evidence on this.
I am grateful to my honourable friend on both counts. First of all, my honourable friend is right to say that trying to take control of the order paper is parliamentary interweaving rather than actually the substance of the debate. And actually, to take control of the order paper, people need to have won a majority in the election. That is how our system works. And I think the experience that we had in 2017 to 2019 proved how bad it is for Parliament when the order paper is messed around with. So I think that part is bad. On her point regarding water, I think my honourable friend is absolutely spot on. It is one of the keys to how things could be done safely, and we have to be certain that water, both the water used on site and water that may be near sites, will be safe. I think my honourable friend from Winchester wanted to intervene, and I would happily give way to him.
That's very kind of the Secretary of State. I'm not concerned about the threat that local consent will go the wrong way in my constituency, because I don't believe for a minute my constituents would give consent to fracking in our area. But just further to an intervention that the Secretary of State had from the other side, well, the Shadow Secretary of State had from his own side, around the planning inspectorate. Secretary of State says local people will have a veto over this. Can he just be clear the planning inspectorate will not have a veto over local people?
Let me be absolutely clear. Local communities will have a veto. If it does not get local consent, then, and that will be consulted on as to what local consent form must be, but if it, and that could be, as my honourable friend from Sussex asked, it may be by local referendum. That's what the consultation will be about. But if local consent is withheld, that is a veto, and it won't be overruled by national government. I'll give way once again to my...
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State, who, in fairness to him, is trying to address the serious concerns that exist on these benches, and I think many of us are grateful to him for that. What I think I heard him say in response, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to my earlier intervention, but I'd just like him to clarify, which is when he brings back this local consent process, tick box programme, if the House votes against it, the moratorium on fracking, by its very definition, remains in place. Can he just confirm that for absolute clarity? I.e., today is not the end of the matter.
My honourable friend is right, today is not the end of the matter, and that if the House were not to accept the local consent mechanism, then there would not be an ability for local communities to give consent, and that would mean the veto were in place. I see my right honourable friend from East Yorkshire wishes to intervene.
To my right honourable friend for giving way, he's being very generous. Isn't the neatest way of assessing local consent to take away the right of appeal to a planning inspector in these matters? And so the decision of the local planning authority is to be deemed the expression of local consent and is the final decision.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. That's absolutely the purpose of the consultation, to see what form local consent ought to take. I'll give way to my honourable friend from Gloucester.
I'm grateful to him. And it is absolutely true that the motion brought forward by the opposition, of course, does not reflect what's in our manifesto, because it calls on the government to introduce a ban on hydraulic fracking, followed by 3.5 pages of procedural stuff, which is what it's really about. Whereas what our manifesto says is to introduce a moratorium. The question for the Secretary of State, however, is that in his letter to us, he says, with time, we will gain more understanding of how we can best develop this potentially very substantial UK asset. Can I put it to him that the question is, with time, we will gain more understanding of whether we should best develop this potential asset? Does he agree with me? And would he accept that?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. We are not preempting local consent in the letter that I sent out, so he is right. I think the time has come for me to return to my text, at least for a moment or two. I do understand, as we have discussed, the concerns that people have about the safety of hydraulic fracturing. And the excellent report by the Royal Society and the Royal Academy of Engineering from 2012 suggests that shale gas extraction can be managed safely and effectively in the United Kingdom, owing to our high regulatory standards and many decades' experience of extracting oil and gas both on and offshore. And I would like to go back to the quotation from the right honourable gentleman from Doncaster North, who said, and it was reported in Wales Online on the 25th of December 2013, of course there could be a role for it if it can meet safety concerns and the needs of local residents. So the right honourable gentleman actually should be voting against his own motion, because he accepted there should be a role for it. Now, the government is absolutely determined to build our energy security. At a time where energy costs are a worry for many, I can say that we are starting from a tolerably good place. The United Kingdom is blessed with a healthy mix of different sources of energy, including a strong wind resource, one of the few significant oil and gas reserves in Europe, several gas import terminals, and a well-managed electricity network. We have also made strong progress in building new renewable electricity generation, like offshore wind, and a plan to accelerate this further, while also developing new nuclear capacity. However, we cannot escape the fact that we are a nation with a structural reliance on gas, even though we will be reducing our reliance on gas on the way to net zero. Indeed, we may be using just a quarter of the gas we now use by 2050. Gas will remain the essential transition fuel. And this may have been out of sight and out of mind for some years. Maybe we were not sufficiently prepared, but we must not take our local gas supplies for granted, because this year the energy world changed Putin's war against Ukraine and the weaponizing of gas supply to Europe has cut off a major source of supply to the European markets that we are connected to and has ignited a global rush for gas resources. So while there is no immediate threat to UK supply, we cannot let our domestic production fade away and end up ever more reliant on imports. No responsible government would gamble with the gas supply. This is why, in the near term, our priority is keeping our domestic production online. The North Sea Transition Authority has launched the 33rd oil and gas licensing round, which is expected to deliver over 100 new licences and put more UK gas on the grid. And this is why what we're discussing to make the most of our shale gas resources. Of course, I can raise your honourable gentleman.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I always try to be helpful in this place. The way out of this dilemma, if you like, is of course green hydrogen. And I repeat what I said some days ago in this place. There are advanced plans in my constituency, the north of Scotland, to generate 50 megawatts of energy, and shortly they'll go up to 300 megawatts. I again invite Her Majesty's Government to come and see our plans. It will be helpful to all concerned.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman's intervention is indeed helpful. I think green hydrogen is one of the most exciting technologies, and I am very enthusiastic about the opportunities there. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Does the Minister share my bemusement at some of the arguments we made here today, that we know we're going to need gas, we know we're going to spend billions of pounds importing gas from regimes which we can't depend upon, and we know that we have gas in the north of England which could generate thousands of jobs and give us the security of our own supply. What's not to like about that?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman who puts his thoughts with classic cogency. Not at the moment. The government remains committed to net zero by 2050. It is how we reach it without putting our energy security at risk. The honourable gentleman always wants to intervene on every point, and he always says on this point, so it's hard to believe that he really is on this point. But let me say it makes no sense to become more reliant on shale gas produced overseas. Indeed, the Climate Change Committee's analysis notes that while current evidence on the emission footprint of UK shale gas and liquefied gas is not yet definitive, available estimates indicate that emissions from those imports could be higher than those that would arise from commercial UK shale gas production by between 2 and 63 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt-hour of gas consumed. So using our own resources is more environmentally friendly and will help us to get to net zero. And I will give round that point to my right honourable friend.
Well, he's making some very valid points. Indeed, it's not just about domestic gas supplies and electricity production. It's about the chemical industry, most importantly the fertiliser industry. One of our plants has already shut down. The other plant is now switching from natural gas from UK sources to ammonia brought in from the United States because they have cheap shale gas to enable that industry to keep going. And if we can't produce our own fertiliser, then food production in this country is under great threat.
I am grateful to my right honourable friend who puts it very clearly. It is using our own resources is environmentally friendly, but we have to make sure there is popular consent for it. And I feel that the British public would not welcome the disruption and shortages that would be caused by Labour's policy of taking gas out of the network on 2030. And I'll give way to the honourable gentleman on that point.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way and been so generous in giving way to people, particularly on his own side. In my constituency of Weaver Vale, indeed in Ellesmere Port and Neston and Chester, we had a public inquiry only recently, and our communities rejected shale extraction. We rejected that, and it cost hundreds of thousands of pounds. That's local consent. Why do we again have to jump through hoops to go through the same process?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman should be supporting what I'm saying. He shows the value of local consent and the reality of it, that it will not always be given, and I'm very well aware of that. So let me move on to seismic limits, because we have been clear that any future exploration or development of shale gas will need to meet rigorous safety and environmental standards. Drawing on lessons from around the world, we will make sure hydraulic fracturing for shale gas is done safely. Last month, the British Geological Survey published its report, and this is a really important way of looking at what the seismic experience has been and comparing it to other forms of production, both of energy but also other forms of manufacturing industry. And the report makes clear that the forecasting the occurrence of felt seismic events remains a scientific challenge for the geoscience community. However, it also makes clear that to improve our understanding, we need more exploratory sites to gather the necessary data. We do not think... We think this is a sensible thing to look at, and that it would be unwise not to look at it, but it must have community support. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm almost coming to an end, and lots of people want to speak. I have taken a vast number of interventions, including three from the opposition, but I will give way to the honourable lady.
Thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and I would ask him to seriously consider the two aspects of this fracking. One is that it is unsafe in a country like United Kingdom, which has a very small landmass and much population. And it might be safe somewhere where there's thousands and thousands of miles of barren land, but not in a country like ours. And secondly, does he really want to see these hydraulic disgusting applications and buildings across our beautiful country?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, and she is always a great contributor to this House, and she is right to raise the issue of safety, which will be fundamental to any proposal for the extraction of shale gas. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the world has changed, and our energy policy needs to recognise this. This government will make the difficult but necessary decisions to secure the nation's energy supply. Exploring our potentially substantial shale gas reserves is potentially an important part of this. But this must not be looked at in isolation. This is why we are exploring all avenues available to us, including solar, wind and nuclear. But we cannot ignore the importance of local gas production. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me reiterate the commitment, and I reiterate this particularly to my honourable and right honourable friends, that there is an absolute local consent lock. Any process to determine local consent must be run independently, and this House will vote on any scheme that we bring forward.
The original question was as on the order paper, since when Amendment A has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the original words stand part of the question. Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, given that the licensing of fracking and the planning process has evolved, I wasn't initially planning to participate in this debate, but given that the government has actually effectively made this a motion of confidence in the government, then it's only right that we participate and then outline the thoughts of the SNP. And no matter what the official government line is, the chair of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee earlier on confirmed that the Tory government is making this a vote of confidence in their own government. So that's clear. So while I do oppose fracking, an SNP government has ruled out fracking in Scotland, introduced an effective ban on it. So I do agree fully with the motion in that respect. It's not for us to impose our views on what happens in England, but given that is a vote of confidence in the government, then we'll be voting for the motion to show that we've got no confidence in this utter shambles of a Tory government. Now, we've already heard interventions from Tory MPs on the Shadow Secretary, where they're saying how they're opposed to fracking and they want to represent their views of the constituents who oppose fracking. But they're going to vote for the government amendment. They're going to want to vote against the motion. So that makes no sense. If they've got any backbone, I would urge them to vote for a ban on fracking. Yeah, I'll give way.
Thank you. I'm grateful to him because the SNP are huge champions of local democracy. And therefore, does he accept that actually, if a local council were to support the idea of fracking, that does represent local consent? And does he agree that that should be the crucial issue involved, the support of the local council?
Well, it actually comes to the point I was going to make. If this is all about local democracy and actual democracy in itself, why is his government making his MPs vote in a way they say they don't want to vote? How are we going to trust them to implement some sort some form of local democracy when MPs are getting forced against their will to vote for the government amendment. I'll give way there and then. Yeah.
Thank you for giving way, because at least he's been honest in his speech today. He has made it quite clear that the only reason why he's intervening on what he believes is an English issue is because this is a vote of no confidence in the government. And surely he understands, therefore, why this ceases to be a debate about local democracy, where we get our gas from. This is all about a bit of political playing by the opposition.
The political playing's with them over there. They're the one that's made it a vote of confidence in the government, and they're the ones making their MPs vote in the way they say they don't want to vote. So it's not the opposition that's playing games. It's that lot over there. I'll quickly give way there, and then I'll need to make progress.
Member for giving way. I was a Lancashire County Council when this first came to Council 7 years ago. It was rejected then and overruled by the planning inspector. Since then, the public don't want it. Councils don't want it. His own backbenchers don't want it. And in fact, I believe the leader of the Secretary of State's own council doesn't want it. Ministers also don't want it, apart from in their own backyard. Who actually wants fracking? So I can't think of anybody.
It's a good question, and that's more one for the Secretary to advance. It's quite clear that the new DE Secretary is in favour of it, and he's imposing his will and the rest of his party. Right, I'll quickly give way and then move on.
For giving way. What I would gently say to opposition members is many of us, and we've heard from a number of colleagues here, do not support fracking. And if they want to win the hearts and minds, the way to do it isn't by political games and stunts like this to introduce a bill. There is no way that we can support the opposition taking control of the order paper. If they want to be serious about fracking, let's have a serious debate on fracking. When the government brings forward that motion, we will be able to vote whether we support fracking or not. The way to do it is not to hijack the order paper and play political games with this.
I've got news for all member. If she votes for the amendment, she's voting for the principle of fracking, no matter how she dresses that up. And then, Mr Deputy Speaker, if we return...
The honourable gentleman said that anyone who votes with the government amendment is voting for fracking. That is not correct. As he and as you know, Mr Deputy Speaker, a vote for the government amendment is to vote for the Secretary of State to bring back a definition of local consent for this House to vote on before any fracking can conceivably move forward. Would it be possible for you, sir, from the chair, to advise the honourable gentleman of what the truth of the matter is?
Right, let's hope there's no more devices like that. That clearly isn't a point of order for the chair, but he's made his view known and it is on the record.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's great hearing how the Tory backbenchers are tying themselves in knots and arguing about why they're voting for the principle of fracking. If we go back to local consent, now the government motion talks about consulting regional mayors, local authorities and parishes, which is quite a vague concept and again kind of opens up to cronyism and political machinations. Although I do welcome the sentiment that is now talking about local referenda, it's good to know that this Tory government now believes in the principles of referendums for people to exercise their democratic right. And I look forward to Scotland being able to implement that next year. So I do welcome that Damascus conversion. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Tory government's newfound enthusiasm for shale gas, of course, isn't actually based on credible evidence. Now, they put forward arguments that it will increase energy security and it's also required because of the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine and the need to move away from reliance on Russian oil and gas imports. But really, they've arrived at a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. It's quite clear the UK already had a minimum reliance on Russian imports, and that's actually already managed to eliminate that small percentage of oil and gas imports that are coming from Russia. And if the argument is that it will reduce prices, then that's quite clearly not true either. It was the former B Secretary and now former Chancellor that admitted that any Any shale gas would be an internationally traded commodity that goes in the international market and that the traders will determine prices. So the only way that won't happen is unless there's another Damascus conversion and the government's planning some sort of nationalised energy company that will frack the shale gas and control that and put that in the domestic market, lowering prices, because otherwise it's all about the international market. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, the harsh truth is as well the fact there isn't even enough firm evidence of what reserves are available in the basins that can be extracted. So without that knowledge, any talk of increasing energy security and reducing imports in the future is just pure fantasy at this stage. And that also means any talk of jobs and boosting local economies, it remains completely speculative, and again, there's no evidence on that.
I thank the member for giving way. We are a country fortunate enough to house massive potential for development and harnessing of renewable energy. Does the member agree that in resorting to fracking, the government is essentially admitting that he has no interest in developing the skills, infrastructure, jobs or industries necessary for a green industrial revolution in this country?
I agree with him on that, and you will have to look at the renewable energy revolution that's happening in Scotland. But of course, for going forward, for Scotland to fully embrace that potential, we clearly need the powers of independence and need to get away from these decision makers over there. And I'll quickly.
Thank the member for giving away, and at a time like that, I'm thankful for devolution as well, because my Northern Ireland Assembly colleagues were able to temporarily prevent fracking in Northern Ireland by banning PDR rights. Does the member share my concern that the Prime Minister is taking advantage of the cost of living crisis, and this, coupled with the removal of retained EU law, risks environmental degradation across these islands and does nothing to sustainably manage the climate crisis or the energy crisis?
I agree wholeheartedly. As already said, they're trying to present a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. It's problems that they're using to further their arguments, and I agree wholeheartedly with her. And final intervention then.
Very, very kind. The others wouldn't. Can I simply point out that he may know that satellite data for the United States shows that fugitive emissions of methane, namely the amount of methane which is leaked from fracking, is at 5%. And given that methane is 80 times worse than CO2 for global warming, that makes fracking worse than coal. So how can anybody who's serious about net zero support fracking?
I think of that intervention, he certainly makes the point very well, and it's something we need to take cognizance of. And again, you have to doubt this government when they say we're committed to net zero by 2050. You do have to wonder, how serious are they about that? And they know 2050 is a while away. That's future governments away. So they can do what they want now and pretend that they're still in favour of abiding with the net zero commitment. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, even if we accept some of the government arguments, there's also then the reality that exploration and appraisal phases of a fracking site is somewhere in the order of 2 to 5 years. So it's not even therefore possible that fracking can produce any sort of quick fix solution to the problems that they think they're trying to solve. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, if the Tory government are so worried about people's energy bills, then I have to ask, why did they do a screaming U-turn in the so-called energy price guarantee this week? The Prime Minister had told us previously she was going to prevent household energy bills rising to an astonishing £6,000. So presumably the UK government now believe, unfortunately for the majority of households in the UK, that at some point they might rise as high as £6,000 post-April 2023 when they're scrapping the energy price guarantee. And even if we don't think the bills will go that high, it's certainly Beezy's estimates in the energy prices paper was about 4,400, and papers this week were speculating it'll easily go up. Average bills could easily hit £5,000. So even if the government does bring forward measures that they say will protect the most vulnerable, bills going up to that price, allied with the record inflation, is still going to cause misery for millions and millions of people. And of course, this is households that are already seeing mortgage rates and mortgage costs increase directly as a consequence of the Prime Minister's ideological money budget. So already bad decisions this government's made was already affecting household expenditure, and obviously this is not the solution to it. And if you look at fuel poverty, National Energy Action estimate that even under the current support scheme, with average household bills estimated to be £2,500, then there's going to be 6.7 million households in fuel poverty. And obviously if bills got way, way higher than that, then we're looking at literally millions more in fuel poverty. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I had constituents that even a year and a half ago, when the average price cap, or the price cap was saying that bills sit at an average of £1,100, they were struggling then, and some were in fuel poverty. So when we're looking at bills going up much, much more, there's going to be misery for many. So fracking does nothing to help them in the here and now, and I'd urge the government to start thinking about the support we're going to have to do to bring household energy bills down for people. And in that vein, other measures that should be taken, energy efficiency installation, they need to massively increase their commitment to upgrading homes to the target of EPC Band C. Energy efficiency installation, clearly it reduces energy demand, reduces a reliance on gas anyway for energy generation, and it brings down household bills, and it creates jobs. In the past, or if we're looking at energy security, it's not that long ago that the UK government blocked the development of onshore wind. 6 years of onshore wind development that was blocked. Given that onshore wind is the cheapest form of energy generation, then it's quite clear, arguably, they've added cost to consumers' bills by blocking onshore wind. And again, that's electricity generation that could have been made in the UK, reducing the reliance on gas and reducing the reliance on imports. And why was onshore wind development banned? Well, that was because there were some loud Tory backbenchers who were against wind turbines, and they used that and some voices in the community to argue that local consent was not there for the provision of wind turbines. Of course, that was just using a few people to distort local democracy, and it was actually local democracy in reverse, Mr Deputy Speaker, because by overturning onshore wind right across the UK, that was imposing the view of a few people in the Shires and the rest of the UK, making energy more expensive for the rest of us. Very briefly.
Would you agree that the main reason why people were opposed to onshore wind was because onshore wind is extremely land intensive, and the area that you take up for 10 fracking pads would require 725 times more land for windmills, which of course is a blot on the landscape.
I think I'm for that intervention and proving where he is in the whole climate change denial aspect. I think most people, well, it's actually studies show time and time again, studies and surveys show people are in favour of onshore wind. So, and we know people are against fracking, so his argument's completely at odds with what the public thinks and probably what his own constituents think. Now, on energy security and further reducing reliance on gas, the government needs to bring forward a pricing mechanism for pumped storage hydro. That's one way to meet peak dispatchable energy to hit peak demand. And SSE have already got all the permissions in place. We've got the funding there to be able to build the Corrie Glass scheme in the Highlands. All that is needed is a funding mechanism. Now, his predecessor actually said at the Bees Committee an evidence session that hadn't agreed a pricing mechanism, wasn't doing anything on it because it was a predominantly Scottish technology. So I'd urge the new Secretary to go over that mindset and realise that pumped storage hydro is for the good of the grid and it's for the good of the UK as a whole.
Was that Honourable McGowan?
We're part of the grid, I'm afraid.
Right, her up. Yep.
Of course, the bit of the jigsaw, and this would be helpful to both the Scottish Government and the UK Government, is floating offshore wind production. We have the skills in Scotland in all parts of fabrication. We built some of the mightiest oil platforms ever built. So surely that is the way forward. And finally, to repeat my point again, generating the electricity out to sea can be taken in and leads to the generation of green hydrogen.
I agree wholeheartedly with him, and I recommend he reads this report by Landfall Strategy, which actually illustrates that Scotland could have 385,000 jobs created in the future with by developing a green hydrogen strategy, and certainly that would certainly benefit his constituency. And I've been up to Portneig, and it's fantastic to see what their plans are for the future. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's quite clear then there's so much more the government can do. Fracking is not required, and it's not the actual answer going forward to reduce people's energy bills. It certainly won't do anything to help transition to net zero. We know it's opposed by the majority of the public, and it seems it is just a few people in this government that's trying to force their will in the rest of Parliament and possibly on these communities.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. The Right Honourable Member for North East Somerset has brought to the House a proposal. Now, there's clearly disagreement on all over the House on that issue, but at least the honourable member is opening up for an honest debate on a very important matter. And what I would like, the honourable member has made a number of criticisms against the general energy policy of this government. And what I'd like to know is how the SNP are going to balance out energy security, given that they are actually saying they oppose nuclear and oil exploration and gas exploration.
Well, considering Scotland's already a net exporter of oil and gas, the equivalent of our domestic electricity consumption is already generated effectively 100% renewable energy. We export electricity, so I think it's quite clear that in terms of energy, Scotland can stand on its own 2 feet, and actually it's time we're able to realise the benefits from being such an energy-rich country, because right now it seems to me the broad shoulders of the UK are preventing us realising the benefits that we should have. Mr Deputy Speaker, just to come to a conclusion, the SNP have introduced a ban on fracking, will not issue any fracking licences in Scotland. I would like to think that the UK Government will respect that aspect of the devolution settlement and not try and overturn what we are doing in Scotland, because if they do, that will add a further few percentage points of those that believe independence is the future for Scotland.
I've already indicated that it's a 6-minute limit, but because of the pressure of time, and I want to be fair to everybody, it'll be 6 minutes for Mr Menzies and Barbara Keeley, and then it drops immediately to 4 minutes so we can get as many people in as we possibly can. Mark Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As always, it's a great pleasure to follow the member for Kilmarnock and Loudoun. Anyone listening to us can clearly tell we come from the same part of the world. But, Mr Speaker, on to the matter before us today. It's a matter which is of great importance to my constituency of Fylde. And if I begin by saying to the Treasury bench that my vote today is very much conditional. Conditional on what the Secretary of State has already said, conditional on what the Prime Minister said to me today during Prime Minister's questions. But it is no secret that I would much rather the moratorium remain in place, and a moratorium that was a manifesto commitment which each and every one of us on this side of the House stood on, campaigned on and was elected on. And that was a manifesto commitment that said we will not support fracking unless the science shows categorically that it can be done safely. We in Fylde will not forget that fracking in our communities has twice led to national moratoriums. For people in Fylde, this is not a debate of what might happen. It's about not repeating events that have happened, events that have impacted on our countryside, our people, our homes, our communities. I continue, and I always have, to take an evidence-based approach. But the geology has not changed, nor has the science. The industry has had more than a decade to show that fracking can be carried out safely in Fylde. Every time they have tried, the same thing has happened. We cannot keep doing the same thing and hope for a different outcome. The 2019 seismic events proved this. The only conclusion on evidence that I can reach is that Fylde and its geology remain wholly unsuitable for fracking. And I say to the party opposite, had this motion remained unamended, then I simply could not have supported the government today. But as someone with genuine concerns about this matter, I am thankful to the party opposite for giving this House the opportunity to debate a critical issue. But on this, I'm afraid they have gone too far, because simply taking control of the order paper is not something I can support, as I similarly opposed it during the Brexit votes, and I am unwilling to open that Pandora's box again, because once we do, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where on earth does it end? But the one thing, and my only objective, is to get the right outcome for the people of Fylde. May I gently remind the party opposite that it was the last Labour government that issued the fracking licences in Fylde. But they issued those licences without the gold standard of regulations that I fought for many years and secured. This included the traffic light system and the seismic limit of 0.5, both of which the fracking industry signed up to. The 2.9 event in Preston Road in August 2019 was 251 times more powerful than the industry's own safety limit. In reply to me this afternoon, the Prime Minister mentioned that she would look very much at the regulations. Well, I urge her and the Government to ensure that any look at regulations has at its heart the desire to maintain a safe approach to seismic limits. So were the limits to be raised to 3.5, bearing in mind Preston Road was 2.9, if the industry was to have its way and those limits were to be raised to, say, 3.5, that would be 1,000 times more powerful than the previous limit of 0.5 and 4 times more powerful than the August 2019 event, the event that led to the second national moratorium. So my vote is based on the good faith that the Prime Minister has shown my constituents and myself over recent weeks, and in promises that she made earlier in this House. Can I also just say to the Secretary of State that he is very much excited by the prospect of local compensation and incentives to local communities. Do not confuse that with a thought that communities can be bought. The people of Fylde are not for sale, the principles are not up for auction, and they will look at this on the facts and the safety merits first and foremost on that. And so please don't confuse it. I'll happily give way. Yeah.
I thank the Honourable Judge for giving way, and he may not be aware, but when the fracking was happening in Clyde, I actually came out there to protest against it. And can I also though say to him, however, that you're talking about people being carried with this. Bolton South East and the whole of the North West has been against fracking. So I would ask the Secretary of State who's listening today that certainly we in the North West do not want fracking.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady, and the point she made is a powerful one that stands on its own. But just coming back to the point in front of us today, in his letter, the Secretary of State has confirmed that the Government will launch a consultation next month to assess how local consent is to be gauged, and has committed to put this vote to the House. That is something I welcome. Can I also welcome that the Secretary of State has agreed today to ensure that there is, in effect, a local veto for whatever words you want to give it, that the voices of people in Fylde will be listened to in a fair way, a transparent way and an independent way, and I thank the Secretary of State for listening to that. It is not up to fracking companies to determine whether local consent exists. An independent, transparent way must be found, which is an alternative to that. And I thank the Treasury bench for agreeing to it. And can I also make clear that it's important that the local planning process must remain in place and that we rule out any referral to NSIP. Because once again, if we are committed to localism, I can think of no more important issue than the one before the House today. But ultimately, I am able to vote for this amendment because I believe that people of Fylde share my conviction that the answer for our communities is no to fracking. And when they say no to fracking, I expect the Government to deliver and to hear that no does mean no. I will give way. Yeah.
Agree that this is not only about seismic activity, and it is absolutely about local consent, but it is also about climate change, and that the Government should really listen to the Committee of Climate Change and produce a report about the climate impact of fracking.
The Honourable Lady makes a very important point. And can I just actually say, on the issue of energy security, there is nobody more committed to energy security than myself. We manufacture all the nuclear fuel for the UK and my constituency at Westinghouse. But in order to make up the shortfall of the amount of gas that we import, we will be looking at drilling somewhere in the region of 6,000 to 10,000 wells. I mean, so the quantities of what we're talking about is astronomical. And the timescales involved. It's not that we're not going to get gas into the network any time in the next 2 years. There is no infrastructure to get the gas from these wells into the grid. Or the alternative is you build gas-fired power stations in order to turn it into electricity and feed it in through wires. Again, the timescales involved just simply don't exist. So the energy security argument, important though it is, doesn't even stack up in the timescales that the government is talking about. So to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the fair, transparent and meaningful consultation that both the Prime Minister and my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, is committed to today. That gives the people of Fylde the opportunity to reject fracking, but more importantly, it gives the people of Fylde an opportunity to have their voice heard. Thank you.
Point of order, Yvette Cooper.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary has been sacked or resigned this afternoon. This is utter chaos. The Prime Minister appears to have appointed and sacked both a Chancellor and a Home Secretary, two of the great offices of state, in the space of 6 weeks. This is no way to run a government. Mr Deputy Speaker, have you had any indication from the Prime Minister that she will come to this House to answer questions from this? The Home Secretary, the former Home Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Fareham, says in her resignation letter that she sent an official document draft written ministerial statement on migration from her personal email, which she says was due for publication and was against the rules. It raises huge questions about why a Home Secretary who was responsible for security was breaching basic rules. There are also rumours that, in fact, this statement on migration she refers to had not been agreed across the government, that there were major disagreements and that this had been blocked by the Chancellor. She also says in her statement she has concerns about the direction of the government, about the breaking of key pledges, and says very pointedly that when we have made mistakes and hoping things will magically come right is not serious politics. There is clearly a huge chaos at the heart of the government, Mr Deputy Speaker. Home Affairs is far too important for this kind of chaos. This is about security, public safety and the issues covered by the great offices of state. Given that the government seems to just be imploding, Deputy Speaker, we clearly need not simply a change of Home Secretary, but a change of government. Can we get a statement to this House?
I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Lady for her point of order and her advance notice of it. I was made aware of the departure of the Home Secretary in the usual way, but she is asking the question as to whether I have been notified in a usual way as to whether there would then be a statement. I have not been notified as such, but should the situation change, then members will be notified via the Annunciator and other means. So, as it stands at this moment, there are no statements to be made today. We're still on the 6-minute limit, and then we drop to 4 minutes. Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Fracking is an outdated, dangerous and expensive way to produce energy. It causes disruption and distress to local communities, and crucially, it will not provide the clean, secure energy that our country needs. And that was laid out, I think, very effectively by my right honourable friend on the front bench when he opened the debate earlier. I have a former exploratory site for fracking at Barton Moss in my constituency. The energy company iGas drilled the site to a depth of about 10,000 feet in an exploratory exercise over the course of 6 months between 2013 and 2014. During that time, there was much local opposition and a fierce protest, which resulted in months of demonstrations. 150 police officers were involved in policing the protest every day, and a total of 120 people were detained. Greater Manchester Police had to pay £1.7 million for the cost of policing the protest, which came out of our local policing budget. At the time, the Manchester Evening News ran a survey of 2,500 local residents. This showed that over 3/4 of local people were opposed to fracking. I want to explain why I have always opposed fracking and why the reasons for my constituents' opposition are so justified. Some of the issues are local to Barton Moss. The exploratory fracking site is close to an area of raised peat bog, which is a rare and precious resource where it hasn't been ruined by over-extraction. There are real concerns among my constituents about dewatering those precious mosslands and the harmful effects of pumping water into underground rock to force out the shale gas in this mosslands area. People are also very concerned about air pollution, which is particularly worrying at Barton Moss because the site is next to the M62 motorway, itself a cause of high levels of pollution. Other environmental risks are not specific to Barton Moss, but they do have an extensive evidence base. I want to quote from a report by the Tyndall Centre for Climate Change Research produced by local academics at the University of Manchester. The depth of shale gas extraction gives rise to major challenges in identifying categorically pathways of contamination of groundwater by chemicals used in the extraction process. An analysis of these substances suggests that many have toxic, carcinogenic, or other hazardous properties. There is considerable anecdotal evidence from the United States that contamination of both ground and surface water has occurred in a range of cases. So perhaps the government should listen to its own experts. A few weeks ago, the British Geological Survey published a report on fracking which was commissioned by the government. It said, hydraulic fracturing can trigger earthquakes large enough to cause structural damage. These events were not predicted in advance of operations. Clearly, the science does not show categorically that fracking can be done safely. For the government to allow fracking now, therefore just breaks another election promise. On this, yes, indeed.
For giving way. She was speaking earlier about the protests in her constituency. As an honourable member, perhaps the only honourable member in this House to have been arrested, tried and acquitted for protesting about fracking, does she share my concerns about the public order bill that was passed yesterday, that actually the peaceful protest, which is entirely legitimate around things like fracking, might well be closed down by this draconian piece of legislation?
Absolutely, yes indeed, and of course we voted against that yesterday.
Would my honourable friend give way? She's making a very, very powerful case on behalf of her constituents, but does she share my puzzlement? The government has made a screeching U-turn today because it has finally committed to a local veto. And every member who has spoken, representing areas where there has been fracking or there might be fracking, has made it quite clear there is no prospect of getting local consent. There will be a veto everywhere. Why are we going through this whole process when every one of us knows what the outcome's going to be?
Yeah. It's a puzzle to me, as it is to my right honourable friend. Going back to the report of the British Geological Survey, on the same day on which this report was published, the Business Secretary announced his intention to revisit the safety limits on fracking. He said, tolerating a high degree of risk and disturbance appears to us to be in the national interest. I don't know if that answers my friend's question, but it's weird. Now his amendment indicates he will seek clear advice on seismic limits and safety. Which is it? Tolerating earthquakes and dangerous tremors, or listening to the evidence commissioned by his own department? Mr. Deputy Speaker, fears about pollution, contaminated water supply and seismic events are by no means far-fetched. An earthquake caused by fracking near Blackpool measured 2.9 on the Richter scale. It led to the works being stopped immediately and the company responsible apologising. Other concerns about drilling for shale gas extend beyond the environmental. In 2014, a DEFRA report forecast that house prices were likely to fall by up to 7% within a mile of fracking wells, and that the price of house insurance would also rise within 5 miles of fracking wells. It is right that we end our reliance on Russian oil and gas, But fracking is neither the solution nor part of the solution. The government should instead be focusing on boosting the UK's use of renewable and nuclear energy. Fracking is an issue of great importance to my constituents, and voting on it should not be used as a confidence vote by this failing Conservative government trying to bully its members into line. And there is an alternative. Labour's plan for energy would quadruple offshore wind and double onshore wind capacity. And instead of blocking new solar projects, as the Prime Minister is planning to do, Labour would triple solar power, which is up to 9 times cheaper than gas. It is irresponsible to revisit the question of fracking when we know it will have profound environmental impacts and make life very difficult for those people living near a fracking site. It's ignoring what happened in the past. It's ignoring scientific and expert opinion. It's reckless and it's dangerous. The flimsy measures in the government's amendment to today's motion are another case of moving the goalposts to achieve their own aims. Before it was safety, but the report they commissioned isn't to their liking. Now it's about consent. But the Secretary of State should know that we already have a robust system of local consent. It's called listening. I know my constituents don't want fracking because they have made it very clear indeed. So when, Mr Deputy Speaker, I ask, will the government respect the evidence, respect the experts and the public, and finally put this threat of this awful process of fracking to rest?
Moving to 4 minutes, Craig McKinley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, now, we often wonder why we're not taken very seriously in this House. And I'll tell you why. We're in the depths of an energy crisis. We have shown ourselves being too reliant, Europe as a whole, on a dictator who has been conducting an illegal war, and the problems have come home to roost. And here we are, speaking about trying to ban a source of domestic energy while we are short of it. And we wonder why people out there think we are stark staring mad.
We are crazy.
But of course, today's debate isn't about fracking. It isn't about fracking at all. It's about taking control of the order paper. And we saw that before, during the height of the Brexit wars. My dear friend sitting opposite was part of that.
Nuisances.
But I'm really sorry that the member for Doncaster North isn't in his place, because I did try and intervene on him. He didn't show me that courtesy. If he'd been in his place, I'd have shown him the courtesy now. Because there are a couple of things that I think need to be said. It's been raised here that it will make no difference to the price of gas. Now, I don't know about anybody else in this House, but when I did O-level economics, the first week, no, probably the first lesson, it said if you put more of a supply of something into a system, the price tends to come down.
Does it?
But further than that, even if Labour economics are true, that the price will not change, would one rather spend tens of billions of pounds per year on foreign imported LNG, even at a high price, or would we rather be spending that money at home? I think that's a very clear decision. I would refer... No, I won't give way. I haven't got time today, and others haven't done it for me. I will get an... Oh, Madam, please. Yes, do. It gives me another minute. Thank you.
I thank him for giving way. Has he not listened to his own colleague? That actually it will take at least 2 years to get any fracking going. And secondly, that his own colleague, when he was still the base secretary, said only a few weeks ago that no amount of fracked fuel in this country will make a difference to the global gas market because the quantities are too small.
Hurrah! Well, I thank the Liberal Democrat member for being on her feet for that point, because I do remember a former leader of the Liberal Democrats saying about 12 years ago, what is the point in nuclear, because it will take about 11 or 12 years to get it on stream. I think that 10, 11, 12 years back onward from 2010 would be about now, and that would have been quite useful. Of course, it will take time to get frack gas out the ground. The best time to have done it was a few years ago. The second best time to think about it is now. I would refer members to a House of Commons Library report dated 14th of January of this year, and it's called The Energy Price Crunch. As ever, House of Commons library reports are excellent, but this one was very clear. Table 4.2, it has a very easy chart, and let me describe it to members. It has the output of UK-produced gas from the North Sea, and that peaked at around 2004, where we were net exporters of gas. Since then to now, we are actually using only about 75% of that peak use that we once used in the country. That may be for many reasons. We may have better insulated houses. That's to the good. I feel pretty sure one of the main reasons is that any higher energy intensive business has simply offshored somewhere else, but let's just put that aside. What has happened really distinctly is we are now only producing a third of what we did at peak. So we're using 25% less. We are producing only a third of what we once did. Where do you think that gap is coming from? That gap is coming from international resources. I mean, there are 3 countries alone, forgetting Norway, £64 billion we've spent over the last 10 years on importing LNG from Russia, Qatar and the US.
It's got to be ours.
Now, surely it's got to be better to have those jobs at home, tens of thousands of them, that investment at home, many billions, tax revenues, do you remember that? Profits and tax revenues, pretty helpful, you know, that pays for things. The NHS, perhaps for the insulation that we'd all very much support.
Your wages.
And do you know what would be quite useful? Balance of payments, because we're always running a pretty bad show on that. But if CO2 is your thing, and it's certainly my thing, why are we importing LNG, 5 million tonnes of extra CO2 just in the process of importing it, rather than doing it domestically? So anyway, this debate is a valid one. It's for other reasons that we're very aware of, because shown by Labour. But I support fracking. Let's give it a go. There is no government money involved, all private.
Thank you very much. Bill Esterson.
Lancashire County Council's ecology advisor described Aurora's assessment of earthquake risk at the Altcar-Moss fracking site as superficial, outdated and not justified. Well, my constituents nearby in Formby agree with the ecology advisor because their houses shook when tests were carried out. And my constituents have been saying for years that the Conservative plan is a charter for earthquakes, because that's been their experience as elsewhere nearby in Lancashire. Conservative MPs stood on a manifesto which said, "We will not support fracking unless the science shows categorically it is safe." Changing the safety threshold doesn't change the level of risk. And changing the safety threshold when the science hasn't changed won't convince my constituents or people across the country either. I can tell the government that people in Sefton and in West Lancashire are not going to support fracking, and if the government think they can manipulate fake consent, people simply won't be fooled. And as for the impact on the environment, the Environment Agency says contamination of groundwater has not been addressed by fracking companies. Natural England say that fracking applicants haven't produced evidence that their plans would have no significant effect on wildlife either. Turning then to the government's claims. First, the gas price. Fracking won't help because the price is set by on the European market. Second, the immediate challenge of supply. Fracking will take time to produce gas even if the government chooses to ignore local people. It won't deliver in the short term. Third, climate. Producing more fossil fuels is just going to make the climate crisis worse. Haven't we seen enough evidence of the acceleration of the climate crisis? With storms, floods and extreme heat in this country, let alone around the world, we need to do everything we can to end our reliance on greenhouse gas-producing fuel. Introducing fracking will add carbon emissions to our atmosphere. Fracking is climate action delay, and to delay is to deny the reality that we face a climate disaster and all its consequences unless we act with all speed. The only sensible way forward is to invest in wind and solar to deliver renewable electricity self-sufficiency, as we on this side of the House will do by 2030, to invest in insulating 19 million homes, to invest in new nuclear, in tidal, in hydrogen, in carbon capture and storage, to create a publicly owned great British energy company we can be proud of and which will deliver in the national interest. There are 1 million jobs in Labour's energy plan. There are lower bills. There is energy security. Labour's long-term plan will create a world-leading renewable energy industry where we can export our technology around the world. Our plan is the right way to address the energy challenge. Fracking is completely the wrong way, whether it's in Formby or anywhere else in Britain. My constituents are right to oppose fracking, and Labour in government will make that investment in renewable energy and ban fracking for good.
Robin Walker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I do not support ending the moratorium on fracking, as I do not believe that new scientific evidence has yet emerged which would justify this. It has been welcome to hear in recent days the Prime Minister and the Chancellor talking about the importance of our 2019 manifesto, and I agree with both when it comes to the triple lock on pensions and the moratorium on fracking. I do suggest I do support the UK, as the Secretary of State has said, maximising its domestic supply of gas to support transition to net zero, the production of the support for new technologies for heating, including hydrogen for heating, and the importance of our supplies for our energy security. But we should do so in ways that are proven to be safe. I will not vote for the opposition motion today, and I urge all colleagues on our side of the House not to do so, as it is a blatant attempt to seize control of the order paper, as they tried to do so many times in their efforts to thwart Brexit. I welcome the assurances of my right honourable friends on the front bench that there will be consultation with parishes, councils and other local bodies to ensure that there is a tough requirement for local consent. But I don't think there can really be such a thing unless local planning committees can simply say no. If they do, then I can't see how fracking is ever likely to impact on energy prices, certainly not in time to impact heating costs this year or the next. And I therefore want to put on record my concerns and those of thousands of my constituents. Let's take action to help people with the cost of living, protect our environment and deliver on our 2019 manifesto. Thank you very much. We now come to Lynn Brown.
Mr Speaker, frankly it's becoming difficult to adequately express my horror at the state of this government. Every single decision seems calculated to destroy our economy, our public services, our international reputation and our environment too. This utter nonsense about fracking is another example. Truth is, there's very little prospect of fracking in West Ham, and I don't think our communities are going to be affected by consequent earthquakes or polluted water supplies. But over recent weeks, I've had loads of emails from constituents extremely concerned about the direction that the government's taking. They're worried about how the communities that could be affected, because they know how the local consent can be and is manipulated to suit agendas of the powerful. My constituents point to the constant Tory failure to prevent vile sewage pollution, and they ask why anybody would trust a government if it says that fracking wells won't destroy local water supplies. The party opposite has proven time and time again they're simply not willing or capable to stop greedy companies, whether they're privatised water utilities or frackers, from destroying our environment in the pursuit of profit. The issue of fracking is about the safety of our world and the future of our children, and so of course the people of West Ham want to have their say. They don't want us to respond to the cost of living crisis by simply increasing our dependence on the exact same technologies that destroyed it. They don't want to pretend that fracking can make a difference to energy costs, blighting our lives, because it won't. So my constituents want us to get to work on speeding up the green transition that they've been promised. They point out, quite rightly, that wind and solar power are enormously cheaper than gas, and that these technologies are getting more and more efficient with every passing year. In this place, we need to focus. A focus from government to plan, to invest and to lead partnerships with green business. We know that if we do, there will be a huge economic benefit in terms of lower energy bills and jobs in all of our communities. And if we do that, we can slash our dependence on fossil fuels from Russia and from other anti-democratic bullying states. We can't move away from that dependence, though, by extracting fossil fuels at home. There ain't enough of it. And the cost, social, economic and environmental, is way too high. And we're rapidly approaching COP27. Effectively, we are asking and expecting poor African states like the DRC to do the right thing and develop their economies with minimum amount of dirty energy. We're talking about countries who have much larger fossil reserves than us, enormously lower emissions than us, and a much higher vulnerability to climate heating than us. And we're asking them to choose a greener path to development when ministers here are shamefully speaking about extracting, and I quote, every last drop. It's madness. As in this energy strategy, it will be devastating for local communities who transparently don't want it, and it drives a wrecking ball through the patient climate diplomacy that this world desperately needs.
Graham. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is, of course, one great example of fracking in West Ham, which is Fracking Good Football, which many of us saw at Upton Park and now at the new stadium. But today is an interesting debate because, unfortunately, for all the eloquence of the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North, who made in many ways a very good speech about some of the hazards of fracking, it has been spoiled by the 3.5 pages, which is all about a procedural takeover of this chamber. So that, I'm afraid, rules out voting for the Labour motion straight away. Now, the interesting contribution from the SNP focused on the fact that in the Honourable Member for Kilmarnock's view, there is no support for fracking anywhere in the country. And we've heard echoes of this from several members from the opposition benches. Now, I do not support fracking. I don't think it should happen. I don't think it will happen. But this is a democracy. And it is perfectly possible that there are parts of the country, it might be South Thanet, it might be Ashfield, it might be elsewhere, which do support fracking. Not in the centre of the city of Gloucester, no. But it is perfectly possible in a democracy, listen, that there are places in the country which might support it. And that is where the question which the Right Honourable Member himself raised in 2013, which the leader of the Liberal Democrat Party has said before is vital, is the question of local consent. Now, I do think that the Secretary of State is on a journey on this. He started, frankly, by assuming that local consent could be a consultation done by the fracking company of the few houses around where a fracking site might happen. That was clearly not sustainable, it's clearly not genuine consultation, it clearly does not take into account enough views. My own view, for what it's worth, is that the two crucial elements of local consent, which I hope he will bring back to the House after his consultation, is firstly, local planning control, not by the inspectorate nationally, and secondly, and this is also, I think, important in terms of local consent, a recognition that local councils are the expression of local democracy. That is absolutely at the core of compassionate conservative values, and I think shared by many people across the House, and that vote by a full council is the most important part. With those two considerations, and I hope the party managers are listening, a free vote on the floor of the House, the party managers are talking amongst themselves, but I hope they're listening, a free vote when the local consent definition comes back to this House will give everyone here the absolute confidence that there will be no fracking in any constituency unless there is absolute local support. And that is the crucial question today. I give way, of course.
Mr Deputy Speaker, for the interest of the House, I'm very sorry that there are no members of the Scottish National Party with us just now. It is a fact that where councils in Scotland make a planning decision, for instance to refuse a wind farm application, it is quite frequently overturned by the Scottish Government. So the rhetoric about local power can be hollow.
The honourable member makes a very good point, and it's disappointing in a way that members of this House from the SNP are not here to hear that point, because they're huge supporters, in theory, of renewable energy. And can I just very quickly answer the point on renewable energy, because there is a great deal that the Secretary of State has said and written, not least in a very good article in The Guardian a week ago, about renewable energy, which is excellent. And we would all get behind. So would all, I suspect, members of the opposition parties. I would love him to do more. Hold on one second. I'd love him to do more on supporting tidal lagoons, which could have been done by now in Swansea. They seemed expensive at the time. They seem very good value now. There is a lot more that can be done on marine energy, which contributes to base load. And there are lots of other things, rules on onshore, floating offshore, you name it. All of those, he is absolutely on the right track, and so is this government. And members and the wider public should recognise this. This government is doing a huge amount on renewables. But this question of local consent on fracking is critical. Can I give way first to my honourable friend and then to Dawson?
I'm obliged to him for giving way. He's very generous to do so. Would not the answer to the question being put to him by the Liberal Democrats be my suggestion earlier, that one removes the right to appeal to an inspector in fracking applications and allows the local planning authority to be the final determinant of it?
Well, he's absolutely right. I mean, so often Yorkshiremen are right, aren't they? The Minister knows all about that. But the key thing is that local planning approval should be absolutely at the heart of the definition of local consent. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. It will be brief. The Secretary of State used the word veto, not objection. It was a veto. So there's no business of appeals or anything else, because if the local community veto it, it's dead, strangled, kaput.
Well, I think we're all broadly in agreement on that. I hope the ministers are in listening mode on this. I do think that the perfect solution would have been to get back to the 2019 manifesto, which the Prime Minister's urged us to do in so many instances, and therefore to have got back to the moratorium that we were at. That was a settled position. The whole country accepted it. But nonetheless, I recognise there are some colleagues who think there may be virtue, and as the Secretary of State likes to say, his 9-word mantra, everything has changed because of Putin's invasion of Ukraine. That is true, and there may be worse to come. Who knows what nuclear weapons might be deployed and what impact that has on energy and all the rest of it. So we should accept, and I think the Labour Party should accept also, it is possible that there is a role for shale gas. Should the scientific evidence support it? Should local consent indicate that they do support it? And it is fair enough for the Secretary of State to say we should look at it. Yeah. But I urge him to have a free vote on that definition when it comes back to the House.
Thank you. Cat Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Fracking, again. To be honest, Madam Deputy Speaker, since the moment I was elected to this House, I've been speaking, I think, in probably every single debate on this subject, because for my constituents in Lancashire, this is something that really matters. It has a tangible effect on their lives, with the fracking application on Preston New Road and Rosica, in my honourable friend's constituency. And it matters because of the climate emergency, which I think that we risk losing sight of if we keep focusing purely on tackling the energy crisis and cost of living crisis, as important as they are. We cannot forget that the planet is burning, and therefore all of the conversations we have around energy have to bear in mind that there is a climate emergency and that needs to be addressed. Now, for a bit of background, after I was elected in 2015, the County Council at Lancashire passed its first motion opposing fracking. That was followed 3 months later by Lancaster City Council passing a motion against fracking. And then, of course, Quadrilla get the permission and they start fracking at Preston New Road. And at that point, we see subsequent motions objecting to fracking from councils across the county, including Lancaster City Council passing its second motion. It was clear that there was cross-party consensus and huge public dismay about fracking, which is why in 2019, during the general election, when the Conservative Party changed its policy and stood on a manifesto that pledged to ban fracking, I think there was a sense of widespread relief in our Red Rose County because there was that cross-party consensus. The people of Lancashire thought that the issue had been put to bed. They thought that they could be safe knowing that there wasn't going to be earthquakes, safe that there wasn't going to be fracking wells littering the foul coast. But no, fracking is back, and we still don't want it. Local councillors of all political colours are backing motions at councils right across the county, including in this week alone one at Fylde and one at Lancashire County Council. Both Tory-run councils voting unanimously to pass anti-fracking motions. And what councillors are telling me is that they do not understand what this local consent looks like. They do not know what it looks like. And I suppose my question to the Minister is, what on earth does he mean by local consent? Many people have been very concerned by the Business Secretary's comments at the Conservative Party conference, talking about fracking companies going door to door to canvass support for fracking. I do hope that will not be included in the consultation, and I would like it if the Minister for Climate Change could rule that out in his closing remarks to this debate. The people of Lancashire don't want to have fracking forced upon them. Yes, we live in tough times. Yes, the energy bills are going up, but fracking will not solve the energy security or the price issues in the UK currently faces. We need to see the government putting far more energy into looking at energy reduction, home insulation, and frankly, the only viable long-term route to lower bills and energy security is to get off fossil fuels. Unfortunately for the Minister, the answer's staring us clear in the face, because clean energy like solar, wind, tidal, hydrogen and nuclear are all options which this government should be throwing its full weight behind. And it's why the last Labour leadership at Lancaster City Council led the way installing solar panels on public buildings like our Saltaire Sports Centre. It's why the big employers in my constituency like Lancaster University are seeking permission for more wind turbines. It's why local businesses like Nanosun in Lancaster are looking to harness hydrogen, and why the nuclear power stations at Heysham 1 and 2 provide my constituents with thousands of jobs. Lancashire will play its part with enthusiasm in a green energy revolution. We know it makes sense when solar and wind power, for example, are 9 times cheaper than gas. But fracking, no thanks. Fracking is expensive, it's unsafe, and we know that communities in Lancashire do not support it.
Thank you. As the House can see, there are a great many people who wish to speak, and we have very little time left. So after the next contribution, I will have to reduce the time limit to 3 minutes. Alexander Stafford.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to reaffirm my opposition to fracking in Rother Valley. I believe I'm the only colleague in the House who not only has 2 potential fracking sites in my constituency, Hart Hill Woodsets, but who also actually lives in one of those villages threatened, in Hart Hill. My position since being elected has been consistent. I oppose fracking in our area, and it was indeed the very first thing I spoke about in the House of Commons chamber after being elected. And indeed, I rebelled against the government on the issue in May 2021, being the only Conservative to actually vote to ban all fracking, including exploration. Therefore, I was looking forward to reconfirming this in the House today. But the motion before us is not about fracking. It's about confidence in this government. It is about who runs the country, the elected party, the Conservatives, or Labour, who lost the general election. This, unfortunately, is a cynical attempt by Labour to play party political games. This is not a game. These are people's lives. These are people's communities. It's a dastardly cynical move to create division, to weaponise this issue, rather than working together on a cross-party basis to put a ban on fracking. And this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is what's wrong with the state of our politics. All that matters is cheap. They're laughing at Centre, they're laughing at the people of Hart Hill, they're laughing at the people of Woodsets, because these are cheap point scoring, ultimately chasing misleading headlines, rather than working with us on this side of the House to make better policy for our communities. Let me get clear, fracking is unnecessary, it's harmful to the environment, and will have no impact on international gas prices. It is yesterday's technology, and not an answer to today's problems. Now, I've had several meetings with the Business Secretary on this matter, and we have heard him today at this chamber, and he has made it crystal clear that there must be a majority of local, independent, he said, community support in order for fracking to proceed. He used the words a veto. But let's be honest, in some parts of the country, there may indeed be that support. Now, let me get this clear. I am the elected Member of Parliament for Rother Valley. I'm not the member for Rhondda. I represent Hart Hill, not Hartlepool. Woodsets, not Woking. Who am I to dictate the rest of the UK what other communities want? That is undemocratic. What is clear, though, in my local villages is there is no community support for fracking. And we have today been given a cast-iron guarantee that these changes will at last put communities, even down to the parish level, at the heart of any future decision. No more worries about the changing nature of government, and those that are directly affected by this will ultimately have the last say, and that is correct. Now, Hart Hill and Woodsets are riddled with old mine workings, and the fault lines are already severely weakened by coal extraction, right beneath where companies wish to frack. My constituents do not wish to live next to an industrial site. The traffic movement associated with fracking presents a huge risk to pedestrian safety and could destroy local flora and fauna and ruin the unspoilt countrysides. However, and even the proposed site in Woodsets is only yards from a residential home of the elderly and vulnerable, which is deeply depressing. Now let me make this clear again. I am against fracking in Rother Valley, but I'm also against the disgraceful attempt by Labour to overturn the government. The government policy today is announced gives more power to local residents to reject fracking, and I want them to reject fracking. And I can reassure this House that when there is that local community vote, the vote that actually matters to communities, and as a resident of Hart Hill, I'll be getting a vote on this, I will not only be voting against fracking in Rother Valley, I will be leading the charge on this issue.
Great speech.
And now, on a time limit of 3 minutes, Tim Farron.
Okay, I'm very grateful. So why on earth would the government seek to perform another manifesto U-turn and support fracking, which their amendment does, effectively lifts the moratorium on fracking? There are two reasons which are stated. One is an attempt to drive down energy prices, the other is to tackle security of supply. Those are two massive issues, enormous energy poverty in my constituency in Cumbria, and everybody rightly worried about the lack of energy security given particularly the evil actions of President Putin. But if those were the real reasons, you wouldn't pick fracking. And I'm absolutely astounded and bemused as to why they have. The Right Honourable Member for Spelthorne, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, stated that it would not materially affect the market price for gas. That's obvious. So that's pricing out of the window. The fracking industry lobby, the lobby group, says that shale gas would contribute less than 1% of Britain's gas needs. And the British Geological Survey says that shale gas under the United Kingdom contributes 15 times less in volume than was originally thought. So it will have no impact on price, and it will do nothing meaningful when it comes to volume. So what it will do is add another fossil fuel into the mix at a time when we should be keeping all the fossil fuels in the ground because of all the threats that we face as a country and as a community. Climate change is undoubtedly the greatest. Fossil fuels should be kept in the ground. It will also create massive seismic risks. The northwest of England, Cumbria and Lancashire, two of the most geologically active places in the country, fracking is madness. Using and opting for fracking is divisive and expensive, whereas renewables are popular and cheap.
On that point,
happily, yeah.
I've again and again, Madam Speaker, gone on about green energy and hydrogen creation. Hydrogen is green and clean. We've got to get serious about this. And would the member agree with me that it's vital that all the governments in the United Kingdom work together fast and now?
I think green hydrogen is absolutely essential part of the mix, and I agree with my honourable friend that if the government was trying to change policy quickly in order to do something that would radically make a difference quickly, then they will be opting for renewables. The United Kingdom after Canada, has the highest tidal range on planet Earth, and yet we are tapping nearly none of it. Why are we not investing in wind, in solar, allowing farmers to diversify it and to be part of the happily give way? Yes.
Just popped up. It's very generous with your time, by the way, but I wonder if you can recall when your leader says, "I love shale gas. It is much cleaner than coal, and we need more gas. I hope we get loads of it."
My leader, when he was, of course, Secretary of State for Energy and Climate Change, was responsible for the United Kingdom increasing renewables by 20% every year, which dropped by 3% when he left office. And if he's concerned about leaders changing their mind, the party opposite is led by someone with more flip-flops than Benidorm. So we are not going to take any lessons from that side of the House. So renewables are the answer. They are quick and they are popular. My concern is that why on earth would a government, there are other people who need to get it, and the Minister needs to be patient and wait his turn. Because my concern in all this is, what does this say about the government? It is not rational to choose shale gas and fracking at a time when it is obvious it will not have an impact on reducing prices or improve energy security, when instead the government could be moving towards tidal, marine, hydro wind and solar. Not rational. But what is also not rational is the fact that earlier this day, the Right Honourable Member for Calder Valley, the Government Chief Whip, wrote to every Conservative MP saying that this matter is not about fracking, it is a matter of confidence. And this causes a great problem for members opposite. They either have to vote to end the moratorium on fracking, which is enormously unpopular. Only 19% of the British people support fracking. The overwhelming majority are opposed to it, including in my constituency. So they've either got to support fracking or they've got to vote to bring down the government. That is an irrational thing for the government to seek to put before this House. And the difficulty is we're beginning to see a pattern of irrational behaviour at the centre of our government. That if we care about our energy supplies, the cost of energy, the enormously painful cost of living that is a threat to every single family in this country, if we care about those things, our economy, we cannot have people in high office and leading the government party who are acting consistently, illogically and irrationally. And this is an irrational proposal, and that is why it is right the government should give way and why we should be opposing fracking, and it's why I will be voting to oppose fracking today. I challenge members opposite to ignore their whips and vote to end fracking.
Maria Caulfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me be clear for my constituents. I do not support fracking and will not be voting for it in the future. But and it's very clear from my constituents of their concerns. I am encouraged, and the Honourable Member for North Dorset is quite right, that the Secretary of State has given a commitment that the local residents will have a veto over any plans for fracking. So the moratorium stays in Sussex, because I'm pretty confident my residents will not be supporting it. But can I just echo the concerns around planning, where we are seeing on a daily basis our refusals for planning being overturned by the planning inspector, and I want reassurance from the Minister that that will not happen in cases of fracking. And maybe this is an opportunity to look at the role of the planning inspector overall, as well as looking at how we can respect the wishes locally when it comes to fracking. But let's also be clear that this motion today is to agree on the date when there will be a vote on a bill to ban fracking. It's not actually a vote on banning fracking today. And what I'm amazed at the sheer brass neck of the opposition is they are often criticising this government for having a legislation rushed through, having all stages on one day. And yet that's exactly what they're proposing in their order paper. They often say these issues are too important, too many colleagues want to speak, there's not enough time to debate amendments. That is what is in their motion today. All stages of a bill in one day. Is that the indication of this government in waiting that they so-called claim to be? And just while I have time, Madam Deputy Speaker, I pointed out to the Shadow Secretary of State his hypocrisy in saying that he did, and he said this at the Labour Party conference, there was a role for fracking when he was leader of the Labour Party, but it bears no resemblance to the brass neck of the Liberal Democrats, who, as usual, when they were in government, say one thing, and then when they're in opposition, say another. I will not give way. There's not enough time to give way. When the leader of the Liberal Democrats was the Energy Secretary, not only did he lift restrictions on fracking, he also voted against a ban on fracking in 2015. And as my honourable friend said, was quoted in 2013 in saying, "There's an awful lot of nonsense talked about fracking. I love shale gas. It's much cleaner than coal. We need more gas. I hope we get loads of it." Well, I will say the same thing to my constituents, whether today or tomorrow. I will not support fracking, whether I'm a government minister or I'm a backbencher, and I will hope that when this does come to the floor in the House, and I will not support fracking when it does, that I will be, my constituents will see that I will stand by every word that I say.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We will not support fracking unless the science shows categorically that it can be done safely. That was the 2019 Conservative manifesto. We will only allow fracking where there is local consent. That was the Prime Minister in her leadership bid this summer. There is no new science and there is no local consent. Indeed, in July this year, the government commissioned a report, which has already been quoted today, from the British Geological Survey investigating the impact of fracking. The report showed no new science, but concluded that forecasting earth earthquakes as a result of fracking remains a challenge. Extracting shale gas through fracking in the hope of offsetting the energy crisis will not work. Implementing the process is expensive and returns simply not enough to make a significant difference to our energy sector. It was the member for Spelthorne that stated that fracking won't materially affect the wholesale market price. It would do nothing to cut bills, costing far more than renewables, and it is unsafe. Even the founder of the fracking company Quadrilla has stated that fracking is not safe nor viable in the UK. It is clear to see that nobody in the UK other than the government wants this plan to go ahead. Given that the 50% of the last round of fracking licences were in Yorkshire, people in Barnsley are concerned about the government's disastrous plans to reintroduce fracking. Only 17% of the public support the practice. The Business Secretary claims he would be happy to allow fracking in his back garden, but he does not speak for the rest of the country, and he certainly does not speak for the people of Barnsley.
Simon Hall.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I just thank my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State. He's a long-standing friend for how he's approached today. I think the assurances he has given to the House should be taken seriously and with the sincerity with which he made them, and I think certainly have been enormously helpful. My opposition to fracking is well known, and I would say to anybody who is uncertain as to the merits of new exploration and exploitation of fossil fuels, watch on playback, if you didn't see it on Sunday, the concluding episode of Frozen Planet 2. Only an idiot would think that our planet could sustain new forms and new exploitations of fossil fuels into our environment. Now, I'm absolutely convinced, and I'm not entirely sure why this has been made a matter of confidence, and I'm still less certain, Madam Deputy Speaker, why His Majesty's Government has decided to resurrect what I thought had been an issue which had been interred quite properly some little while ago. It's not going to happen. These are bald men fighting over a comb. It's not going to occur. No local community is going to grant consent. I would love to vote against fracking tonight, but like my honourable friend for Hazel Grove, I want to keep my voice and my vote to help shape the future of the party I've been a member of since 1985. And I'm not prepared to throw that away on an issue which is actually not, as I say, going to happen. However, and I agree with those who have called for a free vote, there should be a free vote once my right honourable friend has undertaken the consultation and the matrix of that consultation has been sorted out. It is not, however, an esoteric point to say that as a point of principle, His Majesty's opposition should take control of the order paper. We have, dare I say it, quite enough chaos at the moment without adding to it. It is a strange day when the Labour Party is trying to hold us to a manifesto commitment I was proud to stand on in 2019 of maintaining a moratorium. I think the key thing is that the moratorium remains in place unless or until a new regulatory system is put in place. Madam Deputy Speaker, listening to the debate today and being privy to conversations with many colleagues on this side of the House over the last few days, it's my very firm belief that that day will never dawn.
Kate Holland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would just like to remind members why we're here today. The site on Prestonview Road, rocked houses, damaged communities and terrified residents. And quite right, not just on one occasion, 2 or 3 occasions, and quite rightly, the Conservative government put a ban on fracking until it could be convinced that it could be safely drilled out and cause little disruption to the communities. The Prime Minister was on Radio Lancashire, and we've got a very good host, Graham Liver, and I'd just like to congratulate him on his wedding split. But Graham cornered the Prime Minister with the first 30 seconds when he said, "What has changed?" she did not have an answer. And he asked 3 or 4 times, and she still couldn't answer. She just kept saying she was very clear that people would be consulted. He asked her, what does that consultation look like? She didn't know. So members on the opposite side to accuse this side of taking the order paper is an absolute joke. Your government put in the ban. Your government says the ban would not be lifted.
Order. It's not your government, it's their government.
Their government. The government put in the ban. The government said it would lift that ban when there was safety assured. That's not happened. So you can play politics and find an excuse to vote against your conscience, but don't blame people on this side. I do not support fracking. Lancashire does not support fracking, and the government has failed to deliver any assurance that it was safe. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Lee Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, now then, I love shale gas. Hope we get loads of it. Well, we've certainly had loads of it today coming from the opposition benches. But it's not up to me, and it shouldn't be up to people in this place to decide whether or not they want fracking to go ahead in the country. And the Prime Minister has been very consistent to say that local people will have the final say on whether or not fracking goes ahead. And we've learnt today that the local people will also get a veto, and that's the right thing. Yet here we have in this place, I keep coming to this place just to remind myself most of the time how out of touch a lot of MPs are in this place, because how many people in this place, Madam Deputy Speaker, actually worry about what it's like in bed at night to pay their gas bill or their electric bill? Nobody in this place worries about how to pay the next bill that drops through the door. They would sooner side with the people we've seen out on Downing Street today gluing themselves to the pavement again, rather than think about the hard-working taxpayer in places like Ashford. Not once today has anybody in the opposition benches mentioned fuel poverty at all, not once. All they've banged on about is fracking in order to possibly to save their own skin at a general election. Let's be clear, nobody would support fracking in their area if it was dangerous and it didn't provide a cheaper supply of gas or there were incentives to local communities. We all know that, we're not daft. But the GMB Union, who are Labour Party's biggest funder, as I believe, they support the idea of fracking. And they say, and I quote, if it can be shown to be safe for workers and communities, fracking offers part of the solution to the energy crisis. Now then, if the Labour Party disagrees so much with the GMB on this very important issue, then maybe they should stop accepting donations. But of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, they won't do that. Let's be honest, most people don't think twice about when the energy comes from, when they switch the kettle on in the morning. They expect electricity and gas to come to their house. They expect to be able to afford it. But my constituents are fed up now with having to face increased energy bills, especially after seeing successive governments give up on our own domestic supply of fuel over the years. And now we're in a situation where we're actually importing about 40% of our gas. This means money going to foreign treasuries, to foreign workers, when it could be done here. But like I say, if local communities in Ashfield don't want it, I would support them. If there is a community in Ashfield that did support it, I would support them. I cannot understand why we actually here even debate it, other than the mischief of the Labour Party. And he can shake his head. The Shadow Secretary of State can shake his head very well. Please come to a place like Ashfield. I know you don't visit your own constituents very often, but come to a place like Ashfield and talk to some real people. That's me done, Madam Speaker.
Olivia Blake.
Speaker. Until recently, the debate on climate change was about the science and whether or not global heating is caused by humans. But it's important to say that while the climate deniers argued over the science and the hockey stick graphs, that wasn't what gave momentum to their arguments. To be clear, there has been long, overwhelming evidence that human CO2 emissions are causing global heating. The motor of climate denial was never a rational, scientific debate, but defending the financial interests of the fossil fuel lobby. Pseudo-scientific arguments were the only form that they have of defence of their arguments, and that's the defence that they took. Now, after decades of campaigning, protesting and lobbying, the monumental efforts of climate campaigners have meant it's politically very difficult to deny the reality of the climate emergency. The overwhelming scientific evidence has been joined by the international grassroots political movement calling for climate justice. So now we're seeing a different strategy for protecting oil and gas profits. We're now being asked to choose between tackling the cost of living crisis or the climate emergency, between energy security and meeting our Paris obligations. The decision to reverse fracking is part of that new strategy, a very cynical strategy. It's an argument that says black is white, that up is down, and that pulling more fossil fuels out of the ground is somehow a form of environmentalism. But it's an argument we should completely reject, because it is nonsense. The twin ecological and climate emergency are two of the greatest existential threats we face. They demand that we restore our natural environment, keep fossil fuels in the ground, and make a transition to clean, renewable energy. Fracking takes us in exactly the opposite direction. The CCC warned that if the moratorium should be lifted, it should absolutely not be lifted without an independent review of the evidence on the climate impact. Has that been done? No, of course it's not been done. The process produces methane, which also contributes to the rising global temperatures. Research by NASA has shown that leaky gas production is one of the main drivers of methane emissions on the planet. In fact, during 1 week alone in a site in Lancashire in 2019, 4.2 tonnes of methane were released, equivalent to 142 flights. Extracting shale gas is also environmentally damaging. The geography of the UK means that it's more likely to cause earthquakes and the chemical flowback and waters being significantly at risk of contamination and further significant ecological damage. And none of this will lower our energy bills or increase our energy security. That's because gas prices aren't set by domestic supply, but the international fossil fuel markets. Even if domestic production did significantly affect international prices, the wells here would not make a difference to those prices. It's a falsehood.
Ruth Edwards.
Today's debate is less about fracking and more about the Labour Party's next social media campaign.
Exactly.
For if they had wanted to show the true strength of the House's opinion on fracking, they could have tabled a normal motion today, calling for the moratorium to be reintroduced. At a later stage, they could have amended a bill going through Parliament. Either of those routes, they had a reasonable chance of carrying many colleagues on this side of the House with them. But instead, they have chosen the one route that they know no member on this side of this House could possibly support: a confidence vote. Now, I don't support fracking, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I am even less keen on the idea of letting the Labour Party play at being in government for the day, because I remember what happened when they were there last time. My views on most things are no secret, and certainly not on fracking. Now, I don't buy the argument it's less environmentally friendly. Gas is gas, whether it's drilled here or overseas, and the carbon footprint of gas produced in the UK is smaller than LNG shipped in from abroad.
Exactly.
I'm also not convinced by the argument it's unsafe, but I do think it's unsuitable in a country like the UK, where we have a high population density, especially given that even relatively small tremors can be felt by the local community. And as the British Geological Survey, which has its HQ in Rushcliffe, has said, our ability to predict such tremors has not improved since the moratorium was put in place. But my main objection to fracking is that after all the division and local anguish it causes, even the industry itself estimates it will produce very little gas. We would be better off focused on increasing the output from our North Sea industry, renewables and nuclear. I am relieved that we will have a binding vote on the process for gaining local consent. This is vital. Communities must know they have a legally enforceable route to either accept or reject fracking under their homes. And my final observation tonight, Madam Deputy Speaker, is for our own front bench. for they have enabled the opposition to force colleagues to choose between voting against our manifesto and voting to lose the whip. They should take a look at the faces of colleagues behind them, colleagues who have fracking sites in their constituencies, and they should hang their heads in shame. A Conservative government will always have my confidence, Madam Deputy Speaker, but its leadership today has severely tested my trust and the trust of many colleagues, and I would advise them not to do so again.
Anna McMorran. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The fight against climate change is one that everyone but this government seems to be deeply worried about. In Wales, we are proud that our Welsh Labour government remains absolutely steadfast in our fracking ban, which has been in place for 7 years now and will continue. So it's even more disturbing that this Prime Minister, absent of a public mandate, has decided to tear up her own party's 2019 manifesto and any hopes of a stable future by bringing back fracking. And is it any surprise when this government is imploding? Is the Secretary of State even going to be here tomorrow? It is heartening, though, to see members on the opposite side publicly declare their support for us and against this government's option on Twitter, coming out one at a time, particularly the member for Kingswood, who is also chair of the government's Net Zero review. I think that is quite telling. This energy crisis is costing lives. Action absolutely needs to be taken to curb more suffering, but fracking is not the answer. It makes it worse. And this crisis has been created by an over-reliance on oil and gas. We can't increase it, and this government refuses to understand that. You can't tackle one crisis without tackling the other, but instead this government has chosen to ignore the warnings, the science and pleas, making a deliberate attack not only on the environment but public health too. In England alone, a third of drinking water is supplied by groundwater. The British Geological Survey stated that groundwater can be contaminated by fracking. One concerning risk is from flow-back water coming from fracking itself. Water that flows back contains high concentration of saline, known to cause hypertension, which can lead to pregnant women developing preeclampsia, exposing the mother to potential stroke risk, organ failure, with some babies being stillborn. Medical experts have written to the British Medical Journal stating these arguments. And in complete contrast, this government's own climate minister has claimed it's good for the environment. But that same minister publicly published his support for the ban of March this year. Fracking won't solve any of our energy problems, and it won't provide the essential support the country needs right now. Drilling is irrelevant to this energy crisis, let alone being a complete abdication of duty to the environment, local communities and the climate. This latest move drives a cart and horses through any chance of credibility on global leadership on climate. They must keep that ban now. Yeah. Paul Maynard.
Deputy Speaker, I may I start by praising the member for Rushcliffe, who has spoken so eloquently, and I endorse every word she has said about how the government has handled this matter. And I share her sense of despair, frustration and infuriation by it. But as I find myself saying so frequently at the moment, we are where we are, and we have to get on with it. And I would much rather the moratorium that I stood on a manifesto commitment to implement could endure. But I have to welcome the commitment from the Secretary of State to hold a substantive vote on the process by which consent will be determined. But I echo those who have said that this should be a free vote. This is a polarising issue in my constituency. Opinion locally has always been broadly opposed to fracking, which I've always respected and taken note of. Though there has always also been a vocal, supportive minority, whose voices have become louder as higher energy costs have begun to be felt, even if fracking is not a solution to the problem of higher energy prices. And everyone in my constituency deserves to have their say. So my aim over recent weeks has been to ensure that the government's commitment to local consent was a meaningful one, and not one placed in the hands of companies such as Quadrilla. Any process should be independent. Indeed, a local referendum would be my preference, because all areas of the Foul Coast should be able to participate in the discussions as they will feel the consequences. Blackpool, as a unitary authority, has no involvement in Lancashire's planning decisions, but it would bear the seismological consequences just as much as the parish of Rotherham would. And I am particularly annoyed by suggestions of financial inducements that will be proffered by the shale gas companies trying to influence the decision making. They must not form part of the decision over consent. Getting the consent system right, and that means it needs to be in a broad area, not a narrow parish within 50 metres of some pad. Getting that right would allow all my constituents, either in favour or against, to feel that they had had their voice listened to. Perhaps fundamentally, carried out under my principles, any rejection of fracking locally would be a permanent people's no, on the record. Not some temporary politicians maybe, that could be reversed by yet another U-turn or yet another new government, which is what Labour's ban, I'm afraid, offers us. Let the people of this country put on record their views about fracking in their local area, and then we as politicians should pay attention to that and act accordingly.
Grant Davies.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we're here because the previous Chancellor lifted the moratorium on fracking, and his previous boss, Crispin Oddy of Oddy Hedge Fund, has put millions and millions of pounds of investment into fracking now. He's the same one who made hundreds of millions of pounds when the pound went down following Brexit, having supported Leave. He's the same one who made a lot of money out of sterling going down after the mini-budget. Strange, isn't it? So we've got a situation now where the government's lifted the moratorium, saying you can go ahead with fracking so long as you have safety and a local consent, so maybe that will be bribed. We don't know what will happen there. But I don't think that's sufficient, because we need to think about the environment. I was rapporteur for the Council of Europe on fracking, and what we found from satellite data was that 5% of the methane being pulled up was actually leaked through fugitive emissions, which meant that fracking is worse than coal for global warming, because methane is 80 times worse than CO2. And so we recommended 46 countries that no one went ahead with fracking. As a result, Macron, when he was first elected, he didn't have many policies. He took that policy off the table and he banned fracking, as we have, in fact, in Wales. Of course, fracking consists of sending millions of tons, millions of cubic metres of a chemically impregnated water, often hundreds of chemicals, which are carcinogenic, into the ground. Half of them come back, half of them stay underneath so they can contaminate the water table. The rest have to be processed. In the United States, they dump them in Arizona. Well, we're not the United States and we haven't got the space. We've got the lorries running around the countryside, smashing up our environment. We've got mini earthquakes causing disturbances. We've got air quality data for the United States showing local people have all runny eyes, all sorts of problems. And as I say, that's why in Wales we've also banned it. We're focusing on tidal lagoons, wind farms, solar energy, spatial planning. There is a way forward for a sustainable green energy future. The answer is not fracking. It's environmentally unsound. We should dismiss it even if there was consent, even if there was safety concerns were alleviated, which they won't be. This is absolutely appalling. This is Tory fracking, and people should vote Labour because of this appalling decision to lift the moratorium.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Fracking is an issue which ignites very strong feelings among my constituents. Since the government announced a change in direction on this issue, I've been very much looking forward to a genuinely free and fair debate in this place, where I could go on the record and outline my concerns and those of thousands of my constituents about fracking returning to the Foul Coast. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is most certainly not the free and fair debate that I have been hoping for. This Opposition Day debate is a very different beast altogether. This motion is not about fracking at all, but is an attempt by the Labour Party to take over the functions of government. This would overturn standing orders and the procedures of this House, which says that only the elected government of the day gets to decide on parliamentary business. It would allow Labour to legislate against the wishes of my constituents who elected a Conservative government at the last general election. We will not and cannot allow the Labour Party to seize control of the order paper. If they want to do so, they should do something they haven't done in 17 long years and win a general election. The opposition know fully well that members on this side who share their legitimate concerns regarding fracking cannot vote for their motion today. And so instead of engineering a constructive and fair debate on this issue, they have contrived to weaponise this issue. Truly shameful behaviour. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst I do have the opportunity, I would like to state once again that the vast majority of my constituents do not support fracking returning to the foul coast. The environmental and safety thresholds and protections were breached when fracking previously took place at the Preston New Road site, only a few miles outside of my constituency, and as a result, fracking stopped in 2019. Now, the war in Ukraine has woken up the West and demonstrated that we cannot rely on authoritarian foreign regimes for our energy supplies. As such, I do support the government in striving to maximise more of our domestic energy reserves, in particular North Sea oil and gas and nuclear power. And although I can see why the government has put fracking back on the table, it should only take place when it is safe and it is supported by local communities, something the government have reiterated time and time again, and which the Secretary of State has made clear once again today. That is a position I wholeheartedly support. I welcome the steps the government are taking to determine how local consent can be established, and I look forward...
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Fracking will not solve the energy crisis. Indeed, the shale gas extracted by fracking would make no difference to gas prices and is a more expensive alternative to renewables. Further, fracking would demonstrably increase the risk of local earth tremors, as recently confirmed by the British Geological Survey. And on the wider environmental impact, Greenpeace state that not only is fracking bad for our climate, it risks causing air, water and noise pollution. It uses toxic chemicals that may not be regulated well enough. An accident could mean that these chemicals leak into water supplies or cause pollution above ground. In fact, this has happened many times in the US. So why on earth, with all of this in mind, would the government pursue a strategy that poses such risks and flies in the face of efforts to tackle climate change? Well, author and climate commentator Naomi Klein calls it the shock doctrine. The exploitation of wrenching crises to smuggle through policies that devour the public sphere and further enrich a small elite. But the bandit capitalism extends beyond just fracking into the way the government approaches our whole energy system. The pursuit of markets at all costs with little state intervention keeps leading to the same problems. Complex, poorly designed mechanisms open to gaming and profiteering that deliver poor value for money if they deliver at all, and poor environmental outcomes. And when that system fails, as it is doing now, well, it's everybody else's problem. Now, there's a new generation calling for change, a Green New Deal, a green jobs revolution that would distribute costs and rewards progressively, deepen economic democracy and kickstart an industrial strategy to rebuild and light up Britain. On this side of the House, we get that. But I'm worried that we'll miss this chance. Worse though, I'm actually frightened. Frightened that whilst there are numerous colleagues on the benches opposite who may speak out against fracking, the fact remains that they are still in the government led by an environmental and economic vandal. And although the clock may well be ticking on the Prime Minister's days in office, as Naomi Klein sadly states, when powerful ideologies are challenged by hard evidence from the real world, they rarely die off completely. A few true believers always remain to tell one another that the problem wasn't the ideology, it was the weakness of the leaders who did not apply the rules with sufficient rigour. So that is why today is so important. That's why across this House we have a moral duty to vote in favour of this motion to introduce a bin to ban hydraulic fracking for shale gas once and for all.
James Grundy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was very grateful that the Secretary of State today confirmed at the dispatch box about a local veto. And I think it's very important, as other colleagues have said, that that local veto on fracking must be the paramount one. There can be no local authority overturning what has been decided by local people in a referendum or other similar independent method of decision making. Because while some colleagues today have spoken about local authorities being bastions of listening, that is not always the case with some local authorities. Unfortunately, some local authorities would be cynical enough to pass fracking applications in just a couple of opposition-held wards. And then they would claim the planning committee was the democratic representative. And so what you would find is those 3 wards, which were never going to vote for the administration, would be unable to hold the administration of the council to account. Now, I think it's very important that local authorities aren't able to hornswoggle smaller communities within the local authority this way, and that we do, by the mechanism that the Secretary of State has rightly set out, and I look forward to further detail on this, enable local residents to prevent local authorities from trampling local rights. And I am incredibly pleased that that has been given. Because I do fear, unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Wigan Council, which is in a huge dispute with local residents and is fighting local residents to the teeth over a number of incredibly unpopular planning applications in just a handful of areas within my constituency, despite the fact there have been thousands of objections, is fundamentally unwilling to listen to objectors. I am delighted that with fracking that would not be the case, that the veto would remain at the community level. And with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I shall sit down. I fear I have made my point very clearly, that the local voice must be the paramount voice, and if people do not want it, they should not have it.
Margaret Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government must ban fracking once and for all. It's dangerous, it's outdated, dangerous and expensive way to produce energy, and it will not provide the clean, secure energy that our country needs, nor will it help us meet our legally binding commitment to net zero. As Friends of the Earth have pointed out, fracking risks contaminating water, it poses risk to public health and the environment, and is unlikely to reduce energy bills. The government's written statement of November 2019 said that the moratorium on fracking would be maintained until compelling new evidence is provided which addresses the concerns around the prediction and management of induced seismicity. Likewise, the Conservative Party manifesto of 2019, on which members opposite stood and were elected, said, "We will not support fracking unless the science shows categorically that it can be done safely." Nothing has changed, and I ask the Minister to explain what he thinks has. The recent report by the British Geological Survey found that forecasting the occurrence of large earthquakes and their expected magnitude remains a significant challenge for the geoscience community. Recently, the Secretary of State said that tolerating a higher degree of risk and disturbance appears to us to be in the national interest. So it appears that we have, as well as being reckless with the economy, the government is being reckless with the environment and the health and safety of our communities. The Committee on Climate Change has made it clear that moving away from fossil fuel consumption will both benefit households, as it will reduce exposure to volatile fossil fuel prices and reduce emissions. The government speaks of consent, but it's a matter of very real concern that there are reports that households could be handed £1,000 to consent to fracking in their area. Greenpeace has quite rightly labelled this as a cynical ploy and said that the government must be hoping that they can buy off people's concerns while they're struggling with the cost of living crisis. There currently exists a Petroleum Exploration and Development Licence, PEDL 184, covering an area of North West England, which includes my constituency of Wirral West. The licence allows a company to pursue a range of oil and gas exploration activities, subject to necessarily drilling and development consents and planning permission. No wonder my constituents are worried. They have made it abundantly clear that they do not want to see fracking. We on these benches will stand up for our constituents today and oppose fracking. The members opposite should stand by their manifesto commitment and do the same.
Justin Matters.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I start with words from the Conservative Party manifesto, page 55, because it's very clear and it's there in black and white. we placed a moratorium on fracking in England with immediate effect. Having listened to local communities, we have ruled out changes to the planning system. We will not support fracking unless the science shows categorically that it can be done safely. I read those words out because they should mean something. They should mean something to all of those opposite who were elected on those words. And if they don't mean anything to them, I'm sure they will mean something to the people who voted them in here as well, and who will be watching very closely how they vote today, because the science hasn't categorically shown that it can be done safely. But I'd also like to thank the Tory whips actually for making this a confidence vote in the Prime Minister, because after the week that she has had, I think that is more likely to lead to backbenchers voting with us than against us. But if they're not persuaded by that, please don't fall for the spin that we've heard that we need to do this to deal with the rising cost of energy, because it was not so long ago that the now former Chancellor said that those calling for the return of fracking misunderstand the situation. And he also said that if we lifted the fracking moratorium, it would take up to a decade to extract sufficient volumes, and it would come at a high cost for communities and our precious countryside. No amount of shale gas from hundreds of wells dotted across rural England would be enough to lower the European price anytime soon. And with the best will in the world, private companies are not going to sell the shale gas they produce to UK consumers below the market price. They are not charities after all. Well, even a stop clock is right twice a day, and it's even the case that a discredited former Chancellor can be right about something, and he was certainly right about that. I just finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, say a few words about consent. The dictionary definition of consent is permission to do something or an agreement to do something. So let's be clear that that is not the same as getting a payment in lieu of consent, and it does not mean having a refined planning process to create the illusion of consent. And I'm afraid the government amendment doesn't really take us to a place where I am convinced that we will have genuine consent, and whatever is said from the dispatch box doesn't really mean anything when cabinet ministers are falling on a daily basis. Because let's be clear, consent is not the same as consultation, and this amendment talks too much about consultation rather than consent. Consultation is not as robust, it's not as definitive, and it's certainly not what people would expect. And the Business Secretary said last month that compensation and consent become two sides of the same coin. Well, I would say that they cannot possibly be two sides of the same coin. Compensation is payment in recognition of a loss. That does not in any way mean that people have agreed to suffer that loss. And if the government really do want to get consent for fracking the countryside, they should put it in their manifesto and call a general election, and we'll see whether they do get that consent.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be called to speak in this debate today, which I believe the whips opposite have called a confidence motion in the Prime Minister. I don't know which is more exciting for her to receive her P45. Is it our side or theirs which is more exciting? The Prime Minister promised that fracking will take place only in areas with a clear public consensus behind it. But the Business Secretary ruled out local referendums and suggested that fracking companies themselves could go round door to door and ask people if they will consent. Aside from this being a truly ridiculous idea, appointing fracking operators as the arbiters of local consent would create an obvious conflict of interest and would undermine the authority of democratically elected councils. If the Business Secretary is so keen to start digging up people's areas and causing earthquakes, I look forward to the government's newer site opening in North East Somerset in the coming weeks. It may surprise some, but I agree with many of the members opposite. The member for Fylde spoke passionately last week and again today in regards to constituents who were labelled as Luddites by the Business Secretary. When I was a county councillor in Lancashire, when this was actually debated over 7 years ago, and also now as the Member of Parliament for Bury South, I know the people of Radcliffe, Whitefield and Prestwich certainly aren't Luddites either, and neither are the people of Lancashire. I am against fracking, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's unpopular, it industrialises the countryside, and it contributes to climate breakdown, and importantly fails to address the energy crisis. But it's not just me who thinks that, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's the public too. One person said it would take up to a decade to extract what we need by fracking, and that it was pointless. That was the Chancellor of last week. It will create enormous disruption for little economic gain. That was the Chancellor of this week 4 months ago. The Defence Secretary opposed proposals for a fracking site in his constituency. The Tory party chair signed the Defence Secretary's letter opposing fracking. The Levelling Up Secretary said there isn't strong support for fracking, and I agree. The Secretary of State for DCMS didn't want it in her backyard, and I don't blame her.
So now we know that her cabinet don't have faith in fracking or her. I look forward to many of the members opposite joining me in the lobbies today.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today we've heard from colleagues across the House making clear their opposition to fracking. It was particularly powerful hearing from MPs from the Lancashire area, which has already been affected by the seismic shocks of previous drilling, and their constituents live in fear of that happening again. Fracking is dangerous, polluting, and will not provide energy security for this country, and it is deeply unpopular. The government finally seemed to get that in 2019 with its manifesto commitment to a fracking ban, and as it's been said, everyone on that side of the House stood on that manifesto and made that promise to their constituents. Yet it's only taken a matter of days for this new administration to bring fracking back. And not through a vote or a consultation or a debate in this House. It was a decision taken just by the Secretary of State alone, who's not even turned up to hear the winding up speeches. No scrutiny, the Secretary of State, no scrutiny and no accountability. Oh, sorry, I didn't see him there. Their manifesto promised the ban on fracking would remain in place until evidence categorically proved it was safe. But the recent report from the British Geological Survey commissioned by the government has offered no new evidence whatsoever to suggest the situation has changed. As the Honourable Member for Fylde said, the geology hasn't changed. How could it? The science hasn't changed either. So what did the Secretary of State do when he couldn't find the evidence he wanted? He decided to change the rules on how big an earthquake can be considered safe. I would laugh, Madam Deputy Speaker, but there's nothing funny about this. Labour has been absolutely clear that we will always oppose fracking, whether in opposition or in government. And I'm proud that the Labour government in Wales is keeping the ban. And let us not forget, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this reckless decision comes in the middle of a climate emergency. At COP26, this government made a commitment on the world stage to prioritise the clean energy transition and end public support for the fossil fuel sector by the end of 2022. So how's that going? A year on, and they're not just bringing back fracking for gas, they're also issuing hundreds of new licences for fossil fuel extraction. No wonder the Prime Minister is trying to wriggle out of attending COP in Egypt next month. Let's call this what it is. It's climate vandalism. The decisions of this government are undermining our climate targets and trashing our reputation on the global stage. As the Honourable Member for West Ham said, it's taken a wrecking ball to years of patient climate diplomacy, and I'm sure the COP President would have something to say about that. The Minister for Climate Change, who's replying to the debate today, may be willing to swallow his pride and to claim that fracking is green in exchange for a seat down the far end of the cabinet table. But on this side of the House, we will be honest about fossil fuels. They are expensive, they're polluting our air and they're destroying our planet. As my right honourable friend, the member for Doncaster North, made clear earlier, the only solution to the energy crisis is a green one. Madam Deputy Speaker, removing a ban on fracking shows that we cannot trust a Tory promise, even if it was embedded in their manifesto. So how can we trust what is being said today about ensuring local consent? And let's be clear, the amendment doesn't say there will be a veto. It doesn't explain how that consent would be obtained. It's very weak on the detail, and it doesn't promise a binding vote on this House on what that consent would look like. And as my right honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central, said, why do we even need to do this? We know that polling, the government's own polling, shows that only 17% of people support fracking. And I would imagine a large proportion of those that will say, but not in my backyard. We're quite happy for it to, I think a Lords Minister once said, in the desolate north, that's where you would frack. I'm sure that the government committing to a ban on fracking today and committing to bringing forward their own bill if they don't want Labour to put the seize control of the order paper would come as a great relief to many of the government's own MPs. Our message to colleagues on the opposite benches is this. Fracking is not necessary, it is not wanted, and it is not inevitable. Each of you there today on the opposition benches have a chance to, on the opposite benches, I should say, have a chance to, yeah, I'm forward thinking on my part. Each of you have a chance today to ensure the voices of your constituents are heard and that our planet is protected. If you support our motion today, we will secure a binding vote on a bill to ban fracking on the 29th of November, in the absence of any willingness from the government to bring that forward itself. You will all have the opportunity to ban fracking before a single drill starts up in your constituencies. You know that's what your constituents want you to do.
That's your only problem, is it?
They know that there's no excuse for doing it. So do the right thing and support the Labour motion today.
Minister Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to wind up this debate, which has had so many excellent contributions from across the House. And it perhaps is not for the first time that the Right Honourable Gentleman for Doncaster North, who is an extremely clever man, whom I have a great deal of respect, has been a little bit too clever by half. And perhaps if more drafting had gone into this, then instead of seizing the order paper, we could have had a different style, an attempt to seize the order paper. Because quite clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not a confidence vote, but it is an attempt by Her Majesty's. It is obviously, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not a confidence vote. What it is an attempt. What it is an attempt. Let me try.
Order. Order. Come on, let's listen to the Minister. And that means be quiet up there as well. That means be quiet up there as well. Order. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. But this attempt, I won't give away. The Right Honourable, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman is getting overexcited. He described himself as a nerd, and of course accurately. Perhaps he should have spent more time looking at parliamentary procedure. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud to say that this government has led the way in reducing emissions and moving towards net zero. When the Right Honourable Gentleman was in power, Madam Deputy Speaker, when he left power in 2010, not only was there that note that said there was no money left, fewer than 7% of our electricity, around 6.8%, came from renewables. It is this party on this side of the House which has delivered the Green Revolution, will continue to deliver the Green Revolution, and means that more than 40%, Madam Deputy Speaker, are they allowed to maintain this ridiculous stuff? It's bad enough for...
Order. Mr Davis, we are having a debate. If everybody shouts at one another, we can't have a debate. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's brought calm to the other side of the House to point out that, as I say, electricity 7% when they left power, more than 40% today. If you look at energy efficiency and you look at people struggling to heat their homes today, houses that were EPC C and above, what was the percentage? The Honourable Gentleman wants to tell me from a sedentary position. What percentage was it when Labour left power? I'll tell you, it was 14%. What is it today? 46%. It is this party which is moving this country towards net zero, and not only doing it at home, but leading internationally as well. But I'm happily to give way to my own.
I thank the Minister for giving way. He's absolutely right about the Green Revolution, which our region in the Humber is playing such a big part of. But can I ask him to reflect on the speeches of today? Because if this was a clear vote on whether we have fracking or not, I would be in the opposite lobby with the opposition. I will stick on any binding vote to my manifesto and election commitment to oppose fracking, absolutely. So can he reflect on that? And can I urge him to continue with the vein he was going down, which is how much we should be investing in green energy?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and of course we are investing. We have, near both of our constituencies, seen the transformation. If I may just at least answer this without being permanently harassed by the Right Honourable Gentleman, who should learn to sit. I can tell to my Right Honourable friend, he has seen the transformation of the whole economics of offshore wind. He has seen this government put in place the CFDs, which are now being copied all around the way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I feel if I don't give way to the right honourable gentleman, he may suffer some serious medical emergency.
Now, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the guidance of the House, the Minister said something very important from the dispatch box. He said this is not a confidence motion. And I think his members will want to know that. If he confirms that, then members opposite can vote for our motion in the safe knowledge that they can be confident in the current Prime Minister. So can you just confirm that?
Well, the right honourable gentleman was so excited in order to repeat something which I'd already said multiple times. Colleagues on this side of the House are perfectly clear. They are not going to surrender, and they're not going to allow the Labour Party to be a government for a day by seizing control of the order paper. So, we will continue. We will continue.
Point of order. Better be a point of order.
I think it is, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's really important that members know what they are voting on.
Members know what they're voting on. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We will continue to lead the world and drive forward offshore and onshore wind, solar energy, and we will do SMRs and gigawatt-level nuclear, as well as support for AMRs, and we will come forward. We will come forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, with proposals to support hydrogen and CCUS. We are looking all across the piece to drive the green revolution. But as part of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, as part of that work, we also need to ensure the gas and oil that we rely on at the moment as we manage and drive down our usage on the path to net zero. Did the honourable lady?
Wait, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I really do need to press him on this issue of a confidence vote, because many of us have been told today by our whips that if we vote or abstain from voting against this motion, we will lose the whip. So could he please confirm whether that is the case or not?
I thank the honourable.
We have to hear the answer. Minister.
I thank the honourable lady for that question, and that is a matter for party managers, and I'm not a party manager. Madam Deputy Speaker, community support is so important, and that is why we have, as we've heard from the Secretary of State today, pledged to colleagues to ensure that that community support, there will be that community veto that we've heard so much about from colleagues from East Sussex, North Dorset, Bognor Regis and Littlehampton, South West Bedfordshire, Taunton Deane, Winchester, East Yorkshire, my neighbour, Gloucester, Bolsover, Scarborough and Whitby, up the coast from me, South Thanet, Worcester, Gloucester, Rother Valley, North Dorset, Ashfield, Rushcliffe, Blackpool South and Lee. And it's interesting to see the Liberal Democrat on his feet, who in his speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, suggested not a drop more of gas or oil should come out of the ground, forgetting that 75% of our energy needs today come from fossil fuels. It is this government which is leading the green transformation to take us away from it. It is this government which is driving forward net zero, not only here, but equally importantly, all around the world. And it is, of course, my colleague who has been president of COP26, who has moved the world from having just 30% of global GDP covered by net zero pledges, 30% in 2019, to more than 90% today. It is that transformation of the global position on the pathway to net zero that has been a critical path, as well as leading the development of net zero at home. That is why we will continue to make sure that we develop, and that's why we are issuing licenses or issuing blocks in the North Sea, so that we can produce domestic oil and gas as we manage that pathway down. We will manage it down.
The question is that the question be now put. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the original words stand part of the question. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. clear the lobby. Order. The question is that the original words stand part of the question. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Lillian Greenwood and Jessica Morden. Tell us for the noes, Amanda Soloway and Mark Jenkinson. the Sergeant please investigate the delay in the no lobby? Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 230. The noes to the left, 326.
Thank you. Order! Order! The ayes to the right, 230. The noes to the left, 326. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Point of order, Tangham Debonair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to, on a point of order, there are rumours, very strong rumours, that the Government Chief Whip has apparently resigned. I wonder if it's possible to get some clarity. More than rumours, well, if you want to say no, Madam Deputy Speaker, I seek your guidance on whether or not this can be confirmed, given that this is actually a matter of parliamentary discipline.
Yes, it is.
The Honourable Lady raises a point as to whether a member of the government has resigned. I have not been given any such information. I know no more than that, and it's not a point of order for the Chair. Point of order, Mr Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if you could clarify that during the debate we just had, the Minister from the dispatch box closing the debate informed his colleagues that this was not a vote of confidence. Yet we saw earlier, in writing from the Government Deputy Chief Whip, that it was. Could it be possible that members opposite voted in the division just now without any clarity as to what it was they were actually voting for?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point, which is, of course, not a point of order for the Chair. My concern is that what it says in the order paper is correct and accurate, and it is. And I thank the honourable gentleman for the point he raises, but it's not one on which I can judge. Ministers are responsible for their own words. Is it a point of order? Point of order, Mr Bryant.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would urge you to launch an investigation into the scenes outside the entrance to the no lobby earlier. As you know, members are expected to be able to vote without fear or favour.
Yes.
And the behaviour code, which is agreed by the whole of the House, says that there shall never be bullying or harassment of members. I saw members being physically manhandled into another lobby and being bullied.
while crying.
If we want to stand up against bullying in this House of our staff, we have to stop bullying in this chamber as well, don't we?
Order, order. We're talking about behaviour. We will have a little bit of good behaviour for a moment on both sides of the House. The honourable gentleman raises an important matter about behaviour, and he knows better than anyone else that we have an extremely good system for investigating allegations of bullying, intimidation or bad behaviour. And if the honourable gentleman cares to bring evidence and facts to me, I will make sure that the matter is properly investigated. Of course, we must have decorous behaviour at all times. And so we will now proceed quietly and politely. The question is that the proposed words be there added. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is the main motion as amended. As many as that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. That concludes that item of business, and we now come to motion 3 relating to business of the House, supplementary estimates and supply and appropriation adjustments bill. Minister to move. The question is as on the order paper. As many as that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 4 on sanctions. Minister to move. The question is as on the order paper. As many as that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Dame Andrea Leadsom. Order! Order! Surely honourable members will show some dignity and respect for the lady who's about to propose the adjournment debate. Leave quietly and quickly. That means all of you. Dame Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to you for granting this important adjournment debate this evening. Picture the scene, Madam Deputy Speaker, a beautiful historic town whose origins date back to the Roman days. Small businesses lining both sides of the street. Traditional architecture providing a link to the area's local history. This is Towcester, at the heart of my South Northamptonshire constituency. It is an idyllic scene until the traffic starts.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sitting not 6 feet from the Right Honourable Lady, and I'm unable to hear what she's saying to the House.
The Right Honourable Gentleman is absolutely correct. I have asked for members to behave in a decent and respectful way. I think we have it a little bit more quiet. Dame Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was describing Towcester, a beautiful town in the heart of my South Northamptonshire constituency. It is an idyllic scene until the traffic starts. Most days, and sometimes all day, cars queue down the A5 Watling Street, which is the high street through Towcester. Buses cannot pass the cars parked either side, and worst of all, whenever the M1 or the M40 are up the creek, which can happen at any point during the day or night, we have HGVs squeezing their way through the narrow gap between parked cars. They often have to drive onto the pavement with air brakes wheezing and tooting their horns to each other to signify you first, no, you first. When my son was 12, I will never forget the day we were walking past the town hall where the pavement narrows to only 2 feet wide. He dropped a ball into the road and leant out to catch it just as an HGV came past. I grabbed him, but if I hadn't, that would have been the end of him. HGV drivers have little concern for busy families with pushchairs or elderly residents crossing the street with walking sticks. The only crossroads in the town is at the historic Saracen's Head pub, mentioned in Charles Dickens's Pickwick Papers. Back in the day, as a coaching inn, it would have been a beautiful stop-off point for travellers. But now, having a pint in its pub garden is akin to having a beer alongside several gallons of diesel fumes. This road is unbelievably unsuitable for the size and volume of traffic that is using it. And quite apart from the obvious dangers for cyclists and pedestrians, the traffic is having an appalling impact on Towster's air quality, noise levels and quality of life for residents. Now, Towster has been in need of a ring road for probably 50 years, and since becoming MP for South Northamptonshire in 2010, resolving this issue has been one of my main local priorities. The beauty of the town drew the eye of Persimmon Homes, who agreed to build a relief road for the town, amongst other things, in return for planning permission for over 2,000 new homes on the edge of Towster. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am no NIMBY, and nor are my constituents. The new housing has been welcomed, and new residents are enjoying the lovely independent retail offer of Towster, as well as the stunning walks through parkland that used to belong to the Eastern Neston estate. However, as always seems to be the case in these situations, the houses are being built at breakneck speed, yet somehow, after 12 years of me beating down the doors of National Highways, the local councils, of DFT and of Persimmon, we have still only managed to achieve a road to nowhere. I have a meeting with them all together once a month, and although everyone is keen to get the job finished, you can imagine that the sparks occasionally fly. Now, the relief road will ultimately join the A5 with the A43 as a bypass to the town centre, and after years of negotiation, DFT have agreed that signage will push traffic out of the town and onto the relief road. And there is now a new consultation underway to improve the look and feel of Towster Town Centre and to put in place measures for traffic calming. So the future for Towster is promising, but this happy vision of the future is still probably the best part of 2 years or more away. In the meantime, the centre of Towster was declared an air quality management area as long ago as in September 2005, and since then, pollution levels have got steadily far worse, and they are currently well below the target levels set by government. West Northamptonshire Council, in fact, wrote to all residents living on Watling Street and in the surrounding areas in March 2021 about air quality, reminding them that their properties fall within an air quality management area and that they may wish to reduce the amount of air pollution that they're exposed to. Well, I'm absolutely certain they all agree. One of the specific measures proposed by the council was to keep windows closed adjacent to the road during peak traffic periods and to ventilate homes as much as possible from windows away from the primary traffic route. Well, you can imagine how those residents felt about that advice, Madam Deputy Speaker. Quite rightly, many constituencies contacted me to ask why the help in the form of the relief road isn't being expedited. But they also wanted to know what we can do in the meantime to protect local people from the damage being done to their lungs. I'll be delighted.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. And on that particular point, levels of asthma, levels of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease are also